In the workshop, ionic silver's going. Got the air scrubbers, UVC lights and everything, ventilations, all the amenities of a house, but no gas or nothing like that being used. No nuclear power, it's all natural. Oh, working on this one right now. The evolution right there, man. Look at that, got a house right there. Bam. Gonna transform this where the doorway goes out, walking in, goes that way, comes up over, so on and so forth. Love and life. Thanks for being a part of our lives, as we're a part of yours. Stay healthy. VP882. Grandpa's hearing is phenomenal. Spray some silver in my nasal.
Hello. Oh, I didn't even notice there's the house.
That was. But it's still puckered on pulling that up.
How did they get it in there? They just backed it up? Hyla, come on, let's go walk. Let's go check things out.
lappy taffy. It was like watching someone's hand go like this up the road and thing. I was like, we gotta pull it straight and.
Like the pencil trick?
Yes. Yes. I forgot about that, yeah.
Like, I know it's wood, but it looks like it's bended.
You gotta level it and so forth, but...
It's bigger than I thought it was.
It's bigger than I thought it was.
Yeah.
It's 25 feet, and I thought it was 18. It's 25 by 8.
This is for what?
Yeah, and the
It's
delivery...
kind of stuff.
We just stop over, like pull over, and she was like, let's ask them what are they doing with it.
Right.
And so that happened with the bed.
Right,
Height,
the angle. Yeah, we did that with the boat on the back of it and with the camper or the shell.
Like jackknifed it.
Yeah.
But hey,
Whatever. That's
we were gonna lose it in every corner we've taken. It was like a flan.
What's nice is,
It was crazy.
and crazy, the way their stuff was designed, is say, there's a fence on this side, sister, a shed, that went the whole length of this.
Right.
That's full of wood to replicate. So he has another one of these
Right.
that's set at the man-made birdhouses.
Yes, he
By
built
hand.
birdhouses. He did one by one,
Every
every board.
I was gonna tell her, ask
He
Maria.
built this by hand.
She just gave you.
Yes.
She just gave us an industrial concrete mixer. They did all their stuff. We've been talking with.
God, that's awesome.
He gave us a whole trailer.
I was looking at this and I was like, dude, we could repair this because I was like, Maria, the way these are cut, because she. Let me back up.
Yeah.
The wood shed next to this, on the side, left-hand side, is enough to make maybe 2 or 3 of these.
Jesus.
And she goes, you want those? And I was like, okay. She was like, you want the long ones? And then yesterday when we were there getting the trailer, I cut the tree down and so forth. I picked everything up. I raked the yard and I did like an hour
like
race, like,
cinder blocks and
clean everything.
shit.
And she's like, you don't have to do that. And I just looked at her and I was like, I know.
Of course
She was
but
like,
of course I'm
well,
gonna
I
do
just
this.
appreciate it. I think.
Yeah.
You know, I thank you. But I was looking at the thing and I was like, wait a minute, this guy's meticulous. Like every one of these are long boards. For this to fit here, he had the flange base. He has the machine to do this. So I was like, we should ask them what they're doing with that stuff because we met one of the kids and it didn't seem like our kids where it's like we don't want the crystals, so it's like she put it when we're there like my daughter's taking this because she has some goats, this metal stuff, because the husband, what he did besides woodworking is their fencing is metal fencing, so he went and got like the pipe and cut everything to fit and then got the thin metal and fabricated it over. So like the plastic stuff that we have, he has the metal of that, but everything is all conformed and done riveted nicely.
Oh man.
Like, nicely. So when we removed this, I was like, oh my god, there's gonna be big ass holes. I was talking to her sister the other day, Lydia's sister, Mary, and I was like, starting to fence. She's like, oh, I have some fencing. I was like, I'd like to put it in because I was trying to put poles and everything up. She was like, why are you doing that? Because literally, their yard went 25 feet. With us removing it, like, they don't have a fence on that side.
Right.
And I was like, I'm just trying to put you guys in tools. She was like, oh, we didn't think about
that. Yeah.
You left a big
A
gap,
gap in
and
the
you can
fence
see
with
into
all
their
their
backyard.
tools.
But it's this backyard that it's like, dude, if you knew it was there, like,
they'd be
they have a
robbed.
koi, so
It's like a Japanese garden. They build it as a
from
koi
the cargo
pond. They
container
poured a
to
garden
here,
on it,
Oh,
like
that
the
way.
cement.
Cool.
Crazy.
Buddha temple
beautiful.
things, arbor and all that. I'm like, what the fuck is back
You like walk into some
Yeah.
alternative
You do.
universe.
You do.
And this is here
You're
in the
like,
mountains,
wow.
just like 100 miles when you pass the Brownsville market, the nice supermarket
Oh,
that they
yeah,
just
yeah.
built.
that pine tree
Around the
eatery
corner.
right there,
Okay.
the house right
Yeah.
in it.
I'll look on the way
You're
back.
like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But you can't tell because the old man had made the fence where you can't even tell.
So the guy built it on
So
the
yesterday
spot.
she goes, do you want all this? What my daughter doesn't want, do you want this? And I'm like, Maria, there's enough wood to build a whole complete house.
Like bundles and bundles of
Bundles
wood
of
put
wood,
together.
the trellises, the
Thousands of
two
dollars
by
of
sixes,
wood.
full 2x6s.
She's just never gonna use.
No, because he built this.
This is his exercise room.
It was an exercise room.
All the
She gave us all the
exercise
exercise
equipment's right
machines, inversion table, they're there,
What?
the elliptic shake is there.
Wait, man.
Everything is right there.
She's been
And
trying to
he
get him
got,
Pilates, and I was like, dude, you
Yeah, I've
got
been doing Pilates and
Nice.
I'm like, you got all the stuff that you need.
Right.
Yeah. This was his exercise room, and then he got Alzheimer, and then he just can't move that much, and now he just walks like this, and he's caretaker. And so she was like, take it.
Take
Take
this. Hey, you guys
everything
want a
that pretty
concrete
much kind
mixer?
of like reminds
it was
me
like
to
a-
what he used to do because
Right,
I'm
just-
so fed the fuck up
I
right
thought
now.
it was
Right,
a
I
little one,
bet.
but it's like a big one you gotta pull with a car.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
So you guys want
It's
it?
got a tow hitch.
Yeah.
It does.
And
has
they
a
got the
tow
little
hitch.
mini dolly thing
Totally.
that comes with it where
And
you
she
gotta
looks
move it.
at things and
Right.
she's like, take it. So we're gonna
I'm like, "Are you
try
sure?"
to volunteer, help her get
Right.
things done.
That's nice.
But we told her this was gonna be our single bedroom and we were gonna decorate with these. And I showed her a video of the homestead and she was like, "You're so clever."
Oh, that's awesome.
And she's
just got
feisty, like she's a tiny little sister that
She's a
she's
little
like she
Nigerian woman.
cusses and drinks this whiskey and
This
she's
call-
like, I don't care. No, don't tell
Oh, is
me
she
what
white?
kind.
No, she's Azorian.
Portuguese.
Oh, nice.
No.
Azorian.
Azorian.
Azorian from
She's
the
from where
islands.
I'm from.
From the islands.
My background.
Yeah. Oh, that's
She's
cute.
feisty.
They used to run the Rainbow Inn on the bottom. If you come up the long way,
Uh-huh.
there's a motel on the bottom that closed years ago, but they used to have that. She wears a shirt. That's when I was looking at her, like my friend TJ that helped us pull it out. I was like, didn't we go to school with these people's kids?
Huh.
When she said,
Rainbow Inn.
I'm just amazed because every single one of these, I wish to ask for the tools, is for him to build this, he had to have done it with a nail gun because this stuff is too soft. You can't use a nail.
Yeah.
You got to use a nail compressor, and we were just
Right,
looking
or
at
else
one
you'd scar it up.
to do the sanding for this.
Right.
And the compressors that are almost big enough to try to run just a little simple 400 watt like sander
Yeah.
are like $4,000 to $6,000 because you got to have that kind of, one of those big ass tanks to use the orbital.
Right. Oh, dang.
So I wish to sand this all down. It's super nice inside. It just flex. Because we cut a tree when we first went to pull it out just a little bit. That pulled that messed this bolt up. What we figured out was the gentleman made it in pieces.
Right.
So wherever these are at, it's just a seam.
Right.
And she was remodeling the other ideal, and I was like, honey, why don't we copy what he did here on that frame? Since he's giving us all the same wood, instead of doing what you were doing, honey, let's actually just strip it all the way down and start over, but have the black and gray water tank, and
nice.
you make a bathroom.
Right.
Make a bathroom.
That's never leaving.
So this is going to be our kitchen.
Right.
We're
Yep.
extending this from here to here.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be enclosed.
Right.
Then there's going to be an open where it's a door. This is coming out to where it's going to be a porch.
Uh-huh.
And my thing that I've been trying to explain to her that I'm going to try to make is like one of those Japanese tea houses where this is outside, but not outside in
Right.
the sense to where if you open or slide, the warmth, because we're putting a fireplace in this one that's over there. But if you were to step out, I don't wish for her to be out in the elements and so
Right.
forth, or myself.
Yeah.
But yet, we double trellis this one because when this is finalized, there's an elevator that's going here. We're
dang.
putting a dummy waiter because
Right.
this is going to be a 3-story building
Yeah.
that goes out this
nice.
way. The ideal, I explained to her when it was here, we were going to wrap around like you see sometimes people do the RVs, the old school RV things where it's built and it has a house on the side. I wish to do the same with this, but yet again, this is going to be wood deck come out to this is going to be wood deck to connect. But I wish to try to make it where this would be, say, like this screen, but the ability to just slide something in, have
And
the
then-
air vent and so forth, to where again you're outside but not outside.
Right,
If you wanted to
exactly.
sit here and chill
Yeah.
and not have heat,
Right.
or vice versa, you just open something and have it flow
It goes
through.
slow, yeah. Nice.
It's hot.
Yeah, totally.
It's hot.
Hey, man, you know, it's all vision.
We got to straighten this. So when
Yeah,
we
you
were
got
following this,
right.
its weak point was here.
Oh my God.
This thing almost flipped
Even
over.
beautiful in here.
My idea to use flat tires instead of aired up tires saved us.
Oh, nice.
You wouldn't
right.
think, but because it's so top heavy,
Mm-hmm.
it almost flipped over a couple times.
Jesus.
So we got to pull this to the side. Maybe your truck might be strong enough. We got to toe wrench it, pull it to the right.
Right.
You made it to where the doors are straight, but as you see, it's caught.
Yeah,
On one of the corners, it almost went.
How did you guys get it here?
We towed it.
With what?
My friend's dually, a little dually, and it had the one of those flatbed truck ones that have the not the normal back like that, but it has a work truck back.
Uh-huh.
where it's built in.
Right.
That's why it punctured in the front. Otherwise, a normal
right.
back
It
wouldn't have done it at
yeah.
all. Like we had to come super wide. I was trying to keep him from going into the gutter or the shit on the side of the road where we wouldn't flip over.
Right.
Because of it, I didn't see on this side, so I heard the.
Yeah,
I was
right.
like, no! But then I was like, you know what? She gave us all the wood.
Right,
to
we're
replace
good. We
it.
got wood. We've got. That's huge in there.
It took us 3 days to figure out how to get the wheels on this thing and to dig it out.
Yeah, because they got taking the wheels out.
Oh, yeah.
I thought we would have to pull off the whole floor panel. The gentleman built the wheels to go on like Cadillac skirt. We didn't realize it at first. I thought I'd have to pull the whole panel up. This right here is covered. There's a slot here, so like I thought I'd have to pull all the flooring up.
This was covered and we pop it off and then we put the tires on.
Yeah.
And then we put it back
There's just a
on
little
and
cover.
seamless.
That's cool.
Normally
I
floor.
tell his wife that, you know,
Yeah,
so she's
she-
appreciative.
Right.
So
Oh, that's
we
gotta be
get
so
enough to
tough.
see.
Yeah.
So I try
Good to
to.
be reminded.
Yeah.
What were you saying the other day? She was saying, Marina was telling me that she said that she didn't like this thing because there was something she was working on that she wanted him to do.
The deck completed and he wanted to work on this, so it brought conflict. She was like, it could have brought conflict to us, honestly. I kind of wanted it away. Yeah. Look at this gross trees. Look at it. You see that big sunspot?
It's sunny over there. You should have. Oh, dude, when it snowed, that would have been a nice little spot for her to slide down.
Oh, man.
That would have been cool. See all the sticks?
Yeah, it's insane.
You got that one?
I felt bad. I didn't think about it coming out here, but we're both a little. I got some stuff to give him, some homeopathic something I need to give him. Everyone's sick. I was
You haven't left your house?
not much. I mean, well, Rich was here, so we went to the grocery store.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
Those are two different kinds of wood. Yeah. You finding stuff? Oh, it's like a little exploratorium around
Right.
See what sister's doing.
Yeah.
Take samples home, Isla.
Right. Take them. We're gonna need to do some research.
Kinds of leaves. There's all kinds of different leaves. Do you see how different they are?
Oh, we were picking up
This is an
leaves at
oak
the park.
leaf.
Oh,
We had maple leaves. Those are
all those
weird.
crystals I mixed them in.
Make it back.
He's mixed with something called a snowshoe Siamese cat. He was, when it was snow, oh man, it was funny. I was like, where did they get this snowshoe from? is his water.
Oh, Facebook.
These guys from the kids section. I haven't.
Do you have any of these at home?
Here's seashells. You see the seashells? They're fossils.
Oh, it's nice.
From the ocean?
It just warms up if you locate yourself in the right spot.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, those sometimes a long way.
Yeah,
The heart?
we're thinking on getting, they're called solar collectors,
The heart?
and it's vacuum tubes.
The heart?
They come in a series of like 10 or 12 or 20 for heating up water.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the vacuum tubes would heat up the water.
Oh, there's a heart. Yeah, that's cool.
And I was talking to my brother because he has that.
Let's see if
Does that make you laugh, Isla?
see if brother's allergic to cats. I don't think they're allergic to animals. No, random or animals.
You see this?
Nope, not allergic.
This one's for you.
No allergic.
Oh wow! We put it with the other hearts. Maybe give your brother one. He's cool. He's got nature. It's all nature.
Oh, I like that. This got eaten by water.
Got some cool designs.
Yeah, they etched like the
That's the
like the
ammonite.
termites doing.
That's for
it.
you. You wear it. It's a necklace.
I'm doing the countdown on country here in.
So excited. Nervous excited.
Excited.
They've been up though when it was just a circle and the platform.
Oh yeah, that's as far as they've seen, just wild property.
Right. There was nothing here.
No,
Yeah.
no development, nothing. My
Oh
dad,
my God, they're gonna be like, how did you guys do all this? It's amazing.
my dad had just had knee replacement 2 weeks ago, and they gave him the okay to travel.
Oh, good.
So he's alright. He's been doing some lymphatic drainage massage because he's not as good as keeping his leg above when he's resting. So it's keeping the blood, it's all and fluids are staying on his leg.
Yeah.
So he's been going for some massage.
Maybe we order. Remember those things that I asked you to get for my mom? So she doesn't get that. People that have the same issue, they just talk it off eBay. Yeah. But they're air inflate. Not just normal compression stock. There's inflating things that you can get that have a compressor now that compress and relax and compress and relax. My mom, when she goes in the hospital for too long, or people with issues sometimes with lymphatic, you get that buildup if you're sitting for a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe if we order it, because it's like $40. If we order that now that we have a week out, then
He'll have them here.
Yeah. Be nice for him to use.
especially if he's going to be chilling up here, that's all.
Oh, the altitude, yeah. My
It's
mom
gonna
asked me
be
if I
different.
could find him some sessions with a deep tissue massage. And I got an acupuncture guy that
The Chico place you went to?
medicine in Chico,
Oh, cool.
donation based, and he does massage.
But we also treated you. Your TMJ did not go away from that though. My treatment that I did for you did.
Yes, that's true. The light treatment did. He helped some, but then he totally addressed it. And it was donation based acupuncture. So I left him a message and I asked if he would do a series of the tissue so it would help my dad while he's here. So the month is quite a bit.
Yeah, a month is a long time for you to actually do some set down sessions with your father and
Light therapy.
like I did with you, instead of just sending him somewhere else. When he has a therapist that can scan and see, like you did for yourself, to see if the acupuncture is actually doing what they're supposed to do. Because you actually scanned yourself and showed what meridians are supposed to be worked on, and you went to the acupressurist and you seen that the guy knew what he was doing because he was working on that. Also being able to show, hey, my body said I need this right here. You understand? Remember, we want Dad to get healed and be done, not go here, 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 and here. And what was our issue that we tried for the last 5 years trying to teach the acupressurists and everybody around here?
Yeah.
No, I'm being serious, dude.
Oh, I'm sure.
We had every
There's
kind
tons
of
people that
we had every kind of instructor and so forth come in, but their teachers and so forth come in and start getting their meditation tools or their practitioner tools from us because of the way that I would illustrate asking them, like, are you guys actually cleansing yourself? It's like asking a psychiatrist, well, what psychiatrist do you go to?
Right. Yeah, totally.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of Western practices don't show the means of that actual practitioner grounding.
Right. Well, it's
and or
do as
live,
I say, not as I do.
but and or not seeing it as a job.
Right.
That's how Maria got sick, like my mom did, from doing the work that we do, because she used to go home and try to just see it as a job.
Right.
And not discharge.
Decompress
And you get sick real quick and such. And every
and then you're carrying around all that shit.
practitioner or holistic person or even allopathic doctor that would come into our shop that we talked to, and I'd ask them, and they'd be like, oh my God, I never thought about that, or I wasn't shown this, or yes, all those modalities fit me. I'm actually on these pills, and I'm a psychiatrist or a doctor for these things that people look up to, but because I didn't address my stuff, I look like on the outside like I'm the person to go to, but I'm on my own couch, or on my own, person going through this thing. Yeah.
What does the kitty cat say? Huh? No?
Because I have the video of the treatment that made your tooth go away, because it bugged me. No, gee, it bugged me when she would eat. Her tooth would pop.
Yeah, my friends do that.
For 6 years. For
yeah.
6
and
years.
He doesn't hear it. Would you hear yours?
6 years of our relationship, of our marriage, I heard that, and I'm like, dude, that has to hurt. And she's like, finally, like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well,
That can't be good.
let's do something about it. You keep going to another person.
It was a weekend that I couldn't put my mouth down. It was bad.
Yeah.
Bad. Super bad.
My mom had it for a while. She's better now, but yeah. Hey, gentle.
I'm like, let's address this instead of going external.
That's it. Gentle.
And I think you scared him with your teeth.
Why you right up in his face either.
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't like anyone up in my face. Do you like people up in your face, Isla?
I'm still trying to figure out if he's like maybe 2, maybe 3 years old at most.
He's pretty little.
Because he didn't react all funny when she got in his face like that. Some cats, I don't know.
Yeah.
When babies come around, they get kind of strange if they've ever
Our
acquired.
dog gets weird around kids. I never know which one he's going to like, which one he's going to try to bite.
Kootsie was that way too,
Yeah.
in Mohican.
We should go get some food for them.
Come on, Cora.
Do you have any in the car?
Yeah, I got a basket. I'm just going to go grab the basket real quick.
Oh! Oh! You didn't mean anything. My fault.
Just really heavy.
Remember?
It wasn't fun. It's a little heavy. Hey. Miss Isla, can we have him, we'll set him down like this? When we go to show brother? Show him like this?
Yeah.
Show him low?
Low.
Say, hey.
Bring it low.
Bring it
Because
low.
they're heavy. You see how
The
heavy?
heavy stones. They get an owie. An owie if you drop it on your foot, or brother. An owie. Owie.
Keep it low?
Keep it low.
Yeah.
Do it low. You see this guy? He's a piece of agate. You see through it? Can you see through it? It's see-through. She doesn't mean to. I see what her hand's doing. She's trying to get acquainted with her thumb articulation, and it just quite gets there.
Oh, did you put it up like this?
See that, huh? That one's super too. There's a apophyllite. Apophyllite. That one's quartz. Let me get all the heavy guys out.
You like the chocolate? You gonna put them here with the heart? Oh, your mom's coming. She said that. You want to show the chocolate to your mom? Yeah, the chocolate is really pretty crystal.
Those cobblestones, they got dumped into the flower pot.
Oh, it's right.
And mixed them into the dirt. Yeah, they're Romeo. Oh my god, I haven't seen one of those. See, the last time I seen one of those, Maureen had gotten some of those from from a food pantry from down the street from Barton Hospital. And she had all of her stuff in a box. And I thought it was her messing with this box when we were first getting to move into the van. And it wasn't her, it was a bear. The bear took the box up.
We had to argue, and he thought I was being like just doing like I never really got loud, and the bear just took the whole box, took the car, and sat in the ground, opened it up.
It opened. You'd never think a bear could open one of those.
Just so gently, and went through every vegan snack that I had, nuts and stuff. You like them?
Yeah. It ate the Nutella. It took 30 minutes for it to eat the Nutella. It was pulling out each piece of the like I thought. It looked like the Shishamic transhumanism like thing where it's like someone in like a bear suit or something.
Right.
Because it sat down unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it opened up the package without destroying it.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, that's insane. I mean, in Tahoe, they opened up 4 doors in my car. All 4 doors. I'm like, what's a little handle to get that big old hand in,
And that's generations upon generations, and them knowing and passing it on to their kids, and then domesticating themselves and knowing how to do it.
Yeah, what they lack creativity, I think, is the thing that they lack, or else they'd be like humans, basically.
what was that thing you were saying the other day, honey?
Just ask a test for a baby test or anything. Oh, God. Yeah, an intelligence test.
We're about to be screwed. We're getting really lost.
And cephalopod. That's a beautiful heart.
Well, no, I kind of felt silly. Some of those bear-like things I can't get into without hassle. And to see a bear get into those bear boxes in the campsites to put your food in, I'm like, dude, how do you get this? When we stayed at Luther Pass, I couldn't get the food in the thing. I just left it in the car. And I'm like, the bear can get in this, and I can't get into this shit. Like, this is serious.
Makes you feel real good.
Our bear hasn't been back. I've been worried about her.
Don't want any more bananas? Hey, this bar is really hard. You gonna be able to chew it up on your own?
Do you want me to give her chicken banana or something? Something. He don't care. He's in the sawdust. Yeah. He's like, I'll be cutting wood here soon.
Oh.
Hey, Tyler, if you throw another rock, we're gonna have to go.
I'll
Once you throw in anything.
I'll take him up.
We don't throw.
parasite.
Hey, over there. Just a minute ago.
Parasite. Parasite.
Here, you want one of these islands?
Some lizardite.
You got a runny nose too. Oh.
Lizardite. Some lizardite. And serpentine.
I love it. It's homeopathic, but I can barely read any of the ingredients. I don't know. Yeah, here, I have a little more.
And this guy right here.
That's because it's the
No.
they put the like the Latin homeopathic name.
Yeah, I know.
That's why, but it's real like materia.
Use some water with that in it. You can rinse them off if they're supposed to wish.
We've been doing the shungite water for them.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just how first got incurred.
How's the breakouts been from that?
It's like,
You see
they
her?
just come and go, you know? And of course,
But I didn't pin on, I scanned her and I couldn't pin one specific thing that she's allergic to.
Yeah.
But it's coming out, they said, if she has gotten a genetic immunological deficiency syndrome. So it's in hereditary, either from you or from Todd.
right.
D-dimer is there.
Yeah.
One of you guys have like a compromised immune system. Whichever of you get more sick, but maybe you guys both get sick.
Yeah.
We never get sick. But whichever of you gets more sick,
There's a
or
bigger
whatnot,
chicken
may
thing.
had past
You have a smaller
preserved.
polished one.
It's an immunological
You gonna help me put them in?
causing her.
Thank you, Ivan.
Right. So the Shanghai is not to be influenced.
Yeah, I've been spraying that.
Because like if you've seen, I've scanned her mineral composition, and I know she's different, but she's deficient. If she was to go on
Will you take this home?
nutrition,
For
they
you
would
and
tell
brother.
her that she's deficient in minerals, like she's not being fed properly, but
For
it's
you and
just because
brother.
of that. Like if you are growing and your
brother
weight of your water and that, it just won't absorb the nutrients in your plant.
Right.
And so it's so deficient even though you're pouring them.
Right. Yeah, that's how John at George's is the red grocery.
Malabsorption. Basically what he has is, you know when your pH is off in your water and in your soil? And you give a T, and the pH is different than that? The same thing happens in the body with the cilia, in like the root bound or root rot, or root lock. You have the malabsorption, which causes leaky gut because it's inflammation in the body starts. It's like the people you see that hit the bloated here, depending on the extension. It's a water retention.
You want any more bananas?
If the body doesn't take it in that way, you see a bunch of leaky stool in the body.
Right.
Which has a lot of stool too.
No. You don't get stool from malabsorption. You do get stool, but it's completely different. You wouldn't call it neither. It smells like someone that has a goat stomach because it's not metabolized properly. It smells horrendous. Like that lady that defecated on herself in the shop from malabsorption and so forth. Kind of like how you were telling me when you had your knee surgery, honey, and they had you on the fat pills. How your fecal matter, if you can remember how that was, it's like that.
Gross. Just fat.
But if you can address that now with her, then she won't have an issue as she gets older in a sense of, say, masking.
Right.
You understand what I mean? From learning from the adults. I'll just mask this and not really talk on it.
Yeah.
Because literally, if you weren't who you were, but you walked into the shop and we noticed something, I would ask you, have you noticed your child's shit stink?
Right.
Or if she was 5 or 6, and had talkies or something. Do you notice? I'd ask the child first, like literally, I'd ask the children, does your butthole hurt?
Right.
Well, after you defecate, parents are like, huh? And the child says yes. And I go to the parent and go, have you not noticed the child ever tell you, this happens after I eat this food?
Right.
You are the provider of this food. You're the one that sees after the child eats the food,
You see.
the difference of the child's behavior,
Right.
then the defecation of such.
Right.
If the child states that it doesn't like such and you keep feeding it, how long does it take for the child to say its butt doesn't burn anymore because its biome's been changed?
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
And then you try to give them something healthy, and it's
Our son-in-law, our grandson's father, red-headed boy, same age as Todd, tried to talk with him about some stuff and he kind of blew us off. And I made a filter with my plasma and so forth specifically for them, but for the grandbaby. Because he shares my issues
Right.
and Michaela's issues from her mom's side, but yet his father. So I tried to address those things, but more for his father so that they would stay together and wouldn't do the things that he was doing with his afflictions and addictions. I really told my wife I'll probably end up in prison by hurting this thing, man. Otherwise, the only way I can know how to get into the house and home is to actually make a filter. And my birthday present for our grandson's first birthday was my house filters that I make for people. And I made it specifically for what was going on there. So they moved out, yes, you heard, they moved to Oklahoma. I thought they didn't take the steps. They moved back last September. But I was concerned, anyhow, the young man drank and smoked cigarettes and quit. All of that. Stop doing all this stuff. Well, I talked him into allowing him last summer to allow us to scan him. We kind of signed this on and we scanned him. Well, we did a YouTube video. Literally, I broadcasted it live and did it on Facebook. I always do it with all the scans to show people, like, this isn't fake. It's not a theory, it's a fact. We're proving that you can do non-locality field theory and show what is wrong with someone. Careful, man. When she scanned Caleb, he had colon ulcerations and bleeding and other things and such, so on and so forth and such. And he didn't comment as I'd asked him, like, let us know if these things are correct, blah, 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 blah. And, we reached out to him and he was like, it's scary. Like, everything you talked about, yes, I've been having blood in my fecal matter, this pain, this goes as such, this goes as such. But then, correlation to what he was eating, because of our long conversations like I'm doing with you, but in a different manner, not different, but just family, where I was dousing him and saying, this is what's wrong with you, I see, and if you don't believe me, well, here, allow her to douse, What was beautiful is they listened to our information of change your diet, get away from red meat and other things. Unfortunately, because they moved to Oklahoma, when they switched to this, try to do this tuna and fish diet and so on and so forth, the foods they were getting, he was having an allergic reaction to the dyes and the different shit that was in it.
Oh, wow.
He was like, what are you talking about? I'm going broke. I just bought all this fruit. I just done this stuff that I've never done. Like, I'm actually trying. Like, what are you talking to me? He goes, it has changed my stuff. I am feeling like this. I am getting more heartburn. But I feel better on the other side. So I'm going to stick with it. I can deal with the heartburn and throwing up and fucking shit and blood.
Right.
And I'm like, you're fucking 23 years old, child. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I would hate to see you deal with this and be 40 and had what my mom had, 6 liter or more of your intestines removed, and have a colon colostomy bag put in because he kept dealing with it.
Right.
Or started taking the pills that they give you to admit it, and it just messed you up worse.
Exactly.
Well, you gotta have a surgery.
You could take this to cure this, but you get all of these.
And you end up with surgery, so what do you want? You can change your diet,
Yeah.
or we can just fucking put this Band-Aid on a shark bite.
Right.
and turn it into King Kong just fucking bitch you. So he kind of freaked out. He was like, how the fuck do you guys know about this? Like, he messaged back and we talked, and he's like, how'd you know about this? Michaela didn't even know. Hey, babe, like, some of this stuff, like, I didn't tell you. And it's like, we were trying to explain to you. We doused you. We don't just, you can douse more than just for water. You can do this too, but here I'm trying to express to you, because it's crazy. My hate crime that I have placed against me is against one of his family members.
Oh, God.
That robbed my house when I was a kid when my daughter was 3 years old.
Oh, wow.
That's why it strips me out that his other side of his family that call me uncle,
Right.
that I was around when her mother got rid of me because I became Sufi Muslim. But from doing my zikrs and messing with the water, I was shown to help this family.
Right.
And here years later, I'm walking into the house for our grandson's first birthday, and the fucking people that I'm on paperwork I have to stay away from is his family. And I'm going, I can be here for a little bit, but I gotta go. Because they're the victims in the crime that somehow they gave a hate crime against me when I was attacked by 4 white power people, which is their family, all covered in tattoos and shit. And I'm like, how the fuck did my daughter get mixed up with this?
Yeah, right.
What's the possibilities? Still never smoked weed, has done nothing.
Right.
She's fucking sober as this leaf on the ground. And I'm like, how the fuck did you get this family? Because they're the opposite of my family.
Thank you.
How we are with herbs, those motherfuckers are fucking, they're known as the fucking cook on the end of Lemon Street. No, I'm being serious. And I'm like, how? And you look into codependency. That's why I always talk with people about deconstruct your motherfucking thing. So she didn't lock on to Caleb through me. She locked on to Caleb through her mother's re-choice of stepfather.
Right.
Who belittled her. Erica is the same as Maria, where she's a boss. She's a boss. She's the head of the household. Where she wishes to be or not, I make it to where she is because of me trying to still work on my childhood where it was just the only child of a woman that wasn't going to be ruled by a man. So it's like, you listen to me or you get the hell out of my house.
Your water's in the truck. Do you want to go get it?
You understand what I'm saying?
Blueberries, yeah. Yeah, no, let's go get your water.
It's like how I always say, like how I was an alcoholic when me and Maria first got together, and I asked her, why did you move away from home to get away from your dad halfway around the world to marry an alcoholic?
Right.
Work on your childhood stuff, because I'm working on my stuff, because there's your predatoriness, how you similar to my mother. If we don't work on these, it's going to come to a point where we separate, because you're still going to stay like my mother, and I'm still going to stay drunk like your dad that you were trying to get away from.
Yeah.
And it's something that we say we don't want, but yet
So
we keep pulling it into a
Right.
relationship as one of us goes, okay, I'm done with this. But yet here I'm back in the car.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, well, what am I doing? Am I actually done with this?
Right.
That's why I was trying to say that twin talk and that argument and the frustration I had that first time trying to talk with their father when he knows I don't drink alcohol,
Right.
but pushes that thing. And I knew it wasn't him, but I was trying to explain to her, honey, the way he did it is some machismo thing within me. And I know how women do, but here, you're at my house, drink the spirit. And it's like, okay, if you're going to do that here, let me talk with you about something.
Right.
You just had children with this woman. You need to learn how she talks since you're not understanding me.
Yeah.
I had to understand. Remember the talk that I was having to you? That's why I said I'm highly frustrated to you.
Yeah.
Because this fucking, you're going to have fun with this. I'm dousing this, and if you guys don't work on this simple communication on this right here, you're going to have a problem.
Right.
Because doors he thinks that are open aren't open.
Yeah.
You guys have a beautiful family, and the scarcity. He just went and took care of his family and came back and freaked out, like she did several times. Now that her family's working on stuff and she's doing something that she never did as a childhood.
Yeah.
Every time she come from her family and come back, she started fucking divorcing. She started last year when she come home from Florida.
Right.
This time in her life, see mom and dad stopped fucking being sick for mom.
Right.
She's like, oh, she comes home. Everybody told her when she was getting in the car, you can get back on the fucking plane. No, I told her you can get back on the fucking plane and die with your family, dude. I tried to give her a hug and shit, and you know someone.
Right.
It was into her.
Right.
I'm like, what the fuck? You can get back. That's what I told her. You can get back and die with whoever the fuck you just got off the plane with.
Yeah.
Because you're not you, man.
Yeah.
So that day she's going, you can get what you want. You're getting what you want. We're done. And I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? Let me get the Facebook message all 100. Marie had the best time of her life, didn't she? she don't know how to handle this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm like, dude, I talk to you every day while you're there. You're saying you're having so much fun with your family. What the?
Yeah.
You come home and it's free out. Oh my God. Mom and Dad are happy. Uh-oh. I don't know how to deal with this.
How to
Uh-oh.
react.
Dad doesn't turn into a pumpkin at 6 o'clock like the usual.
Right.
Mom's speaking up for herself. Oh shit.
Yeah.
What do I do?
Yeah, it's so foreign.
It was like nuts. We've had a couple of hiccups like that again, where I'm just, first thing I go to is, okay, what's going on with one of your parents?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, right.
With her dad's surgery.
The reflection.
She had to Orville several times. We had some issues where she pulled over and like freaked out, and like I got out of the car. And was like, dude, you're doing like my mom, but my mom was on fucking pills.
Oh.
Please stop, honey. You're not my ex. Oh, you're bringing up Heather. Yes, I brought up Heather, but what I'm bringing up was, but Heather, I was fucking drunk. I'm sober right now. There's no way that you can turn this shit over onto me. I'm sober, and I'm getting the same feeling where I'm asking you to pull the car over. Because you're scaring me. Before I was drunk, and I'm trying to analyze this, I'm not drunk right now.
Right.
And I realize I'm part of the equation and situation, but right now, you're really doing some weirdo shit to where if the police was behind us, we're going to jail.
Yeah.
Because right now, if I even say the sky is blue, you're going, and I'm like, where's the house place? Honey, you're parked in front of it. I'm like, oh my God, dude. Like, okay, do I get out of the car? Because if I do get out of the car, you're going to leave me.
Yeah, right.
Like my other one did, because she told me she's going to leave me. Get out of the car, shut up. She put on 3 phones the GPS go to the same place, and I started talking to her. And I was sitting there trying not to laugh, but I was just okay, because she was yelling at me for talking to her, because she tried to tell me that I was like talking too much. So I was like, okay, I'll shut up. You know, the things are telling her to go these places, and she got off the highway, and all she had to do is do a U-turn and get back on. No, dude. You know your homegirl. As pig-headed as I am, she would not turn the car around. If I said anything and just go back to the highway, babe, nope. She followed the GPS, which one I don't know, and we drove that way.
And we went that way.
On E.
Of course.
As I'm going, honey, do you want to get gas? Okay.
Out of the way.
I'm like, fuck, do we got a gas can in this mother? Where did we get gas at? Get the GPS. I'm just like, alright, boss. But is there anything going on with mom and dad?
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now I get
Can
it.
we pull
Now
this
it
shit
makes
over?
sense.
At least now, a day or two later, she apologizes and says, yes, this is what's going on. That I never got with my mom. My mom has started actually to apologize to Maria for when she has those freakouts.
Right.
Where it makes me, because she had a freak out on our daughter when Michaela moved to Oklahoma. She flipped out on Michaela because I asked Michaela, reach out to your grandmother. She hasn't seen your son.
Right.
I don't know what you've dealt with, but I put it in this manner because my daughter was working with people with dementia and old folks home and so forth. And because sarcoid messed with my mom's mind, I said, look, honey, now that you get to see what other people deal with and what your father's dealt with your grandmother, and you see my compassion, it's not that I'm dealing with this stuff, I'm just trying to understand it and not play a victim or allow someone to make me a victim or give an excuse on anybody, but I'm truly trying to love this person because this is where I come from. There wouldn't be you without her.
Yep.
So if you feel that you've grown up enough and you see some things, maybe reach out to your grandmother. You can say hello or whatnot on Facebook.
Right.
She sent a message, my mom jumped down her throat. You fucking what's up? And you move on. Now I get to see my grandbaby. And I was like, oh my God, Mom.
Yeah.
But yet she told Maria, I'm sorry. So I got the phone. The last time I talked to my mom, September 8th of last year. So I told my mom that wasn't right. I didn't yell at my mom or anything. I just said something that she didn't like to hear.
Right.
But her and my mom have been talking the last couple months, which I enjoy.
Right.
My best friends and my family are talking to each other. It's all I've ever wanted in my life. My kids to talk to each other and people I consider family. Be able to talk. Even if I'm not involved, just those people, if they can talk with each other because of the reason they're supposed to be together and understanding. But yet, a way of talking with each other, not, I'm going to talk at you or you're going to accept this or what. It's like, no, this door is like this. It doesn't go like that. We're going to stay like this, and we only stay like this. So I got on my mom going, Mom, you're the matriarch of our family. You told your daughter-in-law sorry, but you didn't apologize to your granddaughter. Because it was crazy. We're Facebook Live. She's scanning my mother. And it's showing my mom's going through some crazy shit in her mind at the time. Like, super crazy shit in her mind. That should be, like, in psychiatrist, like, be locked up in, like, for evaluation type stuff. And, like, evil influences and spirit and poltergeist type. No, I'm being serious.
Yeah.
So she says this thing that I know she knows would trip. Whatever ghost or spirit would make that, like, jump on that. And she said it. And I was like, why'd you do that? So she did the cop-out. Where I'm just not going to talk to your mother. And I was like, no, I don't want you to say that. Just think about what you would say, because there's things that, you and I talk about, but you asked me not to bring it up. You don't have to say that, but you know that would, cause an issue with your parents or I.
Right.
So you asked me not to speak on that. Should I have to say that to you? Because I do on some things, because I've noticed for some reason it comes out. I know it's been intentional, but it comes out, and you need to clean that. That's what I get aggravated with.
Right.
Try to figure out how to work that out so you can understand things between you and Todd and the external, because you do have the grandparents, and they still play a part in the, if we haven't grown up,
Right.
relation type thing. I mean, hell, we're all kids having kids here.
Romeo calls him Romeo.
If you understand.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. Interesting perspective. Romeo.
Oh, Maria.
Hey, are you gonna...
Now when my mom starts tripping out and, like, complaining about me and bitching, like, she's me. And several times, in the past, before that door, like I was saying, that Dave established to be done. There was a differentiation between, I'm not your kid, but I am.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm extended family. Don't talk to me that way.
Yeah.
I'm not that person. You want to complain about your child, then complain to your
People
child.
get complacent in relationships, and we feel like we got ownership, and we can treat each other the way that,
Right.
and we get really too comfortable on each other, and we just feel like we can talk to each other in whichever way, because
We drop off some berries in.
Cat food. Your cat.
She called me super. And I'm sorry that and so people
Right.
sometimes, like, you get busy and she didn't go in your way, flowing in your way, and you kind of blame the other person, like, responsible for things that are going your way. And it takes a minute to be like, well, you're not me. You're outside of my sphere. Why do I feel like I absorb and own you?
Yeah.
At least I do that.
Yep. That GPS thing.
I get on GPS
No, that GPS talk that I was telling you about, G, when we were coming back to get the dome, when she got lost from pulling off where Budweiser station is in Vackyville.
Oh, I do.
So.
And GPS and CDs and everything.
There's bicycles and cars and people everywhere.
We weren't in the city. We were on the highway.
Yeah.
Lots of
cars.
She had used my words against me, but not in a bad way.
Right.
Where I used to tell her, I'm drunk, what's your excuse? I don't like the way you're talking. Well, she hit me where I was almost getting aggravated because the way I was saying, if I said the sky was blue, she was freaking out on me. Where I started yelling too. But then she goes, well, you're yelling. And I was like, but I'm only reacting to you.
Right.
And then I thought about it. I was like, no, you're not. You know what? Actually, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut up. I'll let you do your shit. Do what you're doing over there. I'm not going to feed into this because we're just going to go on this hamster wheel.
Of course, yeah.
And I like that you use my words. Thank you. It was in the perfect context. I'm not going to rebuttal that.
Yeah.
Because she was like, you're yelling. And I was like, no, I'm just yelling now. Because I'm aggravated. You know what? Actually, now I'm going to stop yelling. Please, if you wish to continue this conversation about this, don't do it in an antagonistic manner that you're doing to me right now.
Right.
To get that response, because we're not talking about that right now. I'm trying to keep whatever's trying to feed through me to dick at you. Could you do the same thing, please? Please, honey. Because I know it's not you. And again, like I was saying.
He puts his headphones on. He's like, I'll let you get
He's like, I will check out completely.
She pulls them out.
Completely, and I was stuck. I literally hit a dead end on the road and I was stuck and I wasn't gonna turn around.
Oh.
Dude, I rerouted that shit so many times. I really had no idea. I get a mental block, and I say I won't turn around. I won't turn around. Like I don't care. I don't care. If I got a detour for another 20 miles, I'll do it. I'm not turning around and getting on.
And you can see it in your partner, so I was just like,
mental block.
Right.
I don't want to cause an argument. I'm gonna try to just ride this out, and she pulls the headphone out. Oh shit, here we go.
I'm always so scared she's gonna eat that.
So if you can try to do that,
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of communication to work on.
it will help those two see how to do the same as they get older and with each other.
Right.
As they're absorbing what's happening at the moment.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember that's how they learn how to
It
communicate.
drove me nuts. I couldn't stand it when they were absorbing all of that. It was madness. I've never seen him like that. All done.
All done. Listo.
All done.
I can't say anything on it because it's why my kids aren't in my life. Because I was that. Because I allowed the madness to get in.
Yeah, it was crazy.
The only thing I can say is what happened on the family trip. Maria told me that he went to go help his parents and then he came back. That's how I was bringing it up about her going, having the best time of her life with her family and then coming back and telling me we're divorced. And I'm like, what the hell happened at home?
Yeah.
Hey, let me get a hold of your parents. Alejandro, what happened? Well, Dad got sick. Everyone actually came together because Dad got sick because of that urinary tract infection. He had a thing for too long and so forth and put it off. And everything came together, worked out. She flipped out on me because she wanted me to use her feather. And I was like, no, honey, I don't use your feather. Hey, this is the best time for you to actually douse someone like I do without your feather.
Right.
Now, ah! And then finally she did. And she goes, you know what, actually, thank you. Now she doesn't even need a witness from a person to fucking stand them.
Right.
Do you understand? Like myself. And I'm going, why, like with the backhoe, why fight this first thing? I know it's genetically in our means to do such, not saying that we're wired that way, but if it's a predisposition that you've never seen a woman running a backhoe because your country you've never seen one,
Right.
I can see the pushback.
Yeah.
But are they around right now?
Right.
And are you not running a women's group and wishing to say such? So put the toe in the water at least.
Right. Yeah.
You understand what I'm getting at with that stuff?
Yeah.
It's the same with you, sister, because my wife looks up to you.
Yeah.
In the ways that you guys do stuff. You're a woman, doing her own thing.
Yeah. For
me, hearing the stuff and seeing the stuff that's going on, the man's flipping out, drunk. Why I said those things is because the evilness that was in me, why I'm not with my ex-wife, is because I allowed that in me. Because I didn't work for myself, because the man tried having kids.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah, totally.
That's why when we got together, all the stuff that I said with no filter, really. I'm Todd.
Yeah.
And she's trying to get with me. Yeah. Hey, you know what? Fucking, I just went, I didn't say Heather was all fucked up and all this stuff. I said, no, I'm a fucking drunk.
Right.
I passed the fuck out and don't realize what I had done. She told me I choked her. I can't say no. That's why I said, no, this shit that's going on now,
right.
I'm sober. You can't put no shit in my head.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
I know what's going on, dude. No. I'll accept this. It's why I told her I give praise that the woman stepped away when I allegedly did what I did. I know we were arguing because she put hands on me.
Right.
I know what I did. I probably snapped because I've been suppressing it so much. That's why with her, what she doesn't like is we sit down and do this. No, we're going to talk. I don't want to argue with you. No. I don't want to let this build up. We'll talk.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it takes 2 hours and you like to do this. Well, if you got an issue with that, well, then I'm going to put my headphones on. You don't like that. My ex-wife spent several years of our relationship with just my headphones on, or me drinking on the porch because she didn't want to talk.
Damn.
What is the talk of, what's the point of this sex talk or fucking this mindless chatter?
Right.
If we're not actually as a relationship talking about the real fundamental things.
Yeah.
How we're going to be with our kids, what's going on with this,
right.
so on and so forth. But these things with our relationships with our friends coming in.
Day, you know, 5-10 minutes a day to sit down and look at each other and talk.
Yes.
You know?
Actually talk.
Yeah. Not like you said, not the mindless chatter, which is fine if you have that, if you have the other talk, you know. You can have it all, but, you know,
If you at least give
the mindless
that
chatter.
5 minutes of like family talk
Right.
and relationship talk because things change so quick when
Yeah.
babies come.
Well, they change every fucking day too. Like.
True, but babies, when they come in,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't understand what my grandfather was saying until, with Michaela, it was like Erica told me, she never seen us actually being together. My daughter even said the same thing. And I'm trying to figure out, like I asked her, her mother and I were up together basically up to the year that me and Heather met, and her mother and Bunky had met, but she doesn't remember, like what she said to me last year that hurts my heart, when she goes, I just want it to be like it was in the past, me and Mom. And I'm like, well fuck, there's only 4 months when your mother and I splitting up, and your mom getting with fucking Bunky, and me getting with Heather.
Right.
Your mother getting pregnant, and having the triplets, but one was warped, so she had twins. Went from a woman that was all about our daughter to this, our daughter never been pap smear, all that kind of stuff that you heard,
Right.
to where she was put in a fucking trailer in the front and with the boys.
Right.
The whole family just went after the boys. I'm like, what the fuck? You divorced me because you said I wouldn't work because I wouldn't leave the dad's mill, but you got with a dude that doesn't have a job, got you to quit your nursing career to where you just do online sales. You guys never leave. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. How does that?
Where you used our daughter as a babysitter, as she stated she felt. And I'm like this one, hey. But I've not talked to her. I sent her messages. The only person she talks to is her mother. I talk to Caleb more than I do my own child. And I go the Stockholm thing. That's why I say I wouldn't know my grandchild if it wasn't for Caleb, from me talking with his dad. Because I knew his father was nuts. And his father died. I went to school with his dad, Chad. He was a ditch with his father. His dad was a 4-year senior. You know, one of those that would sit around and still kick it with the young kids and sell weed and shit.
They keep getting older at
Right.
the same age.
He showed me a picture of him when he walked up with a grandson. I was like, well, your dad's name's Chad. He was like, hey, you know. I was like, you just don't want to know. I didn't realize your dad was Chad, but the other side of your family I can't be around, but if they're cool now, it's cool, but still on paper I can't be around. But life is interesting. Back to the whole long-winded thing that I was talking about the codependent thing about Maria moving halfway around the world to get away from an alcoholic father to marry an alcoholic.
Right.
You understand? Bunky kept Erica in alcoholism. Erica got me to drink when we were younger. She's the first person to ever give me a black eye and loosen my teeth. As I said, I go after women like my mom.
Right.
That's Heather, Erica, Maria. You understand?
Yeah, well.
When you work on those codependent things, so I was saying of that Darwinism thing, if you can get away from that, turn off those trace markers, then in the argument, you have your talk,
Right.
not your parents and grandparents and great-grandparents' miasmal flow pushing on you to react with the uppercut or a left, and I mean by like, I'm gonna fucking, just say what it needs to do to get the ego stroke to make you hurt. And it's like, well, why am I making the person that I love hurt?
That's what it is. He's like, I make you hurt. I'm like, man, I don't have that inside of me.
You know?
It's crazy.
Mom issues real bad. One has to, again, talk with someone and open the doors. Why I get on Maria a lot, and I know it sense for me that it bugs you, but my wife just told me in the last couple of months she's now concerned because, like, I had to get on her, and I have it recorded from telling her, you realize because you finally got your shit together, not that your shit, that's saying business-wise, you got your heart together, your family can actually see that you give a fuck, and she's actually verbing this, that she cares for her family. She cares for more than something just herself.
Right.
Is what she's explaining to me. And I go, hey, it doesn't hurt. And you understand my issue? Fuck. Don't you understand that's what everything being human, honey? What have you been doing all this fucking time that you're 33 years old turning and you're just now saying, oh my God, I care for my mom.
Yeah.
I care for my dad. So I told her, you know my mom and dad's coming for you because fucking dad's about to die here soon. And mom's coming to stay with us. You dumb fuck. Why don't you get your shit together and understand that? Understand why I've helped you get your credit fucking high is because mom and dad can't buy nothing here. You have to put the mortgage. You have to do all this stuff. You've been proving to them and understanding the stuff that understands to make it to show that you can do that. They're not going with Lule, who's flying around. They're not going with the other brother. They're not going with the other two motherfuckers.
Yeah.
They got all these international known shit. They're,
Come in here.
you
Yeah.
wake up. There's a reason behind that. It's not me. It's you, honey. They seen this growth.
Mhm.
And they see it. Wake up to it.
Look, he's crawling. This happened in the last like 2 days.
What?
Mhm.
Is he through the stutter step? Try to do this at all?
No, he just
With-
he does it.
On the couch or
He
anything?
does the crab walk, I guess, or the butt up in the air, you know, and then he does
The scoot.
Did you take it out?
Michaela looked like she was swimming. She would like stretch and like crawl. And then she would kind of get like this and like, ah! Like they'd get all crazy. And then she took off running.
Are you gonna go give one to Zeke?
I didn't get to see
Come on.
Zeke.
You go look here?
I missed Ezekiel on that Earage walk, unfortunately. But the first one I got to see.
Yeah, just the last 2 yards I went.
And it goes fast, dude.
His knees are getting all red. I took off clothes, you know, give him a bath, and his knees are all red. This is really sweet for you. Yeah, no, good deal. You like those? Where's your water?
Oh, no, no.
Water.
I think Isla likes running because running is on her face, she gets on his face, they're like at the same level of
And he's like,
harassment.
you gotta watch him though.
Romeo.
He headbutts.
Yeah,
He headbutts Isla.
for you? She's sitting in the porch and she sat on the porch with him.
Hey, he has to be a young kitty.
Because he has a lot of compassion.
Oh, yeah.
Any animal can be.
Well, Cherry's at home.
Oh, Cherry's at home.
She learned Chilean, she won't stop saying it. She wakes up in the morning. And then we go outside. 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 Yeah. I try to teach her. Good job.
No.
There you go. Well, finding nice and sugary. But I'm like, I need a simmer in the spoon to get those bins and sugar is just everywhere.
Oh, monkey balls. I ain't seen those in a while. We tried to save some seeds. We had a big monkey ball bush in Rackerby. They grow here. They grow here.
I tried alongside.
You gotta do like an arbor and stuff with them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're vinous, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's the one fruit that I missed from the Rackerby house. Is those. They get big.
Really? Like big?
Yeah.
Softball?
Yeah. Not a little bit bigger. Or not bigger, but a little bit smaller than a softball. How sometimes you get like the oblong ones, like how you get the big, super big strawberries.
Ooh, yeah. We had some chili that Granny made for lunch.
Hey, your mom didn't rain, no.
No.
Oh, you froze it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been using everything. I haven't been to the grocery store in weeks. You know? I barely went. I went once when Rich was here. We used to get like re-up on berries and bananas. And Megan didn't bring me bananas and eggs and she'll get me milk or like whatever little thing I need. So I just haven't. I mean, going to the grocery store is too good with good stuff me stuff. So, oh my God, she wants to scream. She wants to touch everything you get in the cart. She has to touch it first, and then she throws it in. So if you get like, you know, tomatoes, like everything smashed at the bottom, you know. So, yeah, I just am not even attempting to go to the grocery store. I'm eating everything out of the freezers and out of the cabinets. We've been getting
It needs to be done anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
Sometimes you just have too much.
yeah. I should have brought you guys some pickled stuff. We have tons of pickled stuff.
How was your father doing?
He's good. He, the job in Yellowstone is like maybe not now. I guess they're not opening till June 1st, and then so they're cutting back a bunch of staff. And so he doesn't know if they're gonna cut like the younger kids that with no experience or the older kids with experience.
Just tell him to keep seeing himself there.
Yeah.
Like,
And I think no matter what he's gonna get to go, it might just be a lot shorter. So he's still gonna drive out here with my mom, and hey buddy, look. Ila, do you want any more? Yeah, he'll still drive out here, so that'll be nice. He'll be out here for a while. We'll hang out with the kids since we didn't get to it Thanksgiving, you know. So, yeah, it's gonna, but yeah, he's a little bummed. He's like a little kid that, you know, he's just like so excited to go.
What's the name? What's the name?
Yellowstone?
No, but the lodge.
The Yellowstone Inn.
I've been trying to search details like how to find it or whatnot because I couldn't remember what it was, but it's just
Yeah, it's like the oldest one, and it's like, oh my god, made out of these huge trees, and like, you know, horns, you know, thing, what are they, chandeliers, you know, just like the typical lodge you would see, but just grandiose, you know, I mean, really, really cool place. So, I think no matter what, our vacation is still on at least. But he's just waiting to hear back. He said by this week.
It's funny, Todd's not really into her like having dogs, but she loves it, you know, and she like carries it around with her. And,
I'm like, yeah, that's a weird looking little thing. I totally agree, but
yeah, the concept of dogs is kind
it's really weird.
Zeke had a puppy. This little girl, he was 4 years old, I think, when she gave it to him. 4 or 5. He kept it till, I don't know, he might even still have it now, but he had his little puppy that was sweet. If that thing did not go.
Oh, you have to know where those are.
Yes,
I
yes.
was like, Rich, why didn't you get 3? Like, you don't buy one.
No, dude. No.
I
No.
found her out on the excavator today. You know, the
like,
little mini excavator. I was like,
Oh my god.
I
When
bought
she gets to
that
where
blanket that
she won't go to
carries.
sleep.
I bought a used one on eBay because I couldn't find a new anywhere. So we have 2 of those. You know,
when they get to where they won't go to sleep because they feel insecure without that special thing.
You gave that to the child.
No. Sometimes they get.
I'm in Target buying underwear. I go find Rich and Isla. I got Oxley. And all of a sudden, Rich is down the toy aisle with Isla. I'm like, she doesn't know what a toy aisle is. She's never been in a toy aisle. What are you doing? Yeah.
Next thing you know, they're not by your side because they're over there.
She doesn't know about it.
Yeah. She doesn't need to know yet.
No, she doesn't need to. She has the rest of her life to beg me for toys. Yeah. No. No, thank you. Would you like some? I know you.
Michaela didn't do that.
Rosie to bed.
My oldest
Yeah,
didn't
some
do
kids
that.
don't have
Middle one, it wasn't that we gave him the puppy. His friend gave it to him.
Right.
And he just, as soon as it
Yeah.
wasn't removed, the first like week or so of it
Right.
not being removed, and it was like it's next to my neck while you're getting bedtime story.
Right.
It was a wrap.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It was a wrap.
We didn't realize that obviously she was like,
She even knows which blanket she prefers of the 2. There's ones like they wash a little more, so they're a little faded, and she likes that. Yeah, I mean, but the fact that she can tell the difference, I'm like, holy crap. And she will go to that one every time.
My stepbrother Eli and I would make fun of our older brother Chris because he had a Winnie the Pooh blanket that he had still. He's 9 years older than me, and the man. No, still. I mean, I have my daughter's blanket that was crocheted by my great aunt, but that's.
There's nothing like a
That's
good
different.
blanket.
Right, that's
Nothing in
different.
life.
It's sentimental because it was given for her when she was this age,
Right.
and I'm waiting still to give it to her. So I sleep with it, but it's not like.
Right.
Not like my pants I had took those little piggy two away, man.
Oh man, did you still wear them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were too much now, but it was
I know women do that too.
fun. I haven't bought new clothes in forever. I keep trying it, but it never works out, so I just keep the old ones.
Oh.
Yeah. Hi. Getting into everything. He likes to explore. He's like getting a little fussy about every like 7 minutes. You just throw something different into his car seat, and he's like, "What is this? I've never seen this before." And he can finally hold things. So. Rah 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 rah.
Isn't it nice exploratory age?
Yeah, it's great, and it shuts him up for another couple minutes. And this one slept. She slept most of the way.
I like how they observe each other.
Oh my
like
God,
he really observes how she chews and does things. Like he's like, I'll
he
get
watches
there.
her for everything.
I'll
yeah,
be doing
he
that.
wants to so bad. She ate mush food until she was probably like 1. He's like, I don't want that much anymore. I want what she's having, you know?
Yeah.
And so now I'm like having to find food that he won't choke on because he's still very chokeable right now.
But he's willing to.
Yeah, but he wants it.
Pecking order.
Huh?
That pecking order.
Yeah.
So I was trying to tell
I
her.
mean, he wakes up and he's like, he's like all snuggly on my chest, and as soon as he hears a noise from her, where is she? What's she doing? Where is she? Where is she?
I told Maria,
She's the coolest person I know.
I know your mom, your dad. I know Lule. I've gotten to talk to Juan. I got to talk to your 2 oldest brothers to know exactly all your personalities.
Yeah. This one's got some major personality.
He does.
Hey, can I have a high five?
What? High fives are good. Can I get one? What?
What about,
Hey, Maria.
can we get slow 10s? You want slow 10s? Yeah, she's been a lot more clingy lately. And then Rich was here for a little while, and she even got clingy with him. You know, I think she's just like missing that male. You know, but she definitely been pushing her brother over a lot, throwing things a lot, because I have to give him the attention. And she doesn't like it. Like when I go to give him a bottle and put him into bed or to nap, she wants to be in the room, and he can't focus and drink the bottle with her in the room, obviously, because she's not sitting there quietly trying to help me put him to nap. You know, she's being a maniac, and so then I have to close the door, you know, on her, and it's like the worst feeling in the world. This is like, I feel so like I've not been able to give her the attention that I want to give her. And it's rough. I think it's great to have them close, but I probably would have waited to and I know she's going to need that attention until she's like 7, you know, so no time would have been waiting enough. But sometimes it breaks my heart, like I have to be like, can you go read a book while,
No, thank you.
most over to a book, you know, read a book. But then we snugs afterwards. I'm like, well, we'll snug. As soon as brother goes away, it's just me and you. And then, like, brother's just so toxic. Yeah, well, it's just now. Because I don't even want to be on the floor more. But he, like, you know, he wants,
It's alright, Mama. You're doing the best you can.
I know, and it's so different when Todd's here, you know, because then that's one of us.
Creep in here.
No, it's not. I'm just being. I know that they treat me just to hang out with them. They're killing it. All we do is swing and go to the park and like swing more, you know, and dig in the garden and Like they.
Is that what you do when
read
you're
books.
swinging?
Whee! Gentle. Remember her? Gentle. Oh, you got the sunscreen. Yeah, that's pretty.
Tia. Tia.
Mm.
Tia. What you doing, Tia?
Should you put some? Come here. You put some on. Oh, there you go. You better get that bald head. No, that one's chocolate and coffee. Two things you don't get to eat. That one's for Mom. Oh, brother, we gotta get your bald head too. Bald head is covered up, dude. You're good, Mark.
How are you doing on you though?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm tired. I'm ready for some sleep. Like maybe just like 24 hours of just straight sleep. But otherwise, you know, it's good. I've been out once, you know, just hung out with some friends and
Have you figured
drank
out?
way too much. How much I love my children being in my life because I'm not a
That's
drunk.
always a realization.
It's
dude.
amazing. I'm so glad
Right?
that I
Can
have
you
it.
write it in your paper?
Yeah.
Put it on your mirror?
Yeah, it's the first time I've been out in 3 years, you know? And so I was like, I'm really glad that I don't do this all the time. And I'm really thankful for my kids because they keep me grounded and they, you know, as much as I'm like, I feel like I'm
Mr. Huxley.
missing out sometimes, I'm like, so
Priorities
happy.
are different.
And when I do it, I'm like, nope, I'm stoked. Hey,
Mr.
why don't you
Huxley.
keep your hood on?
Mr.
Well, the
Huxley.
priorities are different now.
Yeah, for sure. I know, you're exhausted. Oh. You feeling okay? Nose isn't so ready.
I haven't heard him sneeze.
No,
I
he hasn't.
know.
God, he started just
Those
sneezing and
beautiful blue
coughing.
eyes,
So
yours.
bad. He's
Those
been
windows.
doing a lot.
There was a tree.
Are you doing him like a
You
warm
see the trees?
bath? Something to take
You know the tree?
you know, if there's
Where the
some
tree
place
come
to
from?
warm him up.
Yeah, it's not. I think it's either just like a little nose run
It
or
was windy 2 days
heat.
ago.
Yeah, and he was outside playing and I didn't have socks on. His feet got a little cold. You know, I forget sometimes that they're so sensitive. I'm like, oh, he's fine. He's tough.
Eat some dirt.
Yeah, and then I forgot. Oh my
You'll be
God,
fine.
he is just a little bit baby.
No, Huxley, you look so big though. Your spirit is like
8
grandiose.
months in a couple days.
He carries himself really well though.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a good boy.
I see his potential. That's what I see, his potential. It's all around him.
He's my baby boy. And he's not going to be my baby, so I have to enjoy every second because he's growing up so fast.
Oh my gosh.
And then he's going to be walking, and then he's just going to be a big boy, and he won't want to hug his mom all the time anymore.
All that stuff I was saying earlier, I was just saying to Maria the other day.
I think it got something to eat.
Spirit is telling me, you know,
Find something to eat.
you need to reach out. Even though Michaela ain't talking to you.
Yeah.
You got that grandbaby that we missed his second birthday. They said they were going to bring him up, and they haven't. We were there for the first, we missed the second, because we said we're working. We
Right.
worked. We did this.
Right.
Because the kids said they'd bring him up.
Let's see if we
December
find you
this year is
something
going to be a
healthy.
third, so I was like, Maria, literally like 2 days ago, I was like, Maria, like, what are the kids doing? Like, what are they doing? We got this, we're now got this stuff situated, we got a spot for them to stay. I wish to be the babysitter they said we were going to be. So I sent a message, I was like, you know, you did tell me I was going to be a babysitter. I've been working my ass off so I could be a babysitter, because Caleb sent me a message going, I went by the crystal shop yesterday, and where's the shop? And I'm like, fucking, you're not paying attention to my words that I told you in September that we're closing, and
Is that, what else does that mean?
well, that's why I've been offering to pay you to help me up here to cut wood and shit like that. Like, I need help. It's just me.
Jesus.
I can get some help, but nope, nothing.
What do they think you do?
So they sent some pictures of the baby, and I'm like, oh my god, he has full teeth, he's
Right.
running around and all this. I'm like, Maria, he's gonna be a teenager if we don't fucking
Yeah,
act.
it
If
happens.
we don't act, he's gonna be a teenager.
Yeah.
I go, look at Vicente. I go, we watched Vicente in pictures, and then we got to meet that beautiful human being that was talking to us. So I'm like, that's not a 5-year-old, or hey, honey, 6 when you met him? But you heard him on this message we was talking, or what she translates and states.
Right.
Yeah, he's calling my grandmother to say, my brother's not wiping my butt. You know, this woman is 4. And it's like, that's an educated little child right there.
Human. That's a smart human.
You're older than your age.
If you know your butt's not getting wiped correctly at age 4, you are smart.
And you call the parental unit of your parental unit
Yeah.
to complain.
Yes.
Yeah, you're above
Might
me.
be a little bit of annoying.
You're
but
above
that
me,
is a
kid.
Smart baby.
You're above me, kid.
Yeah.
You got me there. Waiting to get this bathroom done with this strawberry kid. She keeps pestering me about having a child. I'd like to have one.
Yeah.
I just don't want to homestead child in America because you can't do that. You
Yeah.
gotta have a septic.
Yeah.
You gotta take your baby. I
Wow.
keep telling her that. You don't have a proper septic, they take your child. Child abuse.
Fuck is that? There are so many other ways to. I mean, what consists of a
If
proper
you don't
septic?
if you don't got a proper septic or
What's proper
electricity
septic
or water,
though?
if you don't have those three things, the same as a foster kid. You don't got those, you can't foster a child. You can't foster a kid, you can't have your own
I
child.
don't know what some of the fucking people live with, and they have all that, but they, yeah, are you kidding me? They can't have, like, how about mental health? What about that, you know? Like,
When we went down the breakdown, if I didn't have my felony,
right,
I could adopt.
yeah,
But I can't adopt because I'm a felon. So she was like, well, what about me? Well, she's a citizen now. She can. I keep telling her, honey, pamphlets state you can do this and this. Apply that to if you get pregnant, it's the same.
right.
Otherwise, CPA, all those people step in and say, you don't have this. Well, take your kid.
So
I don't know why, but I mean, I kind of can see why.
I mean, I kind of understand it, but it's all situational.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's it sucks that it's under this broad thing, and it is. I mean, obviously hard to police all of that one way or the other, good or bad. You know, but it's a shame that that's what it's become. But it is understandable. I mean, some of the things that people have done would probably, you know, are child abuse. Now, a kid out here, he'd be in fucking heaven. He'd be fine.
Yes or no, again, depending on how they're raised, because the young lady that
Right.
I went to school with that we work on now that has children. She became a lady of the night for a while and retired because just down the way in that valley, literally that valley over there, she was raised.
Yeah.
She and her sisters were molested by their stepfather continuously throughout their childhood and hurtful and never got to go to school until someone snitched and CPS came in and was like, what the fuck are the kids doing in this?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
All of her scenarios.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Let's go see the house.
I didn't tell her because of those things in my record, I just don't wish to have.
Yeah, any issues.
I don't have a foot that's down on it.
So
They
what
want to
is
take the hate
what
because of my record. Because of my record.
Yeah.
They're not being a citizen. They still haven't really changed that stuff. No permanent bathroom, otherwise the property's red flag when they take the property. We learned that trying to acquire this property.
Right.
We went through several properties that didn't have the septic permit.
Hi. What are you in here trying to raise the M&M jar?
No, she don't even say it. She doesn't even look at it. She's in my mung beans. She's like, oh, mung beans. These are really mung beans. I'm trying to sprout them, but I don't know, at night it's a little cold here.
Oh, yeah.
And they really
You got a heating pad? I have a little tiny heating pad that was barely getting energy. I don't know, you can try it.
I thought eventually we'll get sun and whatnot, like we'll get enough warm.
Yeah.
It's a difference of temperature of the night
Right.
during the day so far. They're mung beans, Mom.
It's really hard for me to get it out of
Look
your
at those
camera.
flowers.
No,
I can't wait for our garden, dude.
I
That's
know.
arugula, and this is from the bok choy. No, this is from the kale and the arugula.
Can't wait for our garden.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's cool.
What?
Yeah, you can cook all those greens too. And then it's inside it's amazing.
crazy. It's like crystals. Oh, beautiful purple crystals.
Yeah. My cauliflower broccoli game was on this year.
Dude.
Yeah. That's a cool one, right? Yeah, I was stoked. That was the last one I picked it this morning. And I was coming here. I'm gonna go get diapers for you guys. I'll be right
can't
back,
wait.
okay?
I can't wait, Isla.
It's tasty.
We'll be right back, Isla.
Isla. Wait a minute. It's okay. It's okay, baby. Yes, Isla. Check this out. Is it empty? You see any of these? Let me see. You turn it over like this. Oh, we still got it. And you turn it this way.
That sounds like rain, Isla. Sounds like water.
Come here, Miss Isla. Watch your fingers. Watch your fingers.
Hey, can you get the wipes out of the bowl out of the basket? Did you have baskets like this at your shop? Do you have any left? I want to buy one.
Little.
No, I want a big one. You got any big ones?
I think I might in
somewhere.
in my Gucci trailer.
Thank you.
I think I do in my Gucci trailer.
If you have any left.
They're so practical
I love it.
for everything.
Yes. Oh. Another. Which is my favorite. Yep. Wow. He's sitting so well. Yeah, he's finally not flopping over and just pushing them. Just like to hear that thunk. Bud. Yeah, big ol' head. I try to keep hats on him, but he doesn't like the hats like she does. Whoa, put that back with you. That's a hard-boiled egg. Okay, hard-boiled. Hard-boiled egg. Would you like it, Isla? Are you gonna eat it if I crack it? Yeah?
Mom, can she give me the hard-boiled egg?
Yeah.
Okay, watch your head.
But you can save it for you too.
I think it's hard for her to be aware.
Yeah. Legs are facial. Yeah. Doesn't quite yet.
I understand that.
She runs into the wall a lot. Just facially is a little.
I have that issue with my head side. Yeah. Well, that's big 30.
That's gonna be really hard for you.
Yeah. Give me a hard one, but.
Once you get a couple more teeth, you have 16 teeth. Would you? Yeah, I don't want to mama bird it for you. Yeah. Well. Yeah, stick with the mung beans too. Yeah, you'll have yolk everywhere. Hey,
I'll be thinking of you tonight.
Romy will have to come in and clean up.
He don't. He
Uh-uh.
don't come in. Like he freaks out. He don't like us closing the door on him. He freaks out.
So I'm outside.
Ever since he went from breaking in and punking us for stuff, to
Right.
where I put that plasma and wax across the doorway,
Uh-huh.
he won't cross the door. Neither does the rainwater coming in anymore. It's interesting.
Interesting.
We open the door, let smoke out or whatnot, and
Yeah.
he just chills.
Huh. That's what I mean.
You don't like it.
Yeah.
realized before, him and socks are still coming in.
Ah.
And I was like, alright, dude. So I have to figure out how to.
It's been eating since we got here.
I have to do the windows so they can't hop in here.
Burn a lot of energy on that nap over. Are you ready to change your diaper? Oh. Where are you going with that?
Thank you, Allah.
I like to lay down. I know you peed in your pants by now.
Can we change your pants, Allah, maybe?
Yeah.
It'll feel better.
Do you know what your power consumption is, sister?
No. A lot now that there's 4 people in this house. I eat before.
I mean, in the sense of, say,
Say good deal. Show me a bill. Kilowatt.
Yeah.
say,
I mean, we're at like 29 cents a kilowatt, and like our last bill was 3 something.
but I mean, say the supplement, the dry.
Mm-hmm.
What's your uptake when you're doing that? Because you'll notice it. When you're running the garage.
Right.
Something seasonal like that would make it change or would make it complement.
I just have to go back and look. I don't know. A lot. Because then we're running the AC in the house too, and
I'm just trying to figure out a cheaper way of, say, 2 seasons or, say, 10 months worth of electrical on the house. If you put that in the solar, with the roof space that you have on your garage, you could do a supplement with the solar panels that we have.
right.
You could put those on your roof, and you don't have the block like we have, like, because the sun's now getting blocked by the trees.
Totally.
I had to keep I had to walk over and turn the deep freezer down because I had it on max. Otherwise, it dropped just below.
Wow.
Otherwise, for you wouldn't have to do that because you're on that knoll.
Right.
But for the same price of what we spent on our system, I would say on a non-season, you would be able to at least drop. Right now, what we're doing with 5 hours of good light, we're doing about a kilowatt to 3/4 of a kilowatt to a kilowatt and a half, depending on the clouds,
Right.
a day. Supplementing. If you did that to some grid tie inverters, you could supplement all the power that you're using for the day as the sun's up. And be it the babies go to sleep early, for the next, say, 5 or 6 years, you'd only have to pay for your power at night that you use.
Right. Yeah.
If you understand what I'm saying.
I know, solar is like our main.
But if you understand what I mean, because they will have that set. You're going to bed by 7 to 9 for the next 5 to 7 years.
Right.
You don't have that heavy draw at night.
Right.
Only the refrigerators or freezers.
Right.
You could supplement or bump them because, again, the kids would be asleep. You don't have that heavy draw from someone always opening. That's why refrigerators use more than a freezer, because it being open more than once in an hour.
Yeah.
Like the refrigerator that we had in the store, I was using kilowatt meter and monitoring.
Yeah.
It uses a kilowatt in 6 hours. And that was just me and Maria every once in a while on normal.
Right.
Every once in a great while walking back and grabbing something to drink, or her messing with it to get a blend or make a food for us.
Right. That's wild, huh?
Yes. And that's on normal or the low setting. So with you normally using it, it's going to do 2 to 3 kilowatts in a day. What we do, and as you know, we've been on this system before we had the solar. I would bump, and I still bump, where I run my freezers 5 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the refrigerator. There's no reason. If you set up a system where you got your stuff that's frozen and use it as a refrigerator for the kids to use for the day,
Right.
and that's your allocated food or what you're going to cook, to use its coldness to keep the stuff that everyone's always using done. That's why I have to get a secondary system I set up over here. before her family coming is I have a whole nother system over there set up for the refrigerator because they don't live like that.
Right. Where are they staying? Your parents?
Oh, we're renting in Chico.
Okay. How far is that?
Chico?
Yeah.
From here to Oroville is 20 miles, and then Chico another
It's about an
10.
hour drive.
30 miles.
Okay.
About an hour drive.
Yeah. Everything's about an hour. I feel like.
Because of the wininess, about an hour.
My
Yeah.
mom liked it because she, she either went downtown Nevada City or
Right.
downtown Chico. I mean, she wanted to wake up and walk or
Right.
do something like that. I wanted to rent a cabin here, nothing to be rented.
Right.
So we ended up $3,400.
For a month.
Yeah, that's why I hit you up. I was like, well, you want to rent your house out?
God, I wish.
And that's half price, Airbnb. Originally six.
Right?
Airbnb.
Why am I not Airbnb?
Why are you not?
Airbnb my house?
We've been trying to tell you, get it done, get whatever, Airbnb.
I haven't been. I finally.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Airbnb, that you got 10 acres behind
No,
your
I
house
hear
that
you.
you can put
I
whatever.
finally feel like I'm at the stage now with him that Todd can watch them and I can start going back to work and doing these things because Todd is really good with ideas, but the completion sometimes isn't the best. And so I'm more of a doer and Hey, I was just trying to help you.
She was helping her.
Miss Isla. So that
Take her egg.
that right there, I'm speaking on myself. From me drinking and responding to Heather that way in front of Ezekiel, for me not being around him that much, she started pointing out that when I would try to get him to do something, he would react like that and go, you see your son's being like you.
Yeah.
And vice versa. I would say, well, look, you're yelling at me too.
Right.
That's why I'm getting back at that communication. They don't know no better
Right.
other than a sponge to go, okay, if I take this or if you want something, what she just did, because they can see what we can't see until we brainwash them to say that there's no special shit out here.
Right.
It's the solar plex chakra. She just flexed her solar flex chakra at me.
Yeah.
Because she's used to feeling that compression wave have to come out if you wish to say something. You understand?
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a lot, honey. I think that's enough. Thank you. You gonna mix? Here, put some mung bean on your egg.
Mimi.
Here.
Remember the last couple of years, our goofy arguments that we've had, and I said, dude, because we're acting like this with each other, I can't have a baby with you. Because I'm still acting in this manner and allowing myself to react in a sense to where we would end up fighting.
You are a child, I'm a child, having child.
I mean, that's what this world is.
It is.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Gabrielle, have you asked your parents? Have you cared about? I was an accident. My mom was in bed and she was going weak. She was having a fever and I got to advantage.
I'm 4 months after my brother. It's just like this one was an accident.
I'm like, Mom, the world is made out of accidents.
They're miracles. They came to us.
But
Look
the
at
people keep doing it. And I'm like,
Oh,
I don't understand the insanity of this. Look at that. Look at that.
He's gonna eat some monkeys.
Something like that looks at you and
I
it's
know.
like, it can't. It is God sent, you know?
Uh-huh.
Are you coming to two? You coming to eat my little mung bean mixture? Come here, little mung bean. Well, I bean, want to eat a mung bean?
Catching the mung beans and she's like, ha ha ha.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a good mix right there. That was
I was way too young to notice that in Michaela when me and Erica split up.
Yeah.
The attitude adjustments were, I'm staying with dad, or she's staying with mom, or she's staying with mom's parents, or she's staying with my parents. I started seeing that with Ezekiel. Ezekiel really latched on to his mother's mother because of when I was in prison, she was doing her job working, and the grandparents watched the baby more.
Yeah.
So many things and inferences of people being in a child's life, you never know who the child sticks to.
Yeah.
And when that person steps out, it's crazy. You see the child.
Oh, those are not good, Isla. Those
No.
are not good.
No, thank you.
No, thanks.
No, thank
They're
you.
not good.
No,
They went bad.
No, thank you, Isla.
She's like, I don't know shit.
No, thank you.
She's like, then we'll just give it to the goat, right?
Yeah.
We'll bring it home for
Charlie
Chico.
like it. Chico like it.
Chico like it.
Chico eat it. Yeah. Thank you very
Hey, do
much.
you want my mix? Here. No, you don't want a little mix? You want a little egg white? You want to go outside? Brother, wait till brother eats his lunch. He's eating some yolk. He's finishing off your stuff.
You see how old we are, right?
Yeah.
You would think the younger generation having kids the age of these would do smoothies. I know about smoothies because, I mean, that whole smoothie thing came out, like, way after I was out of the house.
Right.
And, you know, was still partying, drinking, and drugging, so I wasn't paying attention to smoothies and eating all that kind of good stuff. I mean, other than Jamba Juice or something, but it was like, I'm alright.
Yeah.
These kids now, you tell them smoothie or freeze the fruit, don't get them this, and they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Really?
huh?
Crazy.
The stuff that I wish I would have known to do when I had you.
Yeah. You're like, come on, I know that I'm your dad, but I'm telling you the good stuff that I
It is
do
though.
with you.
That's why your teeth. That's why your teeth messed up. I would have give you this and this, instead of the pacifier and
Right.
all these kind of things, you know, or juice in your bottle. That, you know, the bottle where I didn't know about that.
Right. Yeah. 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 Funny.
They don't tell you that. You know, you didn't come with an instruction manual, but at least now you actually kind of have an instruction manual that you can look up if you wish to, kid.
Right. Yeah, there are
YouTube videos
many
and all
resources
kind of
out there.
things. It's not like in '97 when I had my first, in 2004 I had my second, where it was like, yeah, I still don't know what's going on.
Start?
Like in the 30s, 1932, 1930?
No, but I mean like the internet, like
Like Google search.
yeah. Was that the 80s or the 90s?
I would say two.
I feel like 90s.
90s.
I wasn't using the internet, and
But like early 90s.
I had-
I was born in 88.
I had to
and
take
I feel
Microsoft
like
Word.
I've seen it come in my lifetime, but I had a little bit of consciousness.
I had to do Microsoft Word in high school to graduate,
Mm-hmm.
but to actually sit on the computer and do like now,
Right.
I mean, I remember getting those AOL free,
Oh, baby, we don't need any
those
more
free discs for the internet in 2000.
Remember the
Five.
dial-up?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like 2004,
CDs?
2005.
We never got CDs.
Well, here they used to send them out in the mail where you
Yeah.
get it 120 hours or 300 hours of free internet through AOL. It was like a search engine.
You need to put them in, why don't you put them in your little cup? You want to put them in your cup?
2002, 2003,
Well, go back in there now.
the closest thing to the internet now,
Yeah.
like in my 20s. And Kaylee was 5. Zeke was born 2004. There still was the same information as now on the line that talked about whatchamacallit?
No, don't do it, don't do it.
Circumcision.
Right. See, Eli told me, he's like, what? You don't give your kids chocolate milk? And I'm like, dude, I don't give my kids sugar. I don't give my kids anything. Like, and he's like, oh, he gets chocolate milk, he gets this, that. And I'm like, they have the rest of their life to eat sugar. Like, I'm not speeding that up.
We dried our own fruit and stuff to get to Ezekiel.
Yeah.
Zeke was completely different raised than his older sister.
Whoa! I look, here, here's the cup. You can put things in here and put the lid on.
Oh.
You want to put them in there?
And you can take them to go?
Mom beans to go.
Isla, you're starting a whole movement. Yeah. Where's the lead at? You're sitting on 6 chairs.
Mm-hmm.
Make yourself
She'll
like,
take it over before you know it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She'll make herself to the bed.
Mm-hmm. She'll be taken in that bathtub.
She knows the bathtub.
No,
Careful,
it's a good
brother's
bathtub.
fingers.
What's your brother?
Good job, thank you.
No, it's surprising that.
Watch your fingers.
that
Your other hand. There you go.
You miss each other by the second.
It's crazy. Constant.
Oh, Tia,
Watch
Tia.
yourself. Watch yourself.
He's like
Tia.
tobacco. Hey,
to you.
Here, look. Come on, I got a handful of
There you go, Tia.
That is, can we pick those up? One by one. Stashing candy in my pocket. What is 38 years old? Am I 38 or am I 39? I'm so old I don't even remember my age anymore. I'm
No.
at that point.
You haven't. Sister,
I'll be
now
39.
Now you're gonna have to figure out stash boxes for the food that you like.
I know.
It's
and
like
you can't eat it during the day when they're awake. Like, you can't, I can't not share with her because I don't want to be like that. So literally I told Todd, I said, unless they can eat it, we're not buying it anymore. Yep. Except for if we have our little, my aunt lives in Germany and she sends us tons of German chocolate. Amazing. And all of her favorites, you know, and so we have this little basket on the very top. I have to stand on the stool to get to it. And that's where we keep it. And it's like we're ridiculous. At night they go to bed and come out and raid the candy stash, you know. Otherwise I'm always wearing clothes that I can put pockets on so I can stash food in.
That's what I used to do.
Even if I just want to eat, because I'm like, she'll eat all my food. I mean, literally, she'll have breakfast, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to cook for me. And I cook it, and she's like, she's ready to eat it with me. I'm like, dude, how are moms overweight? She eats all my food. I never get time to eat. I never get to eat my food. Like, I don't know.
Well, that tells you they're stuffing. They're just trying to stuff themselves for things that they were hamster.
Yeah, you're just bored. Yeah.
I mean, I need like Hostess cakes at the gas station all of a sudden. These are dirty now.
Oh yeah, those are.
We'll get those to the goats. You can pick the one. Yeah. I don't think it's 40 cents.
No, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's in the ground, whatever.
It's red dirt from outside.
Yeah. She
No,
don't do that!
That's alright.
I'll have to rinse them.
It's getting cooked anyway.
Is it colander? Yeah.
Yeah, there might be some sticks in there.
Okay.
And, yeah. That one's going to be extra fibrous.
Hey, Isla.
Did you really just give him the dumbbells? He won't be able to lift them high.
I got it.
Some different ways.
Hilarious.
It's gonna be like,
Oh, there you go. Put that in your mouth. Why don't you?
You
The only way I can keep her from eating.
Why does that dumbbell? Okay. You want to go outside?
Hey, brother.
careful. Watch your fingers, baby. Careful with your fingers, baby. Okay.
Bobcats will get you.
See your fingers right here?
Boogeyman.
Owie. Squish. You gotta be careful. I'll come out with you.
I just found the jug of water that I'm going to throw now. I can drink them afterwards to hydrate.
You wanna come out? I'll go out with you. The cat. Oh, meow. Romeo? Where did Romeo go?
I know. I'm like, well, where
Every we were two, at least we can I. When we won what we needed.
where is
One more. One more step. There you go.
Another people's perspective, another people's like, it's just.
Well, yeah, other people's patients.
Romeo? Romeo? The kitty? I think. Romeo! Where's the kitty? I think he might be in the sun. Is he over here? Oh. Did you hear that? Kitty. Romeo. There he is. There's Romeo. There's Romeo. She was looking for you. Huh? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello. Hello. There's Romeo. Did you find it? Kitty. Good. Huh?
No.
You don't want him to come? You coming inside? Come on. Come this way. You want to go inside? Come on. Hold on. Run this way. You want to go inside? There we go. One more step. I'm going to come around this side. There she is. There you go. Here's Mama. You can try to get him to come in. He might. Get her, Romeo. Hope everything goes right for sister. Hope Todd gets his head together. It's horrible. The one when he catch COVID, he caught COVID. And his mind's being controlled. Can you come out, Miss Isla? You got it? Can you get the door? Careful, I'll get it for you. Oh. I'll get it. Can you get the door? Can you get the door? Is it opening it for you?
He'll stay there, but he wasn't feeling good yesterday, so he didn't know how he's feeling today because then he took a bunch of medicine yesterday to sleep. So he's like, I don't know if I'm sick or, if I'm groggy or if I don't feel well. And I'm like, rather don't. You know, all of the things, but you probably...
Step on this side.
Remember he got his cortisol shot when he was visiting in Arizona. Do you think like possibly anybody
Suppress his body.
had it somehow, like he was asymptomatic,
But he-
carried
no,
it?
he
No,
was
it didn't
back.
drag that back like that
I
long.
mean, he was back for weeks.
Okay.
Okay. Because, I mean, this was like the 20th,
Thank you.
the 19th, 20th of last month, and he was back on
That's right.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was, he was fine, and he was back at the house for like a couple days before we got into it, and then he left. And then he
You hear
left,
the other
and
kitties?
He was gone for like 4 days, and he was going to come on, so he left on a Sunday, he was going to come back on Thursday and watch his kids, and on that
he came back, was he trying to do it like during the day or like in the daily?
What?
When he came back from Arizona,
What was he trying?
was he trying not to be sober?
Well, Rich was there. They were building a chicken coop, like they were working, and then they would, come in for dinner and drink mezcal and everything's fine. And we would go out, but I mean,
He hasn't figured out yet, like I didn't. Or
Yeah,
he
he's
hasn't
just not-
differentiated of how to. I have to go home after this drink, not after 15.
yeah.
I have a
And
family.
then doing cocaine.
I have
and
a
then
family.
Eat some mushrooms.
Well, I don't know about that. I never did that. My
yeah,
issue
I'm saying
was
that's his, like,
the
he
alcohol
knows
side.
he can't eat mushrooms right now because mentally he's not in a good space because we were microdosing and I weighed out too much one day. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to go with it. And it was a beautiful day. I hung outside with the kids. He went inside in the bedroom and had to lay in the bed for like a while. And I just left him. And finally he came out. He's like, I can't be in there and lay in there anymore. Like, my mind's not in a good place. And I'm like,
but that's
dude.
not from you microdosing. You should
no,
have hit him
I
with
know.
another.
But then he went to a party and ate a bunch of mushrooms when he knew he wasn't in a good place to be doing it. And that the next day is the day that all of this went down. Okay, thank you. One more. That's it. Thank you. Okay. I think we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. We gotta
When he
go
drinks,
to the store.
when he drinks, what autistic pattern does he get repeatedly? What sets him off? Let's say, how do I put this properly? When he's inebriated, what 3 things do you have to state, or in a sense where you feel depressed, that he gets stuck on a repetitive thing, which triggers him to do what you've seen the last 3 or 4 explosions?
Yeah, it's not necessarily when he's drinking, but like things that are set that have inside of him that always come back up. Probably being my house and feeling emasculated that it's not his house. That's one thing that has been a reoccurring thing. Not being ours, per se. Sometimes I just say my house. I don't mean it. it is my house. I'm just used to it, and I'm trying, and I don't mean anything when I say it. I'm not trying, but he hears it like that, and so that's one.
In his household, how was his upbringing? Because why I made Maria get her own license, get her own work for herself, make the work I could never do as I seen her mother do, be done. Where Earl says, I pay for all this. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
He said that on his birthday when I wanted to slap him and go, no, Mom paid for all of this. When she actually did, but he still said, I paid for all of it.
Right.
And everybody still went in the same routine, and I blew up on Maria going, well, why are you pushing this?
Watch
Because
your
it's
head.
the same routine that you went through as a child, but Mom paid for this. So if we're going to live this lie,
Right.
that kind of thing.
Amalda would bluntly say, like, I pay for this.
Right.
What did Todd
You
grow
know,
up with? Because my stepfather did that
Has
to my
he ever
mother.
gone through anything that when
You
these
understand what I'm
reality triggers
Maybe.
on
Right.
him?
No.
Because
Exactly. I mean,
when
I know it's coming from.
When me and Maria first got together and I was homeless,
Right.
she had her own spot.
Right.
Granted, I had the same amount of money as her because she was my worker at my grow.
Wow.
I felt that way.
Yeah.
Because of my criminal background, I could not get a job the whole time
Right.
we lived in Tahoe City. So when she came
baby,
home,
Romeo,
she came home to cook fucking food
Right.
in an immaculate clean house. And I put a Japanese sand garden around the motherfucker and got the police called. No, I'm being serious.
I
did this
know.
because I could not get a job,
Right.
and I'm not going to sit up underneath somebody.
Right.
Because
Yeah, he beautified it.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
feel
he
like shit
he
because
compensates. He brings
that's what
he
my
has
mom
to the
indoctrinated into me. Going, no, honey, you're not going to come in my house and fuck me. I'm on welfare. You got to bring something to the table.
Yeah, no, I mean, Todd brings
You
plenty to
understand
the
what I'm saying?
table, so I don't know why he feels like, I do, because when he came to Nevada City to open up this shop, his dream, he'd always come up here, he loved it up here, he wanted to buy land and have a farm, like mine, something like along the same lines.
But he has it now.
And all he did was go to the bar, and he's mad at himself for not doing that. I know, that's what I'm like, dude, be so happy
We
we
don't
have
have it together.
this.
That's why I used to tell her when she
We
would
have
try
it
to
over
tell me.
our head, we have a roof for
sabotage.
our
She'd go, oh, why are you
children,
trying to
like-
sabotage me, honey?
Don't
I
let
go,
it sabotage
Right.
you.
if I sabotage you, sabotage myself. Go,
Yeah.
Paul, what are you talking about?
I know.
Yeah,
so
because sometimes I get pissed off with Ezekiel and I tell him, like, you're not pushing my own way. Like, you ain't helping me.
You can pick these up.
And he tells me, like, dude, there's no way for me to
Right.
want to sabotage this. Like, these are my rules.
Right. Well, and he says he does.
gonna die with him? G, are you gonna die with the man?
I mean, I hope so.
Has he gotten any way of not thinking that? Have you projected anything?
Well, this last time when I was like, get out, I don't need you. I don't need this. I'm not gonna have this around my children.
But you know, that's a mama bear thing.
Yeah.
If he's hurt and can't understand it, then you're gonna have an issue. But what I'm saying is,
I left.
does he understand that this is for life? This isn't a game. It's not a dating thing. Like, you got to deal with each other until God forbid something happens to the children, you die before them.
Right.
This is a life thing.
Right.
But do you choose to be in a relationship together, so on and so forth, in that manner? Are you guys talking, or have you guys talked in that form with each other?
Yeah.
To understand.
I mean, that was the plan.
Because Maria didn't understand that when we first got together, and then she switched. And I'll tell you the truth, when she started doing reciprocal to me, I freaked out. Like, oh shit, actually she's being like me, and we are gonna die together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
then that kind
of freaking out.
freaks
like, oh my
out
God,
a little, right?
I can't get this chick out of here. Like, what do I gotta do to like make her go away? And you go through that kind of a little bit, and
I have to steal some more M&Ms.
hopefully it goes away in not a vindictive way, because I catch myself doing that with her, and it's like, oh dude, why am I doing this?
Right.
Especially now it weighs on me, because I'm going, there's people wishing to be with their life partner, and sometimes when we spat, how I used to sleep downstairs on the couch, I'll sleep and not hold her, it's fucking cold, and just someone's reaching out to me.
Yeah.
And I'm blaming myself. And I wake up the next day and I feel like shit, because I'm in my mind chatter going, why did I just do this to this woman?
Right.
And after I did it to myself too, because I did it for myself, this is us.
Right.
This is my life partner, and it's
yeah.
Why am I doing that?
Yeah, right. Yeah. It is wild the things that we tell ourselves or allow. Yeah.
No. No, it's the handle that Maria was going to put right here. No, and I went up to her. She actually stepped up and she goes, honey, you haven't kissed me unless I asked you. And I'm like, what's up? I'm like, oh, you're right. And I'm thinking in my head, like, why?
Why? Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why haven't I?
Yeah, you have
Why?
to.
What is happening? What is going through my head?
I dropped that, by the way. I dropped those up.
Why? And I think that's the woman that left the kid on the side of the road.
Right.
Next to the school. Or next to our crystal shop 5 years ago. And I go, what am I doing in my head to do the same to where I can put my child in front? Sit right here. Have two other kids in the car that don't tell me that we just left Huxley on the side of the road and back up and leave. And take me 2 hours to figure it out.
To realize?
Yes, come back. Because I called the police and I said,
Yeah, I know. You guys did. Stuff up there,
like, it evolved us.
Yeah, right?
I feel like I'm 100 years old. Since we went there. I was telling her about that lady.
Outside of the crystal shop, you guys saw some
That
stuff.
left the baby.
Outside, everywhere.
You know the lady that left the baby on the side of the thing?
Oh, no. The baby was left on Ezekiel next to the trash can or something. Yeah.
Car seat, left the trash here. Lady pulled out.
Yeah, the mom forgot. She made
Had
it
the
to
other
Yuba
kids?
City.
She stopped at the karate place. Remember the karate place?
Wow.
The homeless people pick up the baby,
She
Gabriel.
picked up the older kid from the karate place.
Holy crap.
The older kid didn't tell mom.
That the other
You
kid.
didn't put the other baby. You put the baby on top of the trash can. They drove off.
They drove off.
The police officers made me take the post off Facebook.
Oh my
Because I posted,
God.
hey,
Are
does
you
anybody know
serious?
whose kid this is? Because, like, who does this?
Well, yeah, because people started talking shit on the mom. Like, who drives to their house? And none of these family members realize that the baby's missing.
She drove all the way home. When she came, she was like, oh my God, I got all the way home. And was like, my kid's not there. Yeah. But I'm like, where's the siblings going, hey, Mom?
Right.
It's too quiet.
Hey, where's brother?
Yeah.
Hey, you ready to get in or you live here now? You can live off the mung beans?
Yes.
You're good to go.
Little pouchy.
Thank you for letting us, or thank you for letting me be around.
Yeah.
I love this
Of
girl.
course. She's awesome. She warms up. She takes a minute. She just had woken up too.
Mama,
Yeah.
don't kowtow to anybody,
Yeah.
but just be mindful in a sense of what you just seen there. Again, for my own self-reflection.
Yeah.
from me not being in the area or within the relationship because I was in prison.
Right.
I went to prison when Zeke was that old, and my son was that old. When I got out, he was a little bit older than her.
Right.
So there was no or anything like that illustrated, except for the grandparents maybe talking with each other, and they didn't really fight like that.
Yeah.
So when we've seen the behavioral changes like you're seeing now because he's not there,
Right.
like me coming back,
Yeah.
changing that, and then me leaving and seeing the behavioral changes as such.
Right.
That's why, as I talked with Maria about my talk with Heather, of if you're not going to be stable and be in the kid's life, stay away.
Right.
It does more harm
Yeah,
than
then,
good.
oh, absolutely.
You want to get in your seat?
Yeah, we're gonna have some good life changes coming up. We got some things to figure out, but I think it's all attainable. We just have to want it, get there. Huh? Yeah, I know, it takes work and commitment.
Keeping out reminders.
Yeah, I know. It's everywhere.
Everywhere.
You got to sit down with that man.
Oh
No.
yeah, I know. We have a lot to hash
With
out.
Maria, she never really said anything about the stuff about my issues of, is this her place? It's just like this, like I explained to her. This is your place.
Yeah.
This is your place.
Right.
But I'm not going to feel it in the manner of why so much is done is the only way that I have to offer to help. Is to fucking get as much of this done as I can.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay, that's what I have to offer.
Right.
So sweet. I'm not going to sit back and
Right.
go, okay, well, we own this. No.
Right.
In my heart, it's my wife's. Yes, that's her paperwork,
Yeah.
but it's hers. She paid for it.
Right.
She pays the fucking mortgage.
Right.
It's hers.
Yeah.
I can't take that away.
Yeah. Hey, it's okay.
But I'm not going to put that in my mind that this is hers when I still cry at night because the woman tells me and told my children, our children, you have a place on the property if you want us to pick it out and build your own home.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah. That's right, Nick.
So how could I still harbor something like that
Right.
as it's just mine?
Yeah.
So that's why you see so much change. Not just that, but so much change here of me having to work on my own self of accepting that it's not just hers. She's saying it's not hers. So there has to be a way for him to see that.
Yeah.
But it's something from his
Well, he's
childhood.
like, I don't want to invest anything if
There's
I'm not going to
something
get it
from
back.
his childhood
Yeah.
that's keeping him from seeing his
Well,
mom
he
trying to
started
see that.
talking to.
You understand?
He has an appointment on Monday to go talk to somebody that he can dive into the
something that-
deep. You
But
know.
he needs to do it with you also.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go together too. We're gonna do separate and together, and so
It's the only way, especially
Yeah.
because the parents are still alive with you guys.
right. Yeah.
So it has to ripple out and come back in.
Yeah.
And be a joint effort, especially if these ones are going to be around those ones.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're going to have to do like I've done with my mom, and she's starting to do with her parents.
Right.
So where you see that big change
Right.
in them because it's not this. All right, we're going to come over to your house, and we don't smoke cigarettes in the house, but they smoke cigarettes, but we're smoking cigarettes in your house.
Yeah.
But it's my house, but you're not saying anything, but you're my parent.
right.
But it's my house. It's that respect thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. You
understand?
let people treat you the way they treat boundaries.
If the kids see that, then they perpetuate that.
Right. And then
And
they
those
learn
little
that.
small mundane things
I know.
spiral into huge
Yeah.
things or non-things.
Yeah.
Whereas what you've went through and myself with her and I, where we argue sometimes. We
Right.
think and we sound like we still have everything together, but everything is fucking working
It is.
order.
It's work, man. It's work every day.
You
You know.
gotta,
But if you got the love, then it's there. You know, it's worth it. So we're there.
but just grab that motherfucker and say, dude, talk to me.
Yeah. No, he wants to. I'm worst with it because I just have been so fucking tired at bed after the kids. I'm done. I want to go to bed and sleep. You know. And now, like I said, we're coming into a good phase with the kids. The kids are finally like more, and we're gonna have time for each other. Like we've been doing all this, had 2 kids in 2 years during COVID. You know, and I'm like I try to give myself compassion that this is a hard time, and he's like, well, this shouldn't be, it should be amazing and wonderful, and we're so blessed, and I'm like, we are, but let's admit that this was a tough time. Like, this was a tough pregnancy. Huxley was a tough pregnancy for me pregnancy is such a beautiful thing, and you're like, people look at you and they smile, they're like, it's infectious, and it's like I didn't get celebrated. You know, as a mother, like having a baby, like I see people and they didn't even know I was pregnant, and they're so like that whole gap of, and that's something that I've been trying to deal with, and I tried the whole time being pregnant with him to just be positive about it, even though like I wanted to be
out when I wanted to be and be celebrated, and you know,
The embraceness of the
yeah, exactly, you know, and that's something I completely missed, and so it was really, that was a hard thing for me to deal with and to try to explain to him, and you know, and then while I have another little child at the same, you know, it's just, there's a lot, and so I try to you know, explain those things to him, and you know, it's just hard. He's
You have sisters with him.
no, he has a brother that he doesn't speak with, that has been out of the family for 10 years.
I only asked in the sense of, from being in a sense almost people saying that I was gay, but not in the sense of gay old time, but
Right.
not really that I'm a hornball for women.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
That feminist side of me understands why I was saying, I understand what you mean. Why I asked it.
Well,
He has a sister. 'Cause
right.
with not having a sister, sometimes that codependent thing that you went for, you're going to have to train him
yeah.
how not to react in the machismo way that you don't want.
Right. Well, he even
When
has,
you want
yeah.
that loving, he's going to be hard because he doesn't have the toolbox to give you that loving
Right.
side.
Yeah.
The thing that she's learned from my predecessors that raised me, that it's really hard for me to say I love you
Your brother's like on a short fuse.
or to pet and touch. I was not raised with that.
Come here, baby. It's a, hey. Hey. Hey, we gotta go home. We gotta go home and we gotta feed Chico and Chili, so we gotta buckle up, okay?
Yes, Isla, remember you're coming soon. I told your mom already.
Yeah.
You gotta
We're
come
gonna come back soon on a different day when everyone's feeling
That's
real
the main
good.
thing that I hope not to ever perpetuate from another human being coming from me, is not to tell the person that you're in love with and you wish to die or would die for, and look at them and go, yeah, I love you.
Yeah.
I don't do,
We got off the phone today and we
gotta
didn't say I
stop
love
saying
you.
that. I don't,
We were,
I'm learning to do such because it was not shown to me as a child.
I know, brother. We're going, and we're gonna move, and you're gonna
because of
fall
such,
right asleep.
It takes another really
Hey,
screwed up
halfway.
person to deal with that.
Yeah.
And patience
Right.
to understand
A lot of patience.
that it's not their fault, it's the person that they chose to be with,
Well,
but
now
then they
leave
try
them.
to work with them to get past that.
She likes black girls. I mean, I don't care, obviously.
It's her Maria.
It's really,
Did you lift the
it's really
dress?
beautiful.
It's her
Yeah,
Maria.
I left the
It's her Maria.
Yeah, I know.
I love Isla. See, Gabriel, I know it takes a minute for the drive, but I know it does. But
Yeah.
I can meet you halfway
Next
or
time-
something, and
yeah,
you drop off the kids if you want.
Soon. I'm going to Reno. I'm going to the spa.
Epigenetically, don't become
I know. I'm not dressing like her yet. I haven't cut my hair short. I'm doing all right.
but involve mom in this,
Yeah.
so that she can help heal too.
Yeah.
And
Mom
you
gets
see
here.
the relationship
Last time
between
I had tail.
the matriarch down to the soon-to-be matriarch.
Yeah.
As she gets raised, she gets to see how true relationships of the
Yeah.
work together.
Well, she didn't have
That
maybe.
is not
Like
such
She
a
didn't pass
fight.
she
on to
didn't
you.
she didn't at all. I'm sorry guys, I have to go with her in there. And next time will be better too, because usually they go to bed or they nap at 10, but possibly because she's sick, I think it's, you know, it's sick till 11:30. Like go do something.
Oh, with me with the kids?
You guys are funny. There's plenty to do here.
Orville, if you want to treat yourself, like
Yeah.
Chico does massage and breakfast and dinner.
Okay. Okay. All right. I love you. There's. Yeah.
Hi, sweetie. Love you. Bye, Isla.
Isabella. Te quiero.
Oh, yeah, Gabriel, and then. And no
Oh.
matter me, not
Yeah, right? I'd like to meet your kids.
You guys broke for
Oh,
the
you
hot
can go
springs.
to hot springs.
The hot, there's
Yeah, that's a good one. I would like to have
the hot springs and blessings, Ella. Ugly. Oh, her eyes. She's talking more. Really hope you get this. I really hope.
Like, I don't care what you do.
I really hope.
I love Isla. Like, I love her so hard.
I really hope they get their stuff together.
She's trying.
I hear what she's saying. It's a lot of stuff that a lot of women are going through. It's interesting. The pregnancies were too close because of COVID. That the celebration, she didn't get to have the celebration of life in a sense of with Isla. And then the celebration of life with Huxley, as a sense, because she was stating no one even knew she was pregnant. So I didn't even get to celebrate that with Isla, but then extremely nothing with Huxley.
Mm-hmm.
In the pandemic and so forth, I had to do as such. Like,
She was playing February.
yeah. She sensed like a brief postpartum going on with her. As she stated that the first thing I asked her was, talk about your sisters. And she was like, no, his brother doesn't talk to you. If there's that sibling break where they're not talking and so forth, then brother's going to have to be, as I stated, like myself, he's going to have to be, indoctrinated or programmed or reprogrammed from the buttons that were indoctrinated of, not doing such. You got to help him find his feminism to show his daughter properly and also his son how to, be that type. From being raised the way I was, people thought I was like weirdo, but I was like a sex fan. But you know what I'm saying? People thought I was like gay, like guys, because the way I like my femininity was. But it's like, no, I understood this is how you can get down to. You can be a predator to people that don't have the same understanding. Unfortunately, stop it all. That's a whole other issue, but. As that young child acted like that, it made me flash back to thinking of all the times and different things that I didn't notice. And speaking on that about Ezekiel, noticing the difference, this correlation, and thinking and speaking upon it now. Wishing that one had paid attention, but I was inebriated all those times, so no one said nothing, and me and my ex never actually talked about it. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately. That's why it's beautiful. That's why it's beautiful that you asked her that question, because it's just been a little bit of time. And the children are young, but yet because of their dynamics, how if one's holding one, the other one's holding the other. You understand? There's still some milk left in the small one. The small jar that's in there.
Oh, there's crap one. Yeah, whatever. I asked her, yeah.
As you asked her that, and she's noticing that reaction that the young lady just did is that leading up to such.
Yeah.
You understand? So I say we have to be careful what we show and the baby's imprint with. That's all I say. I'm not one to be speaking on, but I can, in a sense, say, hey, check this out. That's such. And since Maria asked you, and you're noticing that in that little bit of time of such a thing, understand such, and again, you still have time to reverse course. They're still young enough where you have 6 more years. You have 6 years to reprogram this 3 months of the spatting of you and Todd by showing her something different and more. You understand? This will get overwritten. Otherwise, this will overwrite everything. Because all she's seeing energetically, again, is the solar plex be used. Not the throat be activated, but the throat be deactivated. Because am I saying what I want? No.
I don't know what he's talking about.
But I'm pushing this out ah! You know what I'm saying? And it's like, hold on a minute. That's why she looked all around like, oh, I'm sorry, but I don't know how else to react. You push this button, how do I open up the toolbox and pull out what I believe, as I was stating with you, we have to get past this notion of thinking we don't have that, which we don't think is in the tool. It is, you just see it right now, and you guys just were talking and saying, well, she's always watching brother, but she's not just watching, brother's not just watching sister. Who is sister watching, as I stated to you? I gotta talk to all your siblings to figure out what fucked you up. Who took what from what, because the two older ones imprinted on you from a completely different household dynamic, you understand? Which you don't get, but now you're starting to get about stuff. Against forth, my algorithm and so forth, all things fully autonomous self-organizing systems. Watching the patterns and seeing the characteristics of things and how stuff can be fucking influenced and pop out.
Your
And
mom is
so
gonna
on
come
and so
around
forth.
and she's gonna see you be how you were not with her. Or how she was not with you because she was impressing, because she was drunk most of the time. And you were all about attention because you might have not got enough attention yourself. Because I have heard her say that about the attention. This is not the first time she says it. She said that she wanted Todd not to work and to be at home because they had a second child, and she wanted the second child to feel that it had enough attention. And so when it's like
what you asked for, you realize you don't want it. And I pray, that's what I was saying to her. That's why I talked to her and said, sister, that's what I said to you that day. I was highly frustrated. And as you see now, what my words were about, as you're going through it, you need to figure out how to close and reopen those doors. I wanted to talk to her about the sex thing and the money and so forth because you're not going to hit on it. And I wish you talked to her about it because it's something that's there that needs to be spoken on. Be like, here, I'm sorry, but Maria shared this with me. I'll speak with you on it. This is something that needs to be addressed because it's something that still goes on in our relationship. So I said to her about the Tahoe house and also this property. But I don't feel that way anymore as I used to. Like, oh my God, it's mine. What am I have to contribute? You know what I'm saying? It was that way in Tahoe, but not now. So I was saying to her, how could I feel that way if one who's me, my mind chatter, is saying, oh, it's hers. Well, how is it hers? Is someone who has not had any respect to these children that she's stating that she can come fucking live here. So if that, you can make up all you want, but my alcoholic mind chatter cannot make up some excuse and fucking dismissing that. There's no Trump fucking lingo that can dismiss that and make that to where this is still the shores. So act disheveled and pose with me and fucking I need to do this or that or fucking da-da-da-da-da. You understand? That negates any of those kind of thoughts from ever happening. Because you told the children that. I was there when you said it. Regardless if it's real or not, no mind chatter can get me to keep trying to think that this is you. I feel uncomfortable, man, because fucking this is not my property. I always wanted this, that's why I go to the bar and drink. Well, instead of fucking drinking about it and fucking thinking about it, do the action. Hello? That's why when she said what she said, I said I pointed at you, who was trying to say yes. I have ideas, sometimes I enact on it, but moreover, I give it to someone that I know is going to be an actor and say, do on this and your fucking life change. And help them act on it. So I'm going to say, hey, henceforth us sitting on this property that Maria runs her own business and so forth because of this letter right here. I think you said you wanted to see from me saying, go to her house.
But also the reality of the things is like, I couldn't run my business in the way that I do if it wasn't for you being around. Like, it takes
Two.
It does.
It takes the two of you doing something. That's what I was trying to say to her.
The balance.
But cut away all the bullshit that made it to where you were attracted to each other in a codependent way and make it where it's you and where you see you. You see me and I see you. I don't say something and you see my mom or my great grandma or someone else. It's me talking with you. And if I say something you don't like or vice versa, we're able to say to each other, I don't like that. Or if that didn't. Or
So he
whatnot.
went to Arizona, came back, they were microdosing. Not so much microdosing. Then she go high.
You can't have a bad trip and have a lithium experience. There's mind chatter there that throws you off. That's what I'm trying to say is you're giving people lithium because your lithium is off. He has a bad
She
trip.
has a lithium.
No, I said, if you have a bad trip, what were you tripping on in your mind?
Mm-hmm. What's haunting you?
Because when I was having bad trips, when I was microdosing with my ex-wife, it was when I was having issues. And I was fighting with myself about fucking cheating on her and doing other stupid shit. So I'd see zombies and whackness, like I was telling you, where I'd see myself dead. We were in the motel room, we went to microdose with each other, and I'm stuck in the fucking bathroom, stuck in the shower. Not in the shower, but in the fucking mirror, fucking seeing the most awful shit ever in my life. And almost jumped out the window, like I told you. I didn't think the shit was real. I was like, I wish this for the end. But couldn't sit down and talk with her because we never sat down and talked like this. Unless we were fucked up on drugs. Why I say to you when you go, oh my god, she must have been cool and all this and that. And it's like, we talk like this sober. Why the fuck do I want to be with someone that I couldn't talk like this, like we do on the fucking daily? Not sober. And have to do Molly. To have a Molly talk, which is normal fucking verbatim with this now. Which we've finally been able to get to, because you used to say, like I told her, she hates it. She still fucking pokes and hurts my feelings when she tells me, I don't want to sit here and talk for fucking 10 hours if I can do such. And it's like, sometimes I don't even realize that she's conscious, that she realizes she's saying that shit, but I point out to her and saying, you say that. And I just end up bowing out and saying, Taza, Taza. That's what I forgot to say to her. Why don't you motherfuckers come up with a way of...
What do I say?
We're going to be talking now, honey, for another 2 hours. We're going to be talking till morning time. We're going to be talking till the sun comes up. But I don't mind. Well, if you don't mind, why the fuck did you say the comment? That we're sitting down right now like we just done with G and talk for fucking 3 fucking hours? Or 4 hours about something? 4 on the forehead. That's what I said. Consciously, I guess you're just fucking not there.
No, I totally.
You totally what? You're not making any noise of anything of recollection or understanding or fucking... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Or I don't see what you're saying, or I agree, or I don't.
No, my
blah,
silence
blah.
is because I did not expect it.
I didn't get no, huh? None of that shit.
I'm a little surprised. I did not really expect that was what that is. Just a big issue, that's it.
What's the big issue?
When I make that kind of comment, apparently.
What comment?
That we're going to be talking for, or it's how long.
I've said it to you several times, fool. That's why I say, you're just not conscious.
I'm not saying it's the first time I ever hear it.
I didn't say that you did, honey. There you go, jumping to conclusions, going, there we go. I didn't say that. I'm done. All the body issue and all that stuff right there. What was the point of it that you just did? Jumping to conclusion.
Grabbing the lid and putting
On the other thing that you just did as you did it, like it said, yes. I didn't. As you were saying, what didn't you do?
I didn't jump to no conclusion.
What were you portraying that I? Okay, well, who said that you did? I didn't. Henceforth, me saying, why are you jumping to a conclusion and doing what you just did? Well, no one said nothing like that. Like when I put the smoke gets in your eyes when I put the fan right there and you warn me the way that you do to move it, and I move it exactly when you do. Why you got what you got when you did it to me, and I said, please treat me the same way that you do. That's what the old saying was. I forgot to say to them that they need to try to make up a tasa, which using tasa in the same sentence as you stating in the same manner the last time you said we talked too motherfucking much, as you stated. You stated I don't even like using taza taza. So it's like, damn, that's why I said I don't even know what to use or talk with you or anything like that. That's why I just try to like slink around now. Because all the manners that I've tried to figure out, not to have an argument or fight or be cordial with you, you say you don't like. Or you use it in a passive aggressive manner. Stating in statements. Henceforth we talk too long. And or I don't wish to use toss anymore. Justified by stating we shouldn't need to get to that point. Well, honey, we're human. We're going to get to that point. At least someone is trying to get to where we actually don't yell and fight with each other and say, hey, we're getting at that point. Can we stop? You told me you don't like that. Or want that. So what should we do? Right? Now what should I do? If I put my headphones in, or some other shit, or some other shit, or some other shit, and some other shit, and some other shit. If I can't do that, and I try to talk with you, and talking doesn't work, but then to get to where the talking doesn't get to where it doesn't work, but we're still talking to each other for that night or the next couple of days where we're not aggravated or pissed off or cussing each other out and say, hey, we got a safety word, we're going to get to that point. You don't want that. And say that doesn't work. Because we shouldn't be getting to that point. But again, we're human. Therefore, that point is always going to fucking come up if we're not talking on some things. And if it gets to that point, that's why that we're talking on that, so that we don't get past that point and not talk to each other and go to bed fucking separate and all this kind of shit. You don't want that. That's why I said, what can be done? And I guess it will have to come from your side so that it is not used in a passive-aggressive way when you're frustrated against me. Or maybe I'm overthinking. But since we're on this beautiful Molly talk, but not having to be on drugs, as I'm stating to you, it's beautiful to be able to speak with my spouse without having to be inebriated. The big difference between this relationship and my other. Okay? And I hold dearly to this one because of such. Otherwise, I'd still be fucked up and I'd still be with somebody else. And I wouldn't fuck with you, where you'd still be you. But, hey. We ain't done no work. And we all inebriated and we're all on chocolate. And we're all on other fucking pharmaceutical shit. Because it's the thing to do. Instead of talk and communicate with the person we say we wish to die with. And sports, she's not getting, and she's lying to me when I project and doubt her and ask her, does he fucking understand that you're with him for life? Do you understand that? Not even if you fuck separate, you're with this motherfucker for life, you're tied. And God forbid unless the children fucking die, but even if the children die, you're still gonna see each other at the motherfucking funeral one of these days. If you go by to see the babies that's in the ground. You know what I'm saying? You're fucking,
It's called cemetery.
you're connected. Otherwise, ride the shit out and project out, because there's a reason you're here. Get it over with. I'm here until you die. That's all I was telling her. I freaked out after I realized that fucking you were fucking for it too, and tried pushing you away for a little bit, where I was kind of rocky with this, where I was trying to like, what the fuck can I do to get this chick away from me? And holy shit, let's actually check and see if she's actually as she said. Nope, she is. Fuck, cool. Let me change course of what I'm thinking, because I really need to wait for myself, because if this is how this is, then there shouldn't be reasons for me to be thinking in these manners. Because it's not as previous, and I need to stop projecting and assuming shit.
Otherwise, that's what I'll end up manifesting. I'm turning it into.
Yep. That which you say you don't want, but you're grabbing for it. So if you realize that, then work on stuff. You know. Well, no, that's why I asked you. What do you want? That's why I asked her. What's the thing he keeps autistically being stuck on when he argues, be it sober or non-sober, that he has a problem with, that he keeps repeating to you? fucking look back and see what keeps triggering that. What are you saying that triggers that, and what do you think went to his childhood? How was the parental units done? So why does he think that is such? Okay, now that you said something, there still has to be a manner and body language which you're projecting out that makes it such that epigenetically triggering the response from him. Like I try to illustrate to you. Oh, I just went like this. Oh, yeah, okay. But the manner in which that you did it, honey, there's a way. I mean, fuck, you just tried to get any award for some shit. But now you're doing it completely different than you just previously did it. You know what I'm saying? So, if you can do it like that every time, and not make it as if it was just that one time, like such, with your body language, where it made me feel like such, and you're always doing that.
But it's deeper than that because it's like, alright, and that's supposedly it. Then, you know, you have kids, you know, you ain't gonna be doing the stupid shitty dance for the next 16 years that I is 18, right? So, you ain't willing to scratch it all fucking the back up. Like, if I was you and I'm really convinced that you and I are dying together, right? That's all I'm thinking of. And this is our one Achilles point. Somehow, because of your trauma, you know, whatever, this is Achilles point. I'm like, dude, what does it matter? Let's fucking sell this shit. Let's go together, scout for something that we both think that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you scratch that shit from zero. Like, it all circumstantial if you really think, you know, like in the plane of existence that you're microdosing and you're doing shit like in that plane of supposed to like, then you realize that you should not be divorcing or going through this shit over material bullshit, right? So, if you're willing to prioritize the material and Gabriel too on her end, because if you were to keep saying, you know, like this shit yours, I'll be like, okay, I ain't selling the house, I ain't selling the property, but let's pick up a place that we make it ours. Like, build this shit ours. Let's give this to somebody, you know, like, let's make something that it's ours. I don't hear that. I hear like, yeah, he can make project, he can make this, he can do that, turn this into this, but I don't hear the, you know them? Like this completely nullate the possibility of this even existing. No, it's like, let's always leave it there or keep it there, but it's because she won't open herself, because I personally feel like, I don't know, the tone of what Gabriel was saying on today, she was not the same tone that she was talking in the same, last time I went visit. Like, she was talking like she didn't trust it. And that's something that it's there or it's not. You can't, like, for a week it's there, and then 3 weeks is there, and you know, you try to build on, and then it's not, and then he turns around and says, bitch, I'm just gonna burn everything you own, and then want to have some ownership of that. It don't fucking work like that. It just don't. I don't know. I don't know how people react to threat, but I'm the type of Scorpio that you fucking try shaking my foundation a little bit, I'll fucking chew you up, because I'll be like, fuck you. Like, you just attempted to make me feel in any way like let's take it to the next fucking level, because you just made me feel that way. You know, it's like, you just fucking did it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you just made me feel that way. The sole thought of you thinking that you got something over me, like, fuck you, I'm gonna fuck you up. But it's like, I don't know, that's how I feel. It's like, how are you really feeling, dude? Because that's not the Gabriel that was talking the other night, you know, when, I don't know, I'm just like, I know she's trying to make amends, but at the same time, you can't blind yourself of certain shit, like, certain shit gotta be addressed.
You can't compromise the family or yourself.
But is it, have you already compromised by mating with the person?
What?
Have you already compromised when already like studying this? Like, it's what because of the way that you guys come together.
I understand what you're saying, in a way. Yeah.
Well, with the maísmas and stuff, it's like, I don't know, if you ask them, like, they didn't...
There's no other way in the sense for a flow to come through those different ways. It's up to you and your decisions on how you allow the chiral points to fucking, dictate what you wish to say is fucking, you were sober or not, or I was drunk, or fucking we met at a tea shop, or we met at a coffee shop. How did you meet, and what friends introduced you, and how
But
did
that's
you
the
get
thing.
as such?
That's the thing.
As you're
Gabriella's a
stating.
woman. She's going to a tattoo shop with two men that are fabricating gold piercings, and she's going and doing cocaine with them. Now you have two kids, and you tell the men that you gotta stop doing cocaine. When you were snoring shit up your nose with the men in the room.
Yeah.
Like, it don't work like that. I mean, it could, but it takes a whole lot for the man to be like,
That's why I said when I come into the doors, he still hasn't been able to, because what fucked me up was getting out of prison and being stuck in California and my ex-wife back east, and not being part of a family unit, and then getting thrown out of the family unit after, say, running amok for a year by myself, and then supposedly having to buckle down and work and supposedly be part of this sunlight. We'll call it fucking family fatigue, because I wanted to go out to the bar still. Always missing something, as you heard the woman say. You always think you're missing something, but is that what you're missing? It's the chiralities of the supposed energetics of seeing something that you're really not ever consciously fucking a part of, because you're fucking inebriated, and the people that you're trying to talk to are fucking trying to dissociate. Everyone's disassociated. All the lights and everything, and fucking all the stuff that you're around, all the music and all the shit that you're fucking doing epigenetically, environmentally, is just to disassociate. What the fuck are you missing? Other than yourself, in your soul. Henceforth, sometimes people go back to that and they either OD and die, or they fucking wake up like she stated, or it's like, oh my god, what am I missing? I'm missing my family. It's like when she was walking out of the door, I explained to her, I'm still working on myself. I'm trying to figure out what the hell had me for a week. Not lay next to my wife, but lay next to my wife, but disassociate to where I didn't hold her or do anything with her. Or a stupid argument or something, which I can't even remember what the fuck it was. So why the fuck were they doing such, especially in this time of pandemic where this is my life partner? What the fuck is going on? The word snowballs and such. The word for me, I'm not sleeping on the couch downstairs, so we don't have a downstairs couch for me to do such, but it's the same equivalent of 8 years ago. Gee, what do I need to work on? So I'm telling her, fucking, I can tell now when fucking there's an issue with you, there might be something wrong with your parents, because before it was hard for me to discern, but now that you're starting to actually care for something outside of yourself, I can tell it's something going on with the family, and I just dismiss it. So I was saying in the car, oh, put my headphones in, because fucking something's up with your dad. Here you go, fucking doing your shit. Like I said to you several times, well, I just flat out asked you, what's wrong with your dad? What's going on now? You understand? This is what my stepdad should have done with my mom when my grandparents were fucking going through the shit. Okay, Bonnie, why are you treating your son and me like this right now? What's wrong with Evelyn? Does it bug you that Evelyn has da-da-da? And you guys don't have a relationship, you're able to talk?
but your mom feels entitlement of getting it off with everybody else, whatever is going on internally. Or not everybody else, like with you and whoever was at the house, but now that it's only you, that's why she like still calls and externalizes shit like that.
So you understand?
But I say we do it like in the daily. I used to just like also, like I tell you sometimes, like I don't know, like even paying your little court thing, like if it ain't fucking loading right, if I look at you the wrong way, like you may just say something, and it's like, I used to do it with my sister because I don't know, I felt like she had a lot of patience towards me and I kind of abused it a little bit, like we all sort of like, you try the territory, and however predatory is on you, you're gonna try to fucking make yourself in advantage, or you know what I'm saying, like play that situation in your advantage. But that's what I say, that's natural, or at least I recognize it because it's something that I can see, or I can see myself doing. But like I was telling Eric the other day, like it cannot be a concept of a repetitive behavior that's your pattern, or modus operandum, because then everybody around you is gonna teach you. You gotta find that balance where it's like, okay, well I got off with you today.
Or is it because?
And then, or everybody just entertains that and propagates that.
Yes.
Yeah, which is horrible. But I was telling Eric, in every way, one has to find.
You see that with the Trump group.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him, like, I feel like that when people like that phrase of like some people, like, I don't know, I feel like some people are gonna find themselves in the category of being more used than, and other people being more predatorial, but in real reality, in every aspect of your life, you're in predatorial on being used.
It's your nasal, fool. It goes up your nasal. You spray your eyeballs and your mouth. Your nose. Oh. Phalanx. You understand what that is?
With whatever anybody feels that they can get.
No, your throat. You're spraying the side of your mouth. There you go.
I don't know how the fuck we pay him. I didn't want to scan it.
Because you got mom, 2 kids, after dad. We got how long? We quarantine until mom and dad come here. We're gonna get food and that's it. I don't mean to be bossy, but we need to get food and that's it. No more visitors in the home until fucking mom and dad come. So that we can give ourselves, you said 8 days? We got 8 days to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think my dad rented a car in the airport. They're cheaper in the airport than renting elsewhere for monthly.
Where the hell do you even rent a car?
Huh?
No, I'm saying
Where are you gonna
other
get a
than
car?
an airport, where do you even rent a car anymore?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hertz and all the places that rented cars that were stationed here that
Well,
were
but
renting
Sacramento
cars there.
still has like some.
Shit's all
open.
fucking closed in town.
I know, dude. Like Orville was 80% closed, but a lot of places are just closed.
Where do you do anything? It looks like the fucking depression pictures.
Anyhow, I think my dad rented, and my mom said they get at noon or 1 o'clock, so we don't have to go pick them up in the airport. They get the car, and then they drive.
We're gonna,
Meet them at the house probably.
you got the keys for it?
No, my mom had
Are
asked
we
me.
gonna go shopping and set up their shit for them so they can just rest?
I married my dad. My mom said my dad asked if we could go shopping. If we get the keys before they did, because a lady had messaged me saying that there was a county tax that if they rented one more night, it would be waived. It was like a use tax, county tax from. So she was like, "Hey Maria."
Oh, they get it as if they're renting the house or as a rent.
I don't know. Joyce sent me a message
No
the first
wonder
day.
the county is allowing people to do that. Because I'm like, just understand what I'm saying that right here. That county tax is a waiver so someone can't get you for the 10-day stay over California. Guess what I just said right there?
No. Someone can get you.
That waiver is to get people to where they can't catch you on that 10-day stay. Because you know, California, if I stay somewhere for 10 days, it's
Give
my
you
place of
residency.
residency and you gotta fucking evict me, which could take up a couple of years through the courts legally. That waiver has to be a way for them to subsidize the county of the word person's rights of being able to like not eat. Where was I going at with that? That must be so that someone can't do that.
He said,
The county's allowing to do such.
since you book 30 nights, there will be an occupancy tax required by the county, and it comes out to roughly $300. But if you add an additional 1 night to your request, 31 nights, you can save the money, she said. So I said, okay, no problem. Just add a night the day prior. And my dad said, okay, if she gives you the day prior. But then what happened was,
Say $300
but then the company, the airline, then the next day,
is moving them.
moving
sooner.
it 2 days earlier. So I had to actually text her and say,
2 days.
hi Joyce, is there any way we can add 2 more nights? So on the, instead of the 17th, that it was a reservation on the 15th, and she said no problem, and she said just bring me a check then, because already the payment had been done on my
See.
card, and so
Payment's already been done. The other place got their money. She'll actually get that full check.
yeah, for 2 days stay. So we could actually talk to her, and I can talk to her and say, Joyce, my parents are coming. We either go
Otherwise,
early in the morning and
Mom and
open up
Dad
the
can
house.
do the exquisite of the free world bullshit and really live at the tax bracket that they at, if you wish to say of fucking the stupidness of fucking laziness in the world, but I guess it works out for right now because of their age and everything. Literally every store that's in Chico can bring all the food they want. All they would have to
Oh, they're doing delivery and all that.
every single store. Walmart delivers the shit, man. Remember, Walmart just bought into that one thing where they're sending those little mini fucking those cars that are like the we used to call them PT Cruise. Yeah, the PT Cruisers. The shoes in prison. Sorry, can I joke? PT Cruisers for the jail shoes. But those PT Cruisers that are drones, they're gonna be delivering to people's houses for fucking pizza and fucking Walmart and shit like that. I mean, granted, it's not gonna be here for a minute, but I'm just saying there's still human beings doing it, and it's not just Uber Eats, as we did for my mom and you.
See, everything is
your
now
thing,
on that
but literally,
dynamics.
Walmart will bring you your food.
Yeah, because what's his name was
The
saying.
e-thing. You can pick out all the food that you wish to buy. They pick it for you, and you can have an Uber Eats person bring it. Like they don't even leave the house. That's what's insane now. Same with my mom. If they choose not to. That's the thing that people in America have over other places, and if they essentialize those people and vaccinate all of them, there'd be no more disease and this homegrown shit going on in America, but fuck no, dude. People are like, fucking, I don't know. I can't use the word retarded or anything like that, because that show, with that gentleman where people make fun of people that can't speak right and call that man mentally disabled, fucking speaks with that algorithm thing. That man's mind is efficient as fuck. Fuck these people and their titles. What? She was saying homie's going to a psychiatrist and they're gonna psychiatrist everything together, and I told her, you need to go fucking together, dude. This trip. Not to no fucking weirdo. Because again, like I started the thing on why I said it to her. Who does a psychiatrist go to? You find it interesting? So now I'm gonna start going to psychiatrists? Who does a psychiatrist go to? Who listens to you talk about shit? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You wanna talk to somebody like that? Pay me and Maria. We'll help you.
Oh, they're gonna fuck them up.
Todd's going to psychiatrist and they're gonna do a couple of psychiatrists. You understand?
That's because they got insurance.
They ain't gonna touch on none of the shit that we ever would. It's not gonna help them. They're gonna get on pills. I told her, my wife looks up to you, dude. And did. And I don't know, I can't speak now. There's nothing that you've done that has made it to where she doesn't. But this silly shit that you're doing right now, what I'm discerning from my wife, this makes it to where you don't glisten as goldly as you used to. Can you wake up from that? Where's your boundaries? Like, I understand you're saying about the kids, but how about you? How are you doing? These choices and so forth that are going on, what are you speaking and feeding back to this person? Because you seem like you was in control with the fools you was with before that was doing their stuff, but they look like to you like you was their mommy. What's up? Spank this child. Speak to him. Now he's having a tantrum because he thinks that fucking such. Well, fucking revert and understand. What's wrong with you guys? You guys got 2 kids. You're acting as a child and he's acting like a child, and now your child's acting like 2 of you. We just seen it right there. She wasn't doing that before. Now she's doing that. You understand? Wake up, sister. It only takes a couple times for a child to see that. And it's there. We can rewrite that. Henceforth, my words to you, baby. We weren't ready for a child. We was fighting. And I would hate to, like I said, bringing someone else into the world that acts like me towards somebody. And the mannerisms that I'm seeing are wrong. I'm not saying I'm a bad person, but I can have bad actions in response to things that make me feel like shit, and I know if it makes me feel like shit, well, fuck. I know the other person has to feel bad, if they accept it, and even if they don't accept it. Because like she said, I'm not like Todd, but Todd he does stuff to be hurtful. And I'm like, yeah, I used to verbally tell Maria, the only way I know how to make you stop, dude, and get away from me is to say some shit to fucking try to cut you down, and I don't want to turn into my mom and be the person that I said I didn't want to be and cut you down. Because I didn't like being cut down. But for some reason, you won't get away from me. And you're trying to get in my face and get me to be physical with you, but I'm not into that shit. The only thing I know is physical, which I know hurts worse than fucking bopping you on the motherfucking forehead and giving you a scar or some shit, which you want, and say I love you, is no, fuck you, bitch, I'll fucking, I'll never put my hands on you. But here your head's fucked up, because what happens is we have an explosion later on where you're like, all that build up, because you don't respond to me and say fuck you or whatever the fuck, or I don't like the way you're talking or anything like that. And GPS fucking moment. It's like, I'm sober and I'm acting like someone that is on fucking pharmacopoeia. Well, why do I respond like that? Because you've been saying this stuff to me. Well, there's a little fucking build up on both sides. You understand what I'm saying? And it turns into us talking for the hours that you stay. I don't know, fucking, but it's like, at least we're doing that. Other people ain't doing it. They're fighting each other, splitting up, or fucking stabbing each other or some other shit. You understand? That's why I said to you, honey, I'm on my wit's end. I don't know what else to do. I'm at the end of my toolbox of stuff of trying to figure out how to pull out of it that I was not raised with, or indoctrinated, or seen when I was a child to mimic. My hat tricks are almost gone. My rabbit and the hats are almost done. If the other stuff that I feel somewhat associated with, you don't feel that it's helping or working, then that's why I say it's on you then. Tell me what to do or what you would like, or open that door so we can step into it together and keep me in check so that we're always in that fucking hallway, walking in that direction. And our responses to each other so that we don't side veer and go into this place and get stuck in this room that, hey, this is cool, I like this place in here, and you become complacent and do like the baby because of her mind not understanding that the wood here means that it's a door, so she was trying to get in the door over here because this all looks the same to her. You understand? And forgetting, like I'm stating, what autistic fucking thing, like I say to you, is so fun, like you hear with me saying to my mom. I'll say a certain thing, and that's the only thing you guys fixate on. So I was asking her, what's the 3 things that he fixates on that have nothing to do with the fuck you guys are talking about arguing, but he says something, and boom, he's stuck on it. And he's just, work on that, honey. Work on that. And work on that with him. It's not just him reacting that way. It's a magnet. There's something attracting it and there's something repelling it. The difference between me and her and you is we got a cat that mimic us, not the fucking 2 other human beings that's watching. Hear every fucking move.
Would you mind getting me another 50 pack of this in the grow container? You should be able to see them. I think they're at the right on the top.
Oh, yeah.
You should be able to see them from the box. So we can keep talking.
Yeah, hey. So we can keep talking. Being facetious on my response to you. Because I understand that you're doing the same. And your body language and tone and all that was something that was not ulterior as one likes to do. Where I go, well, fuck you, and I stop talking. Like I say, I know English isn't your first language, but I know the way that we speak, it has to be the same somewhere in your fucking dialect. No fucking gibberish that you speak. Like the gibberish we're speaking to each other, even though we're using light to each other. We think it sounds. You can get that light from cross beaming.
No, we forgot to ask her if she would sell some pounds, if she would move some.
That's what I was trying to talk to her. That's what I was trying to talk with you about the damn bees, y'all. We can get some things. We're trying to sponsor her. And she doesn't know what she's saying. It's like, look, let's really do this. Let's fucking grow food. I'm trying to push weight. Let's open the properties up fucking to straight food.
Have a farmer's market right here.
That's what I'm saying. They're on our property or something.
See what she brought us, dude. I can't wait to have beds of food. You can't find anything like this anywhere. You just can't buy it. Period. It's not for them.
The more China loses its production of food, that shit, they're gonna just be gobbling up everything. All the import and everything.
I was thinking, do you think you'll be... Oh, we'll talk when you get back. No, we'll talk when you get back.
What are you gonna say, baby?
Alone with you. Alone with you.
Yes, sir.
Getting new.
What are you getting from home that you think that you're not? Because you're being blinded by something that's giving you what you want, but it's saying you want more. You know what I'm saying? Because he went and experienced the same as her, but she went to a bar, she stayed at home, but didn't realize, what am I missing? Nothing. I'm sitting here missing my kids. Depending on how much more you do that, you can either negate it and nullify, like I was saying earlier about fucking doing the stuff with the child, fucking food. The child learns to either suppress what's the issue.
But you heard what my response was. It's always the same realization, Gabrielle, isn't it? Because I have heard her from herself before saying when Isla was just born, she like got burnt or something. She needed to get out. She got drunk, and then the same thing came out of her mouth, being like, "Oh, I feel like shit, and I realize I can't be there for my kid, and I feel like shit, and I rather like my kid than this."
The soberness while we were at the shop, and then going and seeing them drink a couple beers.
But then I see you subtly drinking.
The insanity. Which one do you wish to call upon?
I don't know. I'm probably, if I'm being looked, I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm just trying to keep a
I'm just
threat
stating in a sense of which one would do you wish to point out? Because in the sense that she was pointing out of such, it's, you didn't go to a bar, but you still left the house to get away from something because you stated you haven't been out in 3 years because you were pregnant during that time. So.
But the reality is
what
that
are you
you're
missing?
gonna be with these kids for life, isn't it?
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. It all depends on what you wish.
I don't know. I get it. People get burnt. I don't know. I don't have my own kids, so I can't say. I get people say they all get burnt and they're your kids and you want to kill them and you love them, but you still want to kill them. Not kill them, but it's like you get burnt. Yeah. But it's like, dude, they're your kids. I gotta know. Change the pace. That's all I can say, because they ain't gonna disappear unless you change the course of that. Change the pace so you don't get burnt. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to change the dynamics of how you're doing the things.
Yeah.
Because someday it's a contact, someday they're gonna still be there. And yeah, you can go on a little trip or something and come back, or go to the bar and come back, but the kid's gonna still be there. And you, in a week, you're gonna keep burning yourself, like the kids' ear infection. You know what I'm saying? Until you totally address that which is making you feel burnt. What is it? Is it you not taking time for yourself? Okay, then fucking take that time for yourself midweek or whatever it is, so you don't get to when you need to go to the fucking bar. No? I don't know. I don't have kids.
But again, I'm asking, what do you get from the bar? Break it down. Of what's you getting from the bar? Especially in this time we're going to the bar is a death sentence. It's like AIDS all over again in the 80s, where if I go to the bar and I come
Now
home...
he got it. And I truly can't understand how Gabrielle is saying he's coming home tomorrow when she's saying that he's still under the symptoms.
Because he's recovered, baby. As I've been telling you, as I say.
No, he even still says that he feels it. So what I'm asking is
I'm saying what the medical allopathic doctors state is he's recovered.
So I
That's
don't
why you
understand.
understand
I
now
don't
why
care
this
what
shit
they
is...
say. I don't understand how
You should
Gabrielle talking
understand...
so much shit about her dad.
You
Then
should.
she'll say, "Oh yeah, I know he'll be coming home." It's like I know. The hypocrisy of really not wanting to see the things.
Because of what are they stating? Recovered. You not understand?
That's like a possibility.
No, that he's fucking safe. And clean and clear. And be that she doesn't have the information and so forth. That he's still infectious.
Jamie, he just had it. I mean, he had this whole thing hasn't gone so long.
It's like your mom and dad going to go see Martina. They're still infectious. What are you doing? Hello?
Even less. Because my mom got it on the 25th. Martina was born on the 12th. No, on the 11th or something.
And your mom was fucking being treated still up until the 7th because she was still going through her shit. So what are you talking about? She caught it at gestation period time, honey. In January 2nd or 3rd, one was being told, I can't sleep, Dad was going to get Mom stuff, was she not? And her oxygen level, because they had to call the ambulance on for Mom. Let's go 9 days after fucking...
No, that was in New Year's.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Alright. Well, New Year's is the 1st. 11 days later. Hey, guess who I'm chilling with? Hello?
Yeah, it's too soon.
As I was stating. I'm being looked at like I'm fucking stupid. For everybody. As you're staying on him, your mom did it. And your dad. What the fucking variant that would kill him, like I stated? Our nephew. And Vicente. Both our nephews. Why about the whole motherfucking next generation of Blue Allen? Hello? That's what people don't get. I want to see my grandchild with the vaccine, but guess what? You're carrying a fucking variant that actually infects the kids, so go ahead and go see your grandchildren to actually kill the next fucking generation, you fucks. Because you're vaccinated against the wild, which will kill you, that the kids would asymptomatically give it to you. Now you're asymptomatically going to give the kids the fucking virus that's going to fucking kill them. Because no one realizes that you're sick, because they don't even fucking do nothing to you, old bastards. Now that it's become prevalent, they need to switch the age groups, because you don't need to vaccine fucking 70 to 100-year-old motherfuckers no more. They don't do nothing. Everybody at age is surviving now, as they're showing. And going, oh man, the vaccines are good, they're fucking... No, it's a virulent change. They don't do nothing to help people with compromised immune systems no more. It's changed. It's going after fetuses in the womb, killing babies, killing children, specifically going after age groups from fucking 10 down. What the fuck's really going on? And pregnant women getting it. Let's mix the old people with the young people now. What the fuck is you idiots? But yeah, now we're at that thing where I've been saying for like 2 weeks now. Where'd the recovered number go? That they used to show with the deaths and people infected. They don't show that no more. They just tell people, yeah, you're recovered. And don't give you no more information on how long you're infected, blah, 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 blah. Or reinfection. Or is it reinfection or just you re-expressing the shit that, as they showed last year around this time, that there was people that a month or so after being supposedly recovered, they were getting and infecting other people. fuck, you were telling me about that story of those people that were in quarantine that got infected 2 weeks after someone staying there after it was like a facility. They switched to a quarantine facility or some shit.
Yeah.
And they got sick from the shit in the cabinet or something like that. I remember I was a year ago when you showed me that. I was always puzzled in my head like, huh?
And also in the cruise.
Just like now, we're still trying to figure out, is it going through the ventilations because the people in the quarantine hotels and so forth are getting sick, and they're starting to open up cruise ships again. You just heard today on the White House briefing that in-house dining is the #1 cause of the shit. Every place that we've seen still has in-house dining going. You know, it's supposed to all be stopped. But governors and police won't stop the stores from doing such. All the restaurant owners that we know all have allegiance and pact with each other that they won't stop. And the mayor's telling fucking in the front, you can't do that, but we won't enforce it. So if you get in trouble, fucking you're on your own. But we will slap your fingers if we have to make it look like we didn't allow you to do it. Even though you're on Front Street. You know where all of our officers go and all this other shit to either exercise or fucking eat. It's crazy. So I'm trying to figure out how the pet store is not essential. Why would you buy a building that only allows you to downsize? Why would you shut your system down from the square footage that he has, to where he can have at least 25 people in the store, to where the site that he used to be a storefront, that square footage for square footage where we have for sale.
And they were looking at that before the pandemic.
By CDC law, you can only have fucking 3 people at a time in our building. For square footage that we have as retail. With the back not being open to retail. With the back being open to retail, we have 5. You understand? Why would you go from such a high volume thing in square footage of the thing that he had of like 12,000 fucking square footage down to fucking 1,200? How? I don't know. It's puzzling me. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, you can have so many people congested. They kept the way almost the same way, where the checkout's in the same spot. So everyone is congested in one spot. There's no way for the people to fucking get away from each other. As you've seen when we got more than 5 people in there to try to be fucking fictitiously 6 feet away from each other, there's no way. It was a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Throw some dogs in there and some other stuff. How do you do that? You understand what I'm saying?
No, especially with the pets.
That's what I'm saying, is how is he underneath CDC guidelines?
No. But not Marysville. Nobody cares, Ezekiel. Nobody cares.
I'm seeing that, dude, and it's frustrating.
Nobody cares, and
They should.
yeah, nobody cares, and the government has shown to this point that it's just
Fucking money.
yeah. That they are more into building fucking subways than fucking getting the country on their feet.
About money. All about money.
I mean, did you hear that guy saying yesterday? Them people that gotta go to work to pay their bills and put food on their table. Like it's a fucking, like it's something crazy, you know, like, you know, for them people that they gotta go to work and pay their rent and put food on the table. That's what we're doing this for. Alright, I mean, then what's your modus operandi? What's your get down, dude? Because fucking show me. Like, do you do anything else? Like, do you just show up elsewhere and your shit is paid for? Like, what the fuck is going on? You don't gotta go to work? Like, how do you get your basic needs covered that you're seeing this reality as something so foreign to you? That, you know, that it's coming out of your mouth as something completely foreign to you. for them people, we are, you know, giving them $1,400.
That's how they see it. And for some reason, people don't understand the verbatim of the actions, or I guess understand the body language or some forth, what, or anything, or it's like it just goes over their head, like, hey.
Yeah, Democrats. I was like, didn't you just hear what the fuck he said? He said he don't give a fuck about you. Like, he sees you as less. Like, he don't relate to you at all. But somehow, your sense of need of identity...
Stockholm Syndrome says this person's going to help you.
Yeah.
It's never went through or felt the emotions you have in your life. So how can they ever help you?
No. They don't have that compassion.
Shake their head. Yeah, I understand. I understand. I get what you're saying. My textbook told me about that. I seen a YouTube video on it.
And it was
some
like
fake news.
And it was presented as it was crazy.
I seen some fake news on that the other week. I just feel like walking my dumb ass down to the word reception and downloading some things, see what happens. I hate that. I'm getting addicted. Stuff to listen to while training. I'll pray everything goes right for them.
Yes, they're just gonna do some fundamental growth. That if it's meant to be, it's gonna happen, right?
That was one. Some spam transfer involved. I'm gonna do it as a group effort.
Yeah, dude, she was saying that her mom was saying you shouldn't say your house, or I'm like, don't call me telling me what I gotta do or don't do.
Fucking do it as a group effort and put some barriers so mom and dad and everybody's gonna fuck your life up. Better stop that shit right now. Be you, know you, take some advice, but understand that it's like, alright mom, you and dad didn't make it. Let me work on this right now, cause is that something that would have helped you and dad stay together? Or not? Yes. How many relationships are you in, or are you single right now? Cause you don't got shit back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like my talks with my mom. You really want to be happy, mom? You really want this? You really want that? Oh, be nice to Lionel. Oh, be this. This motherfucker ain't trying to talk to me, mom. This nigga's really trying to talk to me. Fucking stop trying to hit on my wife and shit. Look at me, fucking fuck you. You just called this gentleman my dad, mom. You guys aren't even fucking married. Hello? Hold on, mom. I ain't even met my dad in my life. This man's not my father. I was with Steve for 17 years. I called him Pops. Come on, mom. Why would you disrespect me like that? Remember that talk I had with my parents? You know what I'm saying? Shit like that has to be done. You know what I'm saying? The explosion of that. Oh, you're treating me. Hey, hold on a minute. How are you treating me? How'd you think about my feelings? Yes, it's on social media, mom. Why the fuck would you post some shit? Something I don't care, but I'm not being childlike. If you wish to see, I'm just asking you, why would you post something like that? Are you with the man now? No. You know what I'm saying? I said you unleashed the monster on the world when you got me to start loving myself. Fuck. Little by little. Motherfucker, nope, you ain't gonna do that. We drawing a line on that shit. If you don't like it, you can get the fuck away from me. I don't give a fuck. I do, but sometimes I don't. More times I don't than I do. I gotta think about it. That's what sucks. You know what I'm saying? I've gotten better at thinking about it before I get to that point. Henceforth, why I try to have them talks with people and express to them. I started to do it with you today. Yeah. But you're influencing my best friend and my life partner, which influences me. So let's work on this. But if you don't work on it, I'm gonna tell you to get the fuck away. She can keep coming around you and stuff like that. I don't care. I want to just let you know. Any gibberish or reflection that comes from me into our relationship, I'm gonna cut it out. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want to work on your shit, I'm gonna say you're doing like Christian. I'm gonna spew out how I said about Christian, get her in mind of whatever, all the shit that sister went through, and all the bullshit that you motherfuckers talking to that girl. And go, what you doing, Christian? You doing the same shit, ain't you? Except for, instead of you talking shit on Pat and having her supposed dropout dope fiend fucking spouse that's trying to take your shit, you're that person, right? And Pat wrapped into one. Now predatoring on fucking a Christian, who instead of her being a female having the kids getting stuck with him, you're stuck with the kids.
Well, I was thinking that they were stuck in the house. What?
Stop her.
No, well, I was thinking that because you said like she got herself with Patrick, but I was thinking like from what I've seen him because I've never seen Todd crazy. I've seen the mess that Christine and Pat were, but from what Christine have told me, she wouldn't leave the house, so for her it was even worse, because it was like, I don't know how I see it, it'd be worse, I feel like, because you are in 40 acres, but it turns into like,
prison.
Yeah, and so, because it's your head, and so, I don't know, I feel like I lived it in the van. It felt like we would be in the middle of nowhere in the forest, or like in that Hope Valley, or what is it called? That valley that it's there that we would pass to going to Luther Pass and stuff. And then that day that we went super high, going to that other mountain.
By Blue Lakes.
That was a camp. That was a deer and there was a horses.
That's Blue Lakes.
Okay. Like you're in that immensity, and at least I felt just so confined to the van, or like I couldn't leave the van, or like, I don't know, I just felt like that was my umbilical cord or something. With all its functionality, like that was it, And, but when Christine would tell me that she would do, because she was pregnant with Tilly, and Pat was doing house prison, like house jail.
House arrest.
House arrest? Yeah. And he had the ankle monitor and shit. And she said like it was horrible, like, I don't know, and because she only had a van when she moved there, then the van broke down. Literally, so Gabrielle and Christine went cross country, from Florida, drove Christine's van. Christine had just gotten $50,000 inheritance. Like a story like mine, like she just got some cash, she had it in her pocket, they did a whole shit ton of blow on the way here, and then Gabrielle rented that house where I met her at, that I first went trained for her for. She did an indoor garden. Christine was doing half indoor garden with her, but Christine was living in a van. The van broke down in Nevada City. She met Patrick in the bar. They took the van to the yurt. And that was Christine's story, like she was just living in the van broke down, they did a
ton of Molly, and they said, let's have a baby. And that was it. And the next week she got pregnant. And after that, she's in the year, she got pregnant now. See, he's got that. Then I went, that's when I went trim after Gabriel's. That's when I went trim for him. They were remodeling the house at the time, but they hadn't started remodeling the house, so it was weed everywhere, and we were all trimming in there, and they were, they had Rough and Ready and the North San Juan, and they were bringing all the wet weed, and it was like 3 days that we stood up, and Pat paid us even more money. But then they all started fighting, like Christine, because Pat was on drugs. Christine started fighting with Pat. Christine was pregnant, and then there was a group of kids of Colorado that they were the ones running North San Juan, Rough and Ready, where we went took care of, and they were bringing shit with a U-Haul. And then what happened was the U-Haul, they were all so high on pills, all so high, all these kids, all of them, all so high that the U-Haul got stuck in this hill, and it got stuck, like it got fucking, like insurance fucked up, like now you got a U-Haul that you gotta return and you can't return, and you gotta somehow return or buy the U-Haul, that kind of shit. And they were moving them like 2 a.m, and we were processing this shit, it was like crazy, and everybody was so high. That third day, it all exploded. And he was like, and then everybody got kicked out. We all get paid extra and shit. And then Pat didn't really want to pay extra because he forgot. He was so high that he had told us that he was going to give us a bonus, whoever did not sleep that night, And then after that, so we all left. It was Jackie. I went with Jackie, I think, yeah. And there was a whole lot of other people. And then we went back to Tahoe, and then we came back to Grass Valley to work for this other guy that Gabriel connected us with, Dan, and I went and stayed there in that house for like 2-3 weeks, but that's their story, and so, but kind of like the same, because the girl is like, unless she grabs the guy's truck, she can't really leave North San Juan. She don't know nobody, she's calling Gabriel, and that's the support that you got, so what tools did Christine had? None. And every time I talk to Gabriel about Christine, she's like, well, no, but Christine always like mind fucks, like fuck games, mind games, and guys that would mind fuck her, and I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know. The guy
I don't
before
think people
this,
like that.
the guy before Todd, I don't know who was before Todd, but fucking, we go back to the ones that I've met. I'm just like, you're not too fucking far after yourself there. So, I mean, I'd seen this coming. If she didn't correct course from fucking having somebody say that, you gotta chip me off more on the stuff that I'm moving, even though we're together, and still undercut and not give you what fucking had to get paid for all the expenses. It was like, I don't know, the progression of such would be a person like who said. Remember the guy that was a yoga instructor?
Yeah, Brooke.
Remember how I was saying, if she doesn't correct that, I'm going by him, and all the bullshit that she went through with that guy. This is the result of such, because if you don't work on those things, think about it. He touches on all the things that guy did, but fucking, like, to, the Republican side. To the extreme. Brooke was all the extreme left Democratic, fucking, I'll just get you like this. This guy's just like, no, fuck you, I'm just taking all your, this is mine. Instead of just like, no, I'll let you think you're in control, but you're gonna pay me for everything as you do the work and fucking Astaghfirullah. I mean, this one gets fucked up and faded and says I'm gonna burn up my shit, and the other one got wasted and peed on himself in the bed. I mean, where's the in between that? You know what I'm saying? You comprehend what I'm getting at? You just bought a brand new bed and a grown ass man just peed on himself in your bed, and you're talking about marrying. Now you guys ain't together. Right? And you went from him to this guy. You know what I'm saying? And the other ones that were previous to that I know about is like, come on, what are you working and looking to? fucking working on. What are you doing, G? Okay. You ladies in your experiments on trying to like fix people. But it's like, dude, one needs to fix self first. Otherwise, this is a hot mess. Brooke, who was so eager to bend over backwards and build stuff for you, baby. And this dude that so eager to do stuff, but you gotta tell him to pick up the hammer and fucking bend your elbow. Now move your arm. Now twist your arm and now bring the hammer down. But that's just secondhand information I'm getting from my wife that I'm speaking on, so it's the same stuff. But just saying, to give the chatter take. She went from someone that built stuff to someone that has to be told how to build it.
Or, yeah.
But knows how to build it, or claims doesn't know how to build it, but anybody can use a hammer. You understand? One that peed on himself fucking redid her dad's house. And dead. This one, I'll take your dad's house. Burn the shit up. You get what I'm saying? How do you go from one extreme? How do you get from the left hand? How do you get from the left Democrat that peed on himself in the bed and fucking taught people yoga and shit? That's what I'm saying. You got a yoga instructor that did all that shit, but then went home and did drugs and fucking freaked out the way that they did. And it's like, really? To going from that to this right here that I'm just getting secondhand information on, but so on and so forth. But how do you go from one extreme to that? Where's the middle at, sister? It has to be the kids. So save the children by, if you see this child reacting like either or one of you talking to each other in a messed up manner, stop doing that. You understand what I'm saying? Show the kids to be the middle path.
Yeah, but for that.
Since you won't choose it and you don't have the option to choose it now, you need to make the children the middle path.
Yes. But for that, one needs to be sober, honey.
Oh, I know.
And even microdosing, because of the intention in which you're doing it, is still masking. You ain't sober. And so, I don't know.
You mean microdosing of what?
Mushrooms?
Okay.
She said they're microdosing with shrooms daily.
And it ain't helping?
Well, do you think he's helping? He ended up in this. Obviously, it's not helping, so I'm saying the intention
It doesn't sound like they're doing it every day. If they're microdosing and they're doing it in a fucking way to help express and work on something to where they can have a breakthrough. There's a difference between microdosing and a way of helping and micro-escaping.
I don't know what they're doing.
You understand what I'm saying?
They had studied it when they first came here. She told me that they had studied doing yoga and that they were microdosing. In the mornings, they were putting in their coffee with the other mushrooms. And then I didn't think they kept doing it. And she just said that when he came back from Arizona, they go back to doing it. She put too much.
Mm-hmm.
And he just had that, and then he went to a party. He had too much, and that was it.
And had a bad trip, and somehow, how is getting a shot of more lithium that the body can take in throw somebody off? You know what I'm saying? He would be the perfect fucking test model to show that mushrooms shouldn't be legalized. If that was a fucking real case of what they're talking about, honey.
Yeah.
Comprehend?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying that mushrooms are bad.
Didn't say that. I'm just saying.
I'm saying that in the
English
context in which they are
what you're giving,
consuming it,
what you're giving to me
is microscaping.
And of observations.
What it feels like. I don't know. I'm not there.
They would have not have had a legislation and pushed across the nation to have motherfucking mushrooms legalized for depression. Hello?
No, yeah, exactly. When this is doing the complete opposite.
Hello?
or there might be more chemicals that it's creating, and you're not having the end result what the scientific study said that you should have. So if the recipe is you put 2 eggs and 1 banana and you should have a fucking pancake, and you ain't having a fucking pancake, you're having a muffin, then there's some yeast there, there's some other shit that
you're adding are still residual.
Some residuals. So some cleansing, detox.
This microdosing helps everybody that I've observed and helped microdose and snap out of shit. Even a bad trip, because it makes you fucking get the fuck away from whatever the fuck your supposed bad trip was. Which the toolbox for simple-minded people is a bad trip, because they don't have the tools to figure out what the hell was expressed to them, so they have a freak out in that moment. Like I did in my simple-minded time. Not understanding what was being shown to me, so it was my psychic visualization showed it to me in a horrific manner, so that I wouldn't see it as pleasant and understand. Don't do that shit. Right? Instead of like a DMT trip and shit where it's all nice and everything, but I don't know. Shit they show on Google, like we've read. Fucking people say it's some fucking dwarfs or some shit eat you, and I'm like, what the fuck is people talking about? I was like, well, that will link on you. What are you seeing? That's the thing. It's like he says it's a bad trip. It was a bad trip.
You see an aspect of yourself that you don't like. Yeah. Did you see yourself?
Did you just see a foreshadow of you doing what you just did?
Mm-hmm. What's a bad trip? Talk about it.
Right. Because the bad trip was this last couple of days, like I was explaining to her, got me being in my head fucked up, and you having to tell me you haven't kissed me, honey, because fucking I'm stuck in my head over some shit that I don't even realize that's overridden my mind. I've done it so much that my body has to fight not to do it. So what's the bad trip? If all those things kill away the ego and allow us to see what is supposed to be corrected and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Every time I used to do hallucinogens like that, I would see myself in turning points where I got locked up and other things I expressed fears and seen me and so forth. I had to freak out and fucking did what I did to Heather, and I was fucked up on my stream. Where's my wife? Where do you take my wife? You know what I'm saying? Where am I at? People still don't understand how the mind works and also how the psychedelics work with them. You know? I'm gonna go get gas, man. Go ahead and do that, man. It's the last time I'm gonna see you. What are you talking about? You freaking me out. I seen it last night when I was frying, Mom. I'm still frying right now. I'm seeing all these different things. And you're taking me with you to the MPP2 meeting at fucking the Hustler House with you? Playboy Mansion? Or you can drop me off as you say you're doing. And you and Lisa won't see me for a couple years. Ah, please, well, here we go. Walking there with you. Here comes probation. Hey, how you doing? You got anything in your pockets? What is she asking you that for, sir? Hey, is it right if I get my wallet? What are you doing that for, honey? Well, man, your son's under arrest. April 6, 2006. When I was arrested at probation, I wanted to. They're fucking frying my ass off. Fucking hallucinogens in my grandma's house for the first time. And she got me like came up here with Shaggy, dropping in my eye. Oh. Gone, boy. I was fucked up for 2 weeks in jail. When they sentenced me, I didn't realize it. I told you. I was in jail for a week, giving my food away, and then I came with you. It was like, damn, dude. This shit was hella funny. Who was in there with me? Two of the homies. Fucking, the heavyset Spanish brother that was riding by, the shop that week.
Did they not got you for being like,
You couldn't tell. I can sit here like this on half a sheet and you wouldn't know. Back when I was conditioned on such, because I was exploring those things, but yeah, it was a trip. It was fucking Tim and, Spanky, what the fuck is Spanky's name? And then I think about it because he come by the shop with his girls. But yeah. He laughed at me. I woke up and fucking, or I shouldn't say, yeah, I woke up, I guess. I was sitting there at the fucking tray and Randy was like, dude, you need to eat, bro. You ain't eat nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I was all, I thought I was hallucinating this, dude. They're like, what the fuck? What are you on? I was frying, bro. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going to prison. If I'm, oh, that sucked. It's like a week of realizing I'm going to prison. You know? That's when I met Robert. And that's first trip to prison. Got my mind together and turned on the stuff that I learned on the street. Called upon my cousins that got in, seeing who did weekends. Like my cousin Fabian, that you met, big old tall black brother. Had him go see my mom get an ounce and packed himself with tobacco and weed for me to bring it in. And I put money in my books. That's how me and Robert became friends. I used to sell him tobacco and weed. He was a couple of cells down the way. He used to fish it and send it to the quarter to him. That's how I got most of my letters, or my stamps for letters in prison. I stayed friends since then. Man, 14, 15 years now? Haven't been rough. I didn't think about that. Somewhat the same person that he was when I first met him, but that shit that he has that you see him walking around at night is worse. Any issues with his father. He said him down. Worse than it did when I first met him 15 years ago. I don't know why. You start getting him to pry into it and he starts crying. He walks away because he feels ashamed. Like most of the buddies that I know. That you heard and met around here. Like, G asked me about the septic and all that up here. She was like, shit like that happen crazy up here. I was like, dude, you just don't understand. Like, there needs to be more policing up here. Not in the sense of crimes, but crimes in families. Like, this lockdown shit like this. I just can't imagine like, what's going on in some of the households up here. Because of people not knowing. It's easy. This fucking... And kids aren't in school. And Sarah and shit like that. I never imagined shit like that was going on to the kids up here. I mean, I knew some things from the homegirls that I went to school with, like Sarah and other things like that, but not with Sarah, Garrett White. Like, I didn't, you know, that's fucking wild, dude. It's fucking insane what people can do to their own kin and shit. But then even then, I'm just like, the fucking people that come over, but then you think of that fucking shit that we heard that lady, dude, fucking selling her daughter as payment for the fucking bills paid and shit like that. It's like, oh my god, man. Like, I don't know. Start I don't think about that anymore. First thing out of my mouth when that shit happened, that's what I was first saying back in January and February last year. The fucking spousal and child abuse is gonna go up fucking exponentially and that shit. That's the main thing that fucking Biden should be fucking addressing in the United States. I think that's the main form of racism right there. Yeah.
What about Biden?
Address this about like the abuse that in America, how it's gone up, but just in itself, and I was just stating, now that I think about it, contemplating that that's where the first form of racism comes from, if you think about it. You know, if I can hate and abuse you, then I can do it to another person. If I won't do that to you, then it's a little harder for me to do such. It's like that weirdness where you see someone be racist against just the man, but they can think that the female version of that which they say is race that they're racist against, they feel affinity to or can talk to in a way that they don't see them and such. Like, is that selective racism, or is that racism, or is that just fucking ideology? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hate Mexicans, but only Mexican men. Oh, Mexican women are beautiful. Or black, you know what I'm saying? Like how people, you'll see this person do such, like, strange things, or I don't know, you haven't been around that much, but here I've seen, like, odd shit like that, where I'm just like, okay, if you're gonna be racist, like, how do you discern between the female sex and the male sex on the race thing? And how do you just hate the men? You're okay with the kids, but once they hit a certain age group, they're not alright. It's like this thing where you see me ask minorities from other countries that are darker than me, have you ever been called nigger? And they go, no, because they have fucking accent. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is racism? Because I have an accent, I'm not a nigger. You know what I'm saying? What makes a person racist?
It's
And what is,
social studies.
you know what I'm saying? You pick out what I'm picking at, because you've
Yeah.
lived through it for 8 years now with me, where I've asked these questions to get it prevalent to your face of, what is this issue with you guys that have Caucasian on your birth certificates not seeing shit? Because of that, you're able to fucking go around the world like fucking king and queen. But then in this COVID crisis where they're saying minorities are dying more, well, fucking, if they say we're the frontline workers, well, fucking put the mirror in yourself and asking yourself, why does someone with a birth certificate or on their health certificate state Caucasian? How are they living longer than someone that says not Caucasian when they're being cared for by non-Caucasian? But Stockholm Syndrome is happening on such, you know what I'm saying? Life expectancy of a minority in the United States because of the fucking stressors and so forth of thinking of being arrested or fucking gunned down or deported are higher than a Caucasian. Why aren't these things being addressed in a sense of racial tensions? They've already showed that our life expectancy is lowered even more because of COVID stress, compounded upon those other things. But yet, the people that are taking care of me in that, how is my life expectancy going down if they're the same? Right? Shouldn't they be working on trying to raise that up? If the backbone of the healthcare system and all these things are fucking minorities? Shouldn't the tool see itself as not a tool, but as a fucking human being? Instead of a tool that can be replaced once it's broken? You understand what I'm saying? It's that blanket fucking heart chakra fuck up because of loss of identity. Right? Breathing issues. Hypertension, all these things, because one sees himself as fucking lesser than someone else. Therefore, you're more susceptible to a disease. Because of such, it's chirality. Energetics into your heart chakra to take you away. But then the person that's supposed to be taking care of you is supposed to love you as much as something else. But then there was such that thing when I was a kid. I tried to get colored dolls that made me feel as if I was accepted, and yet her rosies are what color? You know what I'm saying? And named Rosie. She's a little bit darker than Maria. A lot of Cubans are darker than Marians. And named Rosie. There's me in America. But yet, I'm talking from someone that comes from Florida. You understand? Am I laughing or am I saying ha 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 ha? Which is yes, in another language. I said, man, she got her Marias. I used to see it with my kids, depending on like, the friends you associate with. You see it with the kids, with the toys they play with, and the toys' friends, if you wish to say. If you get that much into it, and they got like the whole Barbie set and all that kind of shit to be able to do the whole little style thing. It's crazy. And it's like, what future is that you're imprinting on the child? I say, Mom, you got Michaela the kitchenette thing. What do you want her to do? Stay at home, cook, and got her the Malibu Barbie, fucking Powerwall. She's jamming. Alright, she's got. What does she have in real life? She has her Ford Chevy Malibu with turbo. Don't she? You know what I'm saying? Same color as the one that she drove around in when she was a little girl. I got pictures of. You know what I'm saying? Her Powerwall. Playing out the life that she imagined in her head as a child. Her little doll that she used to carry around in the fucking thing. Amazing. Her baby. Like Rosie. You know what I'm saying? From watching kids' imaginations like I was doing with little sister Sarah's fucking little girl with her. When I said that, you know, as adults, or that baby had that life living over there, we now have a structure that our imagination had its input there, as I was stating. It's so beautiful to have a child here have an imagination keeping things differently than our indoctrination. As we say, we wish to be unplugged from the umbilical cord, but yet here we are building that which we say we wish to get away from. Now you comprehend what I was saying? A couple months later from that. Because that thing is there, and that's what we stated we wished to do. But yet at the time we'd already moved the ideal and so forth, so she had the way of putting those things there and playing and talking to make-believe people. What were real to her. I illustrated, it's nice to see imagination, be able to douse someone and see the reality of what they see, instead of what we're wishing to see here. In an adult way. Because we're using our imagination and drawing cardboard and pieces of paper to draw the stuff that we're again stating we don't wish to be in. A house and all this. But here we are in a house, but yet we've made it where we can see through the walls and blah 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 blah. You understand what I'm saying? Would you like your key right now? Would you like some key? You understand? Would you like some tea? Crumpin. Well, back to work. Buck this stuff down. Help sister with food.
I think I
Brother to bring the house up for some reason didn't come yesterday and looks like he's not coming today to have his son.
At 2 o'clock I sent him pictures of the SE5 and I explained to him about it, and then I sent him a video of the chakras at 8 o'clock, and I said I wanted to share this with you. And at midnight, 2 minutes to midnight, he sent me, were you asking about my son's name, my son's full name? And I said, yes, please, at 4:30 in the morning when I woke up. And then at 6, I sent him some links. And 12:43, so past noon, he responded to me. And then I responded to him, and he responded to me in 50 minutes going by. I sent him a picture of the silver.
Just let it be.
Yeah.
Seed's been planted.
Well, I said, he said, I sent him a picture, so he said, that's right, so is that through electrolysis? I was explaining to him about the parts per million, ionic, and I said, you know where we're at? I'll put a care package together for your son and family. You can pick up us up as soon as possible. And I said, if you wish to. And he said, I don't know what to say. No, I'm now in your debt. So now, whatever I can do for you. And I said, you already have. Let's see your son get better. That pays for itself. Seriously, I would only recommend what I know. I was explaining to him about, because he had mentioned colloidal silver before he left here, so I was mentioning to him like colloidal silver, there's commercials that are bought, but look at parts per million, things like that, like things that he needs to. I said Ezekiel makes ionic silver.
And colloidal silver. And silver plasma. And AG0 plasma fucking liquid metal fuel. But I can go on that, but anyhow. He needs the green, the yellow, and the red mix that I made from 4 years ago. Mixed together with, unfortunately, the last mix that I gave to fucking Leon the Curious Eye. Find that mix that I put together for Leon. It helped with his ears.
I said with teas and some herbal teas that would help the inflammation of his gut.
Yeah, I don't have anything set up right now, so I'd have to do that. My mind's set up on this now, because I thought they were coming, so I'll have to figure out where some things are to do a care package. Unless you know where the other silver and so forth bottles are. I do not at the moment. forget what those things are called. Shunlight headphones would help that, baby. But not normal headphones, the ones that they use for stimulating. I forget what the fuck that's called. But they send electricity in through your ears. Someone had just adapted those probes with Shunlight a couple years back. That'd stimulate his ears in the proper manner and put proper, as you would say, restructuring. Get rid of the fucking shit that's taken onto his ear from the antibiotics.
See.
I forget what that's called. I'll have to look it up when I get reception again. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the tapping, but they use electricity and light pulses and temples and shit and things. I don't know. I'm being told to show right now, so I'm trying to fucking figure out. Low voltage stimulation with Shunlight headphones would help the boy. Dielectric. Hit with silver.
I'm dying. Look at this orange.
That's crazy. Looks like it's tie-dye. With the pill and stuff.
Oh my god. This tastes straight like really mustard, like this. Oh my god. Like super spicy wasabi mustard. What is that? Orange?
What?
That orange?
Excuse me, not at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm now hungry.
Scissor hands.
There and shown that most of those chemicals do affect mammals, do affect their sensitive states, their compassionate, their connectiveness.
Honey, I can show you studies where they did back in the day where they realized that it affected the metal. Okay? Hello? You hear me?
Oh, metal affects the metal?
Yes, how it affects metal. Crystalline lattice structure, growth.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? How does the psychotropic influence something that people say is an inert or unconscious thing? How is the symmetry of something changed by such?
The spin of its formation. The spin change in the way that the molecules have to manifest, and so the chirality is off. No?
Well, again, I use psychotropics instead of just, say, focalizing on just one So for one, I'll just say for it because it's easier to explain and maybe to understand, and kind of on the lines of what you're talking about, but not. But yes, along the lines you're saying. LSD. Why does it make you feel or take you the way it does through the benzene rings? Because it's van der Waals. It never touches itself because it has so much energetics that its molecules actually never touch themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it takes you through 111 or 115 planes of the benzene molecule. One of the supposedly simplest molecules we understand, but they now understand there's about 118 or more planes to it. So there's that many just to the carbon molecule, and they think the mind can only think to the 11 dimensions. You know, just anyhow. But what are we talking about?
You were talking about
Space cadet.
what they're putting on people's kids actually. On kids' food, they have metals. And how is that affecting?
No, at this moment right now.
Well,
You were saying about something and I started talking.
I was just saying that it's pretty criminal.
Oh, yes. No. Because of that van der Waals effect and such high energetics, and being able to take you through those rings and so forth, when you put LSD on metal, it can be observed the change that happens, especially in the crystalline growth itself. I don't remember what I was talking about. They did studies back in the day on it, which is interesting. Like the same as them doing it with spiders and other things. So again, psychotropics influence other things, except not just mammals. And again, I'm using the word psychotropics, not just LSD, and focalizing on one just psychotropic. You understand?
See.
I find that quite unique and interesting because the only other thing that influences crystalline growth is when there's a lunar eclipse and it changes, or when the sun that actually gives us our light, not the sun that people see, that hydrogen crystal vibrating, the actual one and a half, those eclipses that change, like when you have your mints right now, because of it being blocked to you. And metal growth being cycled by the moon cycle. Light degrades in sunlight, but regrows in moonlight, and proves and shows that moonlight is not refracted sunlight. Henceforth, the patent that someone has on the razor blade being sharp and putting underneath the full moon. But yet, those things change crystalline growth. How does a psychotropic do such? And why? Because metals were made by archaea, which people forget. They're a form and showing of energetics exchange, either through redux or gain. Like I've been saying for years, and they finally found those things, and amoebas and bacteria, and they're using now to clean up nuclear sites because this shit eats shit. And all metals and other things like that in the world are this shit from things eating it and making it this density. Gold you want is red, the gold that they sell you is shit. Not pure. But yeah.
It's weird because I talked to my brother about when he showed me the land. I was talking to my brother about how would he get electricity or what water, drinkable water. You know, if he's gonna do cabins or what he offers as far as
Amenities.
yeah, like that. And what they do with the poop, you know, like septics. I was asking him, and he was saying that in his kiosco, in his convenience store, he has, and he called it this, a digester. He was like, there's a biodigester,
but he hasn't turned the wheel full round to harvest the gas. So when I was telling him, yeah, those produce gas, he was like, I don't know about the gas. Like he literally shut me off. Like, I don't know about that. All I know is I gotta empty it out. I need to pain in the ass. And I was like, but you can. That's like you can produce. You pressurize it. You can produce the gas for cooking there at the store.
You change the enzymes that in there, and you don't have to empty it.
But that's what you're saying. Is like it's just if you're not so careful. He's like, it happens to us that we clean the bathroom with bleach, and then if we're not careful, he says it goes into somehow it goes, ends up in
inside of there, and you get ammonia.
And it kills all the enzymes, and then you get started over. And he was like, it's really a pain in the fucking ass. He was like, for the price of emptying it, because here, he was like, I don't know how it's there for the truck. He's like, here you gotta come from the closest town, which is probably like it's over there, he said. But here for the price of the truck coming and emptying it, you get yourself another biodigester. But he hasn't put it. I was just saying that he hasn't put it together of what the bacteria is doing is creating the methane gas. Mm-hmm. And like he could be, if he does it at his house with the scraps or whatnot, because he was saying that the price of gas. Oh, because I was telling him that we want to do the solar collectors, but for now I was taking the shower here with the propane. And he was like, well, propane here is expensive. And because they don't have the natural gas. It's like, it has to be the Reynoso's house.
He does a bladder, and he starts bottling up his own methane, which is safe to do with just water in a tube and so forth. And purify it out. He has the excess there were the vegetables and all the waste and so forth, so you can have several different digesters going and do a mix.
The scrap there from the garden, from the corn and all that, the husks and all that.
He has the vegetative matter waste and the animal vegetative matter waste byproduct and fucking the household waste. That can be mixed together, and then you have your black water that he's talking about using as well. You can mix those together or have them separately. To have your fertilizer and so forth.
No, he was saying that in his house he has separated the black water to the gray water.
But I'm saying for the biodigesters and so forth, the different mixes to get better methane if you wish to use permeoelectric membranes to make electricity from it, or just make gas for heat, for hot water, water purification and so forth. Or heating, because you could be using that. Do a solar collector with heating pad, because in the wintertime your biodigester slows down unless you keep them warm. Use that as a form of heating or whatnot, and our water purification. Or radiate heating, because you could have like a little expansion tank with the copper tubings and everything, since they're able to build like that there. Integrate all that kind of stuff in. Your water collection off the roof, you got a second tank that you boil your water.
Don't have that much capacity.
You boil your water and then have it to where it goes off into off the stuff that you've caught, to where you have your water for the day.
Yeah, he must need to add an extra tank, because he's saying that he don't have enough capacity. Like he was saying that he has an extra tank, but
tanks on the biodigester for methane or water?
No, from the soil collectors.
Oh.
He's saying that 2 people can shower, and if the sun has come down, then they might not get to do dishes or something like that. If somebody needs to shower, like, they need to be conscious of the water consumption.
He needs to do an expansion and have it stored. managed to do a hybrid version of what you got going on right now, but what we're talking about making. And instead of using propane, having it be from the bile digester. You understand? And recirculating the water through a filter, so they're not just dumping it out, but it stays hot for the next person. And vice versa, as a family in a bubble, what's the issue with taking a shower after your wife in the same order? Or the kids? You know? Especially after it's gone to the solar collector because it's sterilized. Instead of dumping it. Using a bowel digester to reheat it or keep it warm. Do an expansion tank into an actual water heater. Looks like he gets a lot of light there.
Yeah?
But it looks like there's a lot of good sunshine. With the corn and everything. What is he doing for solar?
No, he just has a lot of exposure all the time. Oh, we don't have solar. Regular electricity. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Again, the same time of last year, you got those politicians getting people to congregate or go inside and say it's okay. Like they said, masks are fucking stupid, da 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 da. But think, this time last year, what was going on? Trump was talking shit on those people in Michigan or somewhere in the middle of the United States, and they were getting snowed on. And they were doing those long-ass Trump parades. Talking about we don't want lockdown. Saying they didn't do nothing. Remember? It's just right when we got locked down. Friday the 13th was when we closed our shop. I got kicked out fucking Facebook. And you still. They made me do that fucking video of myself through the thing. Instead of sending the picture and all that. I was like, what the fuck? And I did the video with Jamie in the back of the building. And they erased the first video and then I got the other one done. Well, they made that snow. And we had that. That's when our weather started getting all funky. And we got that weird ass rain. And old boy published. We were going to spread this shit around the world. Spread the GANs with our military grade fucking weather makers in China. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm a Yeah, I'm a This is where you can truly see the correlation between the vaccines, the vaccine trials, and the mutations, and how it's mutated from, again, going after the old to now going after the young in their own statements, their own statistical analytics stating how much of their population is the old to my age and my mom's age group, because you would be our daughter's age group down, because you're 32, I'm 40. I'm above the 35 mark. You understand? It's like the people at 75 in some states and the people at 70. You understand? If we're at the 75 mark, your dad couldn't do it, but if we're at the 70 mark, your dad could. You understand? The age cutoffs for eligibility. Who's getting the jab? You understand? It's different across all states and so on and so forth, but
and your profession is different too.
yes. But looking at this just blanketly as they're stating, as you see, as I was asking you, please pay attention to their statistics as they state across the states and here in the United States, the White House briefings of how many people old, how they said, 6 weeks ago they only had 6% of the people of a certain age group here in the United States jabbed. Now here 6 weeks later, we have 55%. Well, 6 weeks later, after you hitting the 55% mark, we have our own variant that goes after fetuses and so forth and young people instead of after old people because they can't go after that population. Over there, they went from as not having the old people inoculated to having, as he states, 20% or better old people vaccinated. And as they state how they know that the vaccine is working, why? It's because the old people are getting sick and are dying. That it's only fucking us below the vaccine threshold, they state from the statistics analytics that he's going to show. So that's why I've been stating, let's see where these variants are coming from, because it has to correlate with these trials and now these vaccines being pushed out across, because again, it's kind of fucking comical that you have the wild variant, the vaccines come out, but as each vaccine steps forward to have emergency fucking authorization and get their pay and get pumped in everybody's arm around the world without no say, without no efficacy fucking actually seeing what the fuck's going on. They're just part of the human trials and part of the analytics to actually see if the shit actually works or not, and still get paid and make more fucking profit
At the government's
every day.
expense.
And our expense, because now people are buying into that as they see, is it getting accepted or not accepted, as their thing works or not works, or people think on the news because this verbatim of percentage is this high and this is
Contingent
this
to get government
so
property
forth.
in case that anything goes wrong.
This and this and this goes on and so forth, but still, my thing is, again, as I was stating, it's funny that the first monoclase fucking shit came out, right? During the vaccine, or right in October. That's when those first variants started popping up, then took over. You started seeing on the news that they were doing heavy trials in the UK for these vaccines that just came out. These vaccines were rushed, as I stated, by UK. They got theirs and pushed theirs before we did our emergency use. They only looked at the shit for 8 hours.
And the
Back
first
when that
variant that
first-
comes out is the UK variant.
That defeats that shit. But yet I go, why are they pushing that? And all of a sudden they still okayed it, even though they knew they had an escape mutation.
Already because of the trial. Not at the
Yes.
time that they put it to the masses, but
Now we're going to push this stuff. Now everybody has it. And you see in America, Fauci and all these people jump on the same words of, we got to get rid of the jab so that it doesn't have anything to mutate with. Well, you're causing the mutation. Because again, it's comical that every new vaccine that comes out on the block that gets the emergency thing, somehow the variant is right there a step ahead. as they stated in their thing, damn, this thing must be conscious because it keeps defeating our barriers that every barrier we put up while they're doing so. It's either through that, or again, people in these places making this stuff, it's already was there, or these people from the Quiche administration, but it has to be a mix of both. Because how do you have contingent evolution of gene manipulation? Well, I know Quiche is doing what he's doing worldwide and has the ability to do that manipulation, but then who's the other people that are doing this and tricking people like he has been doing to get people to just drink the Kool-Aid and think that they're helping. And people, as long as they think that they're doing something to help another fellow person, I'll keep getting molested so that my brother or sister doesn't get molested and keep it to myself, you understand? That's what these motherfuckers are monopolizing on. I see. It's my own sick view, but it's what I'm getting from
Yeah,
this.
because everybody says, I'm doing it for my neighbors.
Because they're playing on that shit, like what
I'm a
fucking
good Christian.
peace would do to people.
Be a good Christian.
Exactly. But what's a good Christian if Christians ain't even giving another Jew, or a Jew's not even helping a Muslim, and vice versa? And you got the new administration that was just voted in, and this is supposed to be a Christian nation, and you have someone that reveres the Guadalupe, Mary, asking for help, peace be upon her, for help, and we're saying no. And ain't nobody said nothing. And because of such, as you seen with Italy and other countries, they told Australia, you ain't getting your vaccine, fool, because our people were dying. What the fuck you thinking? European Union right now just started blocking
Everybody's turning on each other?
Yes. European Union just started doing blocks onto itself, or blocking other countries from getting it, and getting people from outside of the country from getting their quota that they paid for, because of what America did and showed. You understand?
Sets the tone.
Australia said, okay, it's alright. We ain't got no infections like y'all, so you can keep that shit. We'll get ours. I can understand why you're doing it, because you got this many people dying a day, and we ain't even seen that in our worst day, so it's alright, baby. Keep your vaccine. We see what's up. You understand? It's a trip. It's a life of pi right now. People on the lifeboat, fucking fleas on the back dying and wondering what the fuck's going on. But listen to what this man said right here. I'll shut up.
Every time a friend sends me a message with a picture of them having had their jab, and this happens to me a lot,
Right.
I know
How
that
old
we're
are
all
they?
one step safer,
Because you ain't that old.
and we're all one step closer to returning to
Yeah, the
normality.
threshold that they
So
say in
it
the
is
country.
fantastic, the enthusiasm that people are showing, and we've still got a long way to go, so let's stick at it.
Next slide.
Today we have some new data to show on the effectiveness of the vaccine. Both its real-world effect that we can
Look at
now
this.
see in the
This
data,
is what I've been thinking about
and
since I've
some
seen it.
new
That's why I've been
analytical
talking about it
research
and
that we're
formulating.
publishing that shows how it's saving lives. And this is being published in a paper by Public Health England and others right now.
Because like with the Quiche's information and so forth, by reading their own shit, I'm going, wait a minute, you guys are causing this. You understand? Like from reading the Quiche stuff, again, I'm saying you guys are causing this. And they're not understanding and seeing it. I don't know if it's malice or fucking on purpose. You understand? It's just like seeing today and hearing that the swine flu is back. And it's like, how is that? And the meat market for pig stock has gone up in America. Well, how is that so if that shit was replaced? All the money that in media put out and people accepting that they defeated that stuff, but how is the swine flu back? But it's not actually the one that was killing from last year, it's a mutated version. You understand? It's like, hold on, wait up. And it's still in their statistical information that they put up that they defeated the stuff, but even in their plagiarized stuff with their own information, you still see in their shit that I showed you in those pictures that I screenshotted, where they still ask and fucking say, specifically test to see if this shit's in the meat. If there's blood there, can you see if the meat's infected? Give me some fucking fecal matter, some other things. Let's make it to where we can pass it through the test. And we're gonna take what ailment? Swine flu, turn it to what? And then turn it to what? Then turn it to what? And see if any of it's traceable in the fucking carcass or in the meat that we're gonna be selling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And what are they saying right now that shit came from? Unlicensed vaccines. It's not from unlicensed vaccinations on the pigs. It's from them people fucking doing like quiche space virus shit. And giving the animals the chemicals to make fucking the test of stuff to be able to tell those people, you're gonna get this next. If you stand next to it like this and mix it like this and mix it like that, you're gonna see this. Or if you put it like this, you'll be able to draw it out of the new virus, as they were saying. You understand, like when they told the fucking retarded ass people, you're turning back to fucking Africa like onion. You're turning black. One of the fucking hyper skin pigmentation issues.
Because we were all black at some point.
From the antibiotics. And the fucking people ate that shit up. We know it's gonna happen because we gave people in Iran, this couple, some antibiotics and fucking they turned into that, so you're gonna turn into it too. Well, I don't see that happening worldwide, dude. Most of the people that got that certain fucking antibiotic got that shit that you got access to, that you gave to those people, that you guys gave to the doctor that fucking tried to warn the world that you killed, and his partner he killed. I mean, come on, man. How many coincidences is there? You know what I'm saying? Stuff's pretty strong. I'm gonna use a little bit at a time. It's like
First, let's look at the real world data. Next slide, please. If you look at the number of new cases,
if you look at the new cases, and you look at what they're saying for vaccines to old people, to young people, I'll wait till you're done so you can actually look at it.
It's like a leaf here.
Yeah, 7 days.
confirmed on Friday, the number of new cases is falling, but the rate of decline has slowed. This shows how we all need to keep sticking to the rules. Let's not blow it now. However, next slide please. The number of hospitalizations is falling faster. Even better, among the age groups who were vaccinated first,
Look at it. Because you're going to see that dip, as he was stating, is the age group that we're vaccinating first. Which is who? The old people. So there's this decline. Anybody below the vaccination level to them is increased. Therefore, as I was stating, this low has been its mutation as it's converged from one spot to the next. As those in the other age group don't show the signs as much as the others.
older age groups, the fall in hospitalizations is faster than in the younger age groups who are still yet to get a jab. This is a sign that the vaccine is working. Right? Next slide, please. But where you can really see it is in the data on deaths. We can see that the number of deaths each day is thankfully falling much, much faster than in the...
That's the main thing that they keep, as I was stating, that the only thing I hear repeatedly on all the news saying is regardless of the shit has 2% efficacy, at least it's keeping you from getting severe COVID and dying. So get the jab. Because if you get the jab, you still pass it, you still catch it, as you've heard. Regardless of what vaccine you take, you still are an asymptomatic spreader. And anyone that has not had one of those other concoctions stuck into them, you will infect. With the mutation that you've been carrying, because you still are a vector point of it. You've heard several people ask the question, and they kind of fucking yes, you would be, but then no, you're not. But yet, they still count and point to yes, you are, henceforth why you have to only take your mask off around other infected vaccine people of the same vaccine. You've heard them slip up several times. They give me the virus of vaccine. And then when you actually look into it, that's what fucked the equipment in. Especially the last two jabs that just came out. It's actually fucking a live virus, like the Sputnik one and the Chinese one that keeps fucking people up. So it's something like the polio was. This stuff is new shit that they have no idea where they're just injecting DNA into your body. And fighting against something that goes into your sex organs. So again, what's the next generation of people? Then you come with the other shit, the spike protein that comes from something that's supposedly made for fucking AIDS from 50 years ago. They've been working on this right now. Again, fighting something that goes into sex organs and DNA. Also a messenger RNA thing, which they have no efficacy of seeing if this shit gets transcribed into us. You know what I'm saying? Because it's our immune system, right? But they still don't understand how it. Our viruses are as thing as this shit is showing. What they're calling us. It must have some kind of consciousness. It keeps defeating our barriers. Everything that we put up, it just inject the old, it goes after the young. And when we start looking at the young, fuck, it's infecting the fetuses. What do we do? I don't know, let's start fucking injecting people, dude. Let the shit run its course. Otherwise, what I'm seeing is fucking everywhere that they're doing this shit and trying to play fucking God, they're bringing worst fucking rap on it. And they're telling you that.
And again, as you can see from this slide, it's falling faster in the over 80s, who got the jab first, than in the under 80s. Final slide, please. And taken together, this difference in the data between older and younger groups shows a vaccine gap, and you can just see it starting to emerge here over February. This is a gap between the rate of decline in older and younger groups, where the older groups were obviously vaccinated first, and you're seeing that the rate of decline in terms of the number of people dying each day is going faster amongst the over 80s. And this shows in the real world across the UK right now that the vaccine is helping both to protect the NHS and to save lives. And these real world effects are backed up by some exciting new data that shows that a single shot of either the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine or of the Pfizer vaccine works against severe infection among the over 70s with a more than 80% reduction in hospitalizations. This is extremely good news. In fact, the detailed data show that the protection that you get from catching COVID 35 days after a first jab is even slightly better for the Oxford jab than for Pfizer. Albeit both results are clearly very strong, and Professor Van Tam's going to set out more details in a moment. These results may also help to explain why the number of COVID admissions to intensive care units among people over 80 in the UK have dropped to single figures in the last couple of weeks, which is something I know that we all welcome. This is seriously encouraging. It shows the power of science, and what it means for you is that when the call comes, get the jab. The evidence shows that it will protect you and protect others. And I can formally announce that we're now inviting the over 60s to be vaccinated, all part of our national effort to ensure everybody is offered the vaccine, every adult, by the end of July. To do that, and to make sure our vaccine programme is always kept up to date, we are making sure that the programme has the funds that it needs to do all of this incredible work. At the budget on Wednesday, the Chancellor will set out £1.65 billion worth of new government funding to reinforce our vaccine rollout across all parts of the UK. As more of us are protected against the virus, we can gradually replace the safety that comes from the restrictions that we have to impose with the safety that comes from the jab. And part of that funding will go towards further vaccine testing and development to make sure we are as fast and effective in developing the next generation of COVID vaccines, including vaccines against new variants, as we were with the existing ones. And there's a huge amount of work underway to ensure that we can develop vaccines against variants as fast, as safely possible. Finally, I want to turn to a different subject. The 6 cases of the variant of concern that was first identified in Manaus in Brazil, that we have identified here in the UK, 3 in Scotland and 3 in England. We know that 5 of these people quarantined at home as they were legally required to do. We've been in contact with them and their families, and we're grateful to them for understanding the seriousness of the situation. We're putting in place surge testing in South Gloucestershire as a precaution, and I urge everyone to remain vigilant. 1 of the 6 completed a test but did not successfully complete contact details, and we're therefore asking anyone who took a test on the 12th or 13th of February but hasn't received the result back to please get in touch by calling 119 in England, Wales or Northern Ireland, or in Scotland 0300 303 2713. And Dr. Hopkins will give more information about this effort in a moment. We identified these cases thanks to the UK's advanced sequencing capabilities. We know about them because of the work of NHS Test and Trace, And the scientists around the world are now working hard to get ahead of some of these new variants, looking at how much a third vaccine dose could tackle these evolving mutations if it's necessary, much as we tackle mutations from flu each year. But for now, tackling this disease rests with every single one of us. It's important to remember that no matter what variant it is, COVID spreads in the same way through social contact between people. The steps that we can all take to stop its spread are the same. To stay at home, to take vital steps like hands, face and space, and make sure we observe the basics, letting fresh air in and keeping to the rules on social distancing. And that's how we can keep ourselves safe and protect the people around us. And if we do that, as surely as spring follows winter, there will be brighter days ahead. I'm now going to turn to Dr. Hopkins to set out more about the P1 variant, and then to Professor Van Tam on more details of this excellent research into the impact of the vaccine. Susan.
Thank you, Secretary of State. As has widely been reported, this weekend we identified 6 cases of a new variant of concern in the UK. 3 cases in England and 3 in Scotland. This variant, called P1, has been identified widely in Manaus, Brazil, and also in other countries across the world. We are tracking it closely because it shares some important mutations with the variant first identified in South Africa, such as E484K and N501Y. Unusual names, I understand. These and other mutations are associated with reduced impact of antibodies against the virus in laboratory experiments. The current vaccines have not yet been studied against this variant, and we will need to wait further clinical and trial data to understand the vaccine effectiveness against this variant. In the meantime, it is important we track cases of this new variant as closely as possible in order to limit its spread in the UK. Of the cases found, 2 are from a single household in the South Gloucester area. One of these individuals travelled back from Brazil and has subsequently isolated effectively at home. The household developed symptoms shortly afterwards, and household members went forward, got tested. The sample was sequenced through our sequencing laboratories and reported to be this P1 variant. As the Secretary of State has said, we are doing additional surge testing in parts of South Gloucestershire as a highly precautionary measure, and we urge people in that part of the country to come forward for testing. I would like to stress, though, that these individuals have followed all of the current protocols in terms of self-isolation, both on their return from the UK, but also after they've received positive test results and developed symptoms. We are also contacting individuals who were on the Swissair flight LX318, travelling from Zurich into London on the 10th of February, to provide public health advice and to test them and their households. More than 90% of the flight have already been contacted through the details they left on the passenger locator form. If you were a passenger on that flight and have not been contacted, please call 0117 450 3174 to arrange a test for you and your household contacts. There is also a third unlinked case. This individual did not complete their test registration cards, so follow-up details were not available to the test and trace teams. This is an extremely rare event. Probably less than 1,000 of individuals who have a test through the community testing services we cannot trace in this way. But we know this is more frequent, about 0.3%, in those that do home tests or have tests through the surge testing service. We're in the process of doing everything we can to track down this individual, who we believe would have taken a test on the 12th or 13th of February. We're especially looking for individuals who may have taken a test through surge testing, those tests that the local authorities hand out door to door, and haven't managed to complete their online form, to either complete their online form or call one of the numbers that I'm going to tell you about. These numbers are 119 in England and 0300 303 2713 in Scotland, as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hopkins. And now I'm going to turn to Professor Van Tam to set out more details on the good news in terms of the impact of the vaccines.
Thank you, Secretary of State. And our public health agencies that they've been able to do it in this very short period of time since our vaccination programme began.
Human trials,
And I
everybody's involved.
particularly want to mention Jamie Lopez Bernal, Mary Ramsey, Nick Andrews and their colleagues who have done really an enormous amount of hard work to get us to where we are today in terms of our data understanding. So the data I'm going to lay out for you are all data pertaining to vaccine effectiveness after the first dose of vaccine. And you have to be very careful about the outcome measures that you are describing, and therefore I'll go through them very carefully. The first outcome measure is outcome against infections, defined in this case as people who are ill with symptoms and who come forwards and take a positive COVID test. And the data are for individuals aged 70 years of age and over. And for both vaccines, we see vaccine effectiveness
They just
against
wanted the old
illness
people as human trials.
after
You
the
didn't
first
get it, as
dose
I stated when they
of
said we're only doing
approximately
first responders
60%.
and other people that are up
That
front.
was measured
Yeah.
28 to
Immune systems
34
and people
days
right
It
there.
takes a year
after the
anyway
vaccine
to
had
develop
been
a
given.
vaccine.
Yes.
But in the case of the
Right now, all
Pfizer
they're doing is
vaccine,
just fucking
that
rolling as
effect
they
is
go.
seen to be sustained
And people don't
into the
realize it.
35-day plus time bracket. For AstraZeneca, in the 35-day plus time bracket, there is an early sign that that might still be increasing to around 70%, but the confidence intervals on that are very wide, and that is a less certain figure. But the figure I can be certain of is 60% effectiveness against illness. Now, obviously, there are still, unfortunately, because no vaccine is 100% effective, people who become ill despite having had that first dose of vaccine. But if you look at the then reductions in hospitalisation that are occurring on top in those people who still become infected, and you add that to the fact that people who are not infected can't, by definition, be hospitalised with COVID, what that brings you to is an overall effect for both vaccines, in public health terms, that they are now preventing 80% of reducing the likelihood of hospitalisation by 80% after one dose. So that's the second outcome, the hospitalisations data. And the third outcome is mortality. And because of the fact that mortality takes longer to measure, deaths, unfortunately, from COVID take longer to occur after hospitalisations, at this point, we only have data for the Pfizer vaccine, where the likelihood of mortality is being reduced by 85% in those over 70-year-olds. So that's really the summary. There's a lot more detail in the PHE paper, which is online, but I think you'll agree with me that although these data pertain just to the 70-plus age group at the moment, and our vaccine programme moves on with really significant pace now as we move into the lower age groups, it shows us, gives us those first glimpses of how, if we are patient and we give this vaccine programme time to have its full effect, it is going to hopefully take us into a very different world in the next few months. But we have to be patient, we have to push on with the vaccine programme, and most importantly, when you are called for your place in the vaccine queue, it's important that you come forwards and have that first dose, and when called for your second dose, and some people will be being called back quite soon now for their second doses, to come forwards for that too.
And their third and
Thank you,
fourth
Secretary.
and fifth dose.
Great stuff, Professor Van Tam. Thank you very much indeed. Our first questions are from members of the public, and the first by video is from Claire from Selby.
Why is there such disparity across the country in accessing the vaccine? In my local area, Group 7 is being vaccinated before Group 6, and I have fit and healthy friends aged 60 who've had the jab. Other areas are starting over 50 soon. Why are Group 6, the clinically vulnerable with chronic ill health, being left behind, and should the vaccines not be dispensed equally?
Eugenics, baby, eugenics.
Thanks
Same
very much,
thing here in
Claire.
America.
So we are working incredibly hard to get these vaccines out and making sure that we both deliver according to the order set out by the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisations, and also do that in a way that doesn't lead to any vaccine being wasted. For instance, we know that the Pfizer jab has to be used within a few days of it coming out of the freezer. So the vaccine centres are allowed, if the vaccine is otherwise going to be wasted, to make sure that it's used on a reserve list, which might include people who are from the next category down. So that does happen occasionally. We're essentially balancing the need for speed with the need for sticking by the rank ordering. What I can tell you though is that we are getting through all those groups. We're running at around 500,000 a day, just under on average over the last week. And this means that if you are in Group 6 and you haven't yet been called, you won't have to wait for long, because we're really rattling through that group as we speak. So of course I understand the concern here. It is a matter of balancing the practical operational need for speed and some flexibility with trying to stick by the rank ordering. Extra funding to support mental health in schools, because of course on Monday that marks our first step in the opening up after this lockdown. Next week, classrooms will once again be buzzing with activity, and I know that parents across England will be delighted and I'm sure relieved that all children are going back to school. Also from Monday, I'm just so pleased that we're able to reopen care homes to visiting. We've put in place a really careful policy, so each care home resident will be able to register a single regular visitor who will be tested and wear PPE, but be able to visit. And I know that this means so much to hundreds of thousands of people with a loved one in a care home and to those who live in care homes. And I'm really, really glad that we're able to make this step. So first, let's turn to the latest coronavirus data. And this data shows the progress we've made, including more evidence on the impact of the vaccine in saving lives. If I could have the first slide, please. Here you can see the number of cases of COVID-19, and I'm pleased to say that the cases are still falling. The average daily number of cases is 6,685, the lowest since late September, and the weekly case rate across the UK is now 84 per 100,000 people. The latest figures from the Office for National Statistics that were published earlier today report a further significant decline. They show that in England, 1 in 220 people have coronavirus, a fall from 1 in 145 last week. This is all encouraging news, and it should give us confidence that we can safely take the steps that we're taking on Monday. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows the hospital admissions with COVID, and it shows that they are falling too. There are still 12,136 people in hospital in the UK with COVID. That's still too high. But the average number of new admissions to hospital is 900, the lowest since October. Next slide, please. Thankfully, the number of deaths with COVID are also declining steeply. The average number of deaths per day is 248, also the lowest since October. And here the decline is in fact accelerating. The halving time of the number of deaths has come down from 19 days, so the number of deaths each day halving every 19 days last month, to halving every 11 days now. Not only that, there are now fewer people dying from all causes in care homes than is normal for this time of year. Taken together, these three slides show that we're heading in the right direction, although although that there is further to go. And what we can also see in the data across the whole UK is that the vaccine programme is working to protect the NHS and saving lives. If we go on to the next slide, the best way to see this is by looking at how fast cases, hospital admissions and deaths are falling. The number of cases have been falling in a fairly even way since around the middle of January, and by a quarter every week, and just a little bit more in the last few days. It's not been completely smooth, as you can see from the slide. A week ago, we stood here, and we said that we were worried that the fall in cases was slowing down. Thankfully, as you can see in the chart, that now looks more like a temporary blip, which is good news for us all. Next slide, please. Now let's turn to the number of hospital admissions. Again, this is falling steadily at just under 30% every week. But there are signs that this fall is getting a bit faster, as you can see from the last week's data there. And in fact, the 29% fall in the last week is the fastest fall in hospital admissions at any point in the entire pandemic. If we go to the final slide, please. Where you can really see the effect of the vaccine is in the fall in the number of deaths. The number of deaths is falling faster and faster. And now deaths are falling by over a third each week, and in fact in the last week have fallen by 41%. They're falling faster than before. Now, the Chief Medical Officer told us weeks ago that you'd first see the effect of the vaccine in fewer people dying and then in reduced hospitalisations, and I believe that that is exactly what is happening. What this all shows is that the link from cases to hospitalisations and then to deaths that had been unbreakable before the vaccine, that link is now breaking. The vaccine is protecting the NHS and saving lives, and right across the country's plan is working. As well as this real-world data, I want to share the results of a study by the University of Bristol, which clearly shows the difference the vaccination programme is making. The study looked at all patients over 80 who were admitted with serious respiratory disease in Bristol. And the results showed that a single dose of both the Pfizer or the Oxford AstraZeneca jab offers around 80% protection against hospitalisation after at least 2 weeks, even amongst the most frail and those with underlying medical conditions. Again, as with the data on this that were published last week, the effect was slightly stronger in the Oxford jab than with Pfizer. And what this corroborates is what we have seen over the past couple of weeks, the hard evidence that vaccines work. They're the best way of securing our freedom because they're the best way of protecting us. As of midnight last night, 21.3 million people had been vaccinated. And I can tell you, for the first time, that we have vaccinated now 2/5 of the entire adult population of the United Kingdom. Yesterday I was in Scotland seeing the combined teamwork of NHS Scotland and Scottish local authorities and the armed forces delivering jabs in Hamilton. And they were all working together as one towards a common goal of protecting us all. And as anybody who's been to a vaccination centre will know, the joy on people's faces as they get the jab is unbelievably uplifting. And more people will be getting this feeling of protection over the next few weeks and months. We're on course to hit our target of offering a first dose to everyone who's over 50 or part of an at-risk group by the 15th of April and all adults by the end of July. The vaccine rollout has allowed us to set out our roadmap for how we'll carefully lift some of the restrictions that we've all endured for far too long. And as we do this, we'll be drawing on the huge testing infrastructure that's now in place. And I just want to spend a moment on this. We're now testing 2.8 million people a week. The roadmap is built on the principle of replacing the protection that comes from lockdown with the protection that comes from vaccines and regular testing. So as we open up, for instance, care homes, as I mentioned a moment ago, to visitors, that will come with regular testing for visitors. And as schools and colleges return, we'll be giving teachers, staff, parents, secondary and college students and their households access to rapid, regular testing. Twice a week, in term time and in holidays. And I urge all those and the households of those who are going back to school or to college next week to take up this offer. One of the most dangerous things about this virus, is that around a third of those who get it don't get any symptoms at all and yet can still pass the disease on to others.
Hey, what that guy
That's
said
why
the
it's
other
so
day?
important that all of us
Those people that do that,
follow the social distancing
they
and
don't.
take the precautions that we know we must.
You know what I'm saying?
Rapid, regular testing is a critical part of our response. And as we do so much more, we can do more because of the huge capacity built up by NHS Test and Trace. So I would urge you, if you're eligible, to participate in one of these regular testing programs, like I do, because that is how we will keep this virus under control as we continue to roll out the vaccine. For more information, go to gov.uk/coronavirus. And I'd urge everybody who's eligible to get that regular testing. It's the case of the variant of concern first identified in Manaus in Brazil. Using the latest technology and with the dogged determination of our testing and tracing scheme, we've successfully identified the person in question. The best evidence is that this person in question stayed at home and there's no sign that there's been any onward transmission. But as a precaution, we're putting more testing in Croydon, where they live, to minimise the risk of spread. This positive outcome was only possible because of the huge genomic sequencing capacity that we now have in this country and because of our test and trace team, so they could identify these cases, track them down, contact them. And it shows the importance of this capability that we've built and how important it is also to be transparent when new variants are found, because whether it's here at home or around the world, testing, sequencing, and being transparent about what you find helps stop the spread of this disease, and in particular, these variants of concern that are so worrying. So I'm really, really delighted that the team have done this work. They've worked absolutely flat out since these 6 cases were first identified on Friday, and found the 6 positive cases, even though the form wasn't filled in quite right. So Susan's going to say a little bit more about this in a moment, but my summary is that these things are moving in the right direction. These are challenging times, but thanks to the vaccine, we're making progress. We're not there yet, so as we go down the road to recovery, it's vital everybody still plays their part, follows the rules, and of course, when the call comes, get your jab. Dr. Hopkins.
Thank you. So I'm giving you a little bit more detail on what we've done for the investigation to find the individual in question. On Friday, the 26th of February, we identified 3 cases in England of P1, the variant first described in Manaus, Brazil. As we know now, one of the individuals had attempted to register his test online, but had failed to do so effectively. Specialist teams from NHS Test and Trace and Public Health England immediately launched an investigation to identify the individual concerned. An instant team of 40 people from across the system, made up of laboratories, logistics, data analytics experts, was mobilised to trace the individual. The team began with very little information. As of Sunday morning, they had a single barcode and a date and time the test was processed at the Cambridge Lighthouse Laboratory. Using the barcode data, they established that it was delivered through the DHL service for home deliveries. The Test and Trace deliver many thousands of kits across the week to the UK, and now they were looking at sequentially when this test was delivered and where this was delivered to, comparing it to other tests that were in the system. They worked backwards from when it arrived in the laboratory to where they had which testing hub it had come from, and backwards through the postal service. The intelligence was then overlaid with the geographical spread to look for the correlation of sequential barcodes and the regions it had been distributed to. This narrowed it down to 2 regions and 10,000 possible households. Once the team had combined the region and the time window, experts tracked down every single distribution centre. and then filtered it down further, down to 379 households. At this point, enhanced contact tracing kicked in, with call handlers calling, emailing, and phoning all of the individuals that could have received a test in that time interval. These calls narrowed it down to 27 individuals who received further calls, further texts, further messages. And on Wednesday at 3 p.m, an individual phoned the 119 service. They were able to give the missing barcode number that they had held securely for the whole time. This individual has been interviewed extensively and lives within a household that had recently returned from Brazil and all had quarantined at home. Further precautionary testing will occur in the neighbourhood, and we've already started testing all of the samples from the neighbourhood through whole genome sequencing to ensure that there's no further distribution of cases in the community. This is a testament to the NHS test and trace teams, the call handlers, and the Public Health England Health Protection team working together to find an individual and prevent further transmission. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Susan. First, we're going to go to questions from the public and then from the media. The first question by video is from Andrew from Durham.
Good afternoon. The past 12 months have identified current and future mental health challenges and also an opportunity to improve. What will the government be doing around the current mental health challenges? How will they be approaching mental health and well-being for the future, especially mental health and well-being in young children in schools? Thank you.
Well, Andrew, it's a very pertinent question because it's an incredibly important challenge, and it's clear that the measures that we've had to take in the last year and the lockdown have had a significant effect on some people, and we need to make sure that we respond to that and support our mental health professionals who've been working incredibly hard. And I would say that the response is in three parts. The first is to support those who are currently working very hard to deliver mental health services. And in particular, we've seen a rise in presentations of serious mental ill health, and making sure that our mental health teams have the support to respond to those cases in a timely fashion is incredibly important. The second has been to expand the number of people who can get access to mental health services to support those who may have a challenge with their mental health, which can be addressed through services like talking therapies, so-called IAP therapies, and other online services, which we've expanded massively during the pandemic. And the third is something that we've announced further funding to today.
Overwhelmed doctors. Face masks. Lockdowns. Army trucks taking away the bodies of COVID-19 victims, and new infections and deaths reported every day. Until March 2020, these were images only seen in China, where the virus felt far away. But in the blink of an eye, it had hit northern Italy and spread to the whole of Europe. In a matter of weeks, a worldwide pandemic would be declared, and our lives would never be the same.
Welcome to our COVID-19 special on DW. I'm Monica Jones in Berlin, and I vividly remember sitting here in the studio last year reporting on the horrors in the Italian region of Lombardy. Little did we know that COVID-19 would soon dominate all our lives, and still does.
Bergamo may once again look like a quiet northern Italian city. But it was here that the pandemic gained its foothold in Europe. It was the first place where the horrors of COVID-19 were felt outside of China. Emergency stations were transformed into intensive care units, and not all patients could be treated. Cemeteries were overflowing, and military trucks had to transport coffins out of the city. The Pope John XXIII Hospital was at the center of the outbreak. Today, the number of coronavirus patients is a small fraction of a year ago. The director of the emergency station suspects that Bergamo's residents have developed a form of herd immunity to the virus. Many of the people who had antibodies in their blood last March were tested again in December, and they still had antibodies in their blood 8 months later. Of those people, hardly anyone was infected again. After the first wave, the city's health officials ordered extensive blood tests. These showed who had already been infected. More than 40% of those tested had antibodies against COVID-19, perhaps explaining why significantly fewer people were infected during the second wave in late 2020. But now, another problem has officials concerned. I think we may have survived the worst of it, but it's far from over. We have to look carefully at the mutations that are spreading, because they could completely change the virus and the situation here. The outbreak left even survivors traumatized, and it wiped out nearly an entire generation of seniors, among them Stefano Fusco's grandfather. There's a saying that fits this tragedy very well. Every time an old man dies, it's like a library was burned down. We saw a lot of libraries burn here. It's a huge wound that will never heal. He said the lockdown in Bergamo came much too late to save those like his grandfather. He founded an organization to seek justice and take legal action against the public officials he said let it happen. 5,000 people joined up. But for now, Fusco says he wants to transform anger into something constructive. And 1 year after the coronavirus catastrophe, to make sure that something like that never happens again.
And I'm joined now on the line by Enrico Storti, head of the Critical Care Department and ICU at Cremona Hospital in Italy. Cremona, of course, also being a beautiful old town in the Lombardy region that was hit by the pandemic last spring. And Dr. Storti, you were right in the thick of it. How did you experience that terrible first wave last spring?
I perfectly can recall exactly the time when we knew that we were facing COVID-19, because we have been the very first one to diagnose this infection in Europe. And at that time it was clear that we were forced to face something which was totally unexpected, and nobody did it in the last 100 years here in Europe. So it was the idea that we have to find the way to fight against a pandemic problem, which was really astonishing at that time.
And you had to make hard choices, also something that you probably don't have to do every day.
I think that what should be clear is that the scenario we were forced to face was a sort of worst scenario, a sort of mass casualty problem, where the definition of mass casualty is when there's a huge disproportion between the number of patients you have to take care, and the resources that you have available. So at that time was very difficult and important to balance the resources, which means physicians, which means ventilators, which means beds, and how to rearrange and reshape the hospital organization to meet something which was totally different from the routine apparatus.
That must have been very tough. I mean, are all your colleagues still on board, or did some say, this is too much, I quit?
I promise you that, as I mentioned, to cope with the situation, with a sort of a worst scenario, worst situation, what was the shift, what was the, let me say, the peacetime organization was totally reverted. So it's clear that at that time there were many hours to be covered in terms of shift, and also let me say that COVID-19 for an intensivist means severe respiratory distress, which means a huge need of ICU care. So the situation with a very critical condition, and so nobody quit, nobody say no, nobody surrender to the situation. But if you are asking me what has been the cost of this choice, for sure has been extremely high.
So, what is the situation now compared to a year ago?
Let me say that from the organizational perspective, of course, now we are well prepared, and we know better this kind of pathology, this kind of infection. In the very beginning, this was totally unknown, and so that was an issue at that time. Now we are more ready, and we have a more deeper knowledge about what we have to do and about what the COVID-19 infection is. But unfortunately, meantime we are speaking, the curve, the infection curve, and the epidemiologic perspective is very close to the first wave. So unfortunately, I think that we have to fight a little bit longer, waiting for the vaccine strategy to be fine.
And just very briefly, if you could utter a wish to politicians, what do they need to do now?
I think that we have to talk each other, and we have to balance again the actual resources, what is now available, and forecasting very wisely what to do in the next 2-3 months in order to address our effort.
All right, Dr. Enrico Storti from Cremona Hospital in Italy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, one positive side effect of the pandemic, more people have been getting a flu jab, but there are still reservations towards COVID-19 vaccines. Are they justified? Time to ask Derek.
My elderly in-laws have already survived the infection. Is vaccination recommended for them?
I'm not a doctor, and your in-laws need to talk to one about what's recommended for their specific, unique medical situation. But they can go into that discussion informed. So
I'm not a doctor.
Let's go back over a few fundamentals of this pandemic that are important to keep in mind. First and foremost, the elderly are the group most at risk when they get this disease. In some places, 4 in 5 of the people who've died from COVID-19 have been over 65. That's why in vaccine rollouts, nearly everywhere, the elderly are at the top of the distribution list because evidence is now really piling up that vaccines really do reduce severe disease, hospitalization, and death in that group. Second, in trials, older people generally responded very well to approved vaccines. And going on 300 million shots worldwide, they're still doing so. So the chances that a vaccine will present some kind of danger to their health are vanishingly small. And there's a reason why, which is vaccines don't make you sick. Many people still have to be reminded of that. Approved vaccines don't contain SARS-CoV-2. They contain things that fake an infection with it. And that can cause side effects as your immune system reacts, sometimes even fairly powerful side effects. But those are signs the vaccine is working and are almost always quite short term. The third point I want to make is that health authorities pretty much all recommend everyone get vaccinated when they have the chance, even if they have the disease and have recovered, because then the vaccine acts as a booster and can help shore up the immune response even more. There might be some instances, for example, where someone is extremely frail or where there are serious underlying conditions, where doctors might recommend postponing vaccination. But if they were recommending that for my in-laws, I'd certainly make them explain why, because vaccines save lives.
Derek, will...
Let's remember, I'm not a doctor.
60 million people in the U.S. have received at least one shot of a COVID-19 vaccine. As states get more vaccines, some are lifting pandemic restrictions. But public health experts say not so fast. NPR's Amy Held reports.
As vaccinations ramp up, COVID cases and deaths are down, and yet
we are in the eye of the hurricane right now.
Infectious disease expert Michael Osterholm tells Meet the Press threatening the sunnier outlook is the more contagious B117 UK variant, now comprising up to 40% of cases in some
The more deadlier shit
as several states
is the
lift
Q.
restrictions. In Arkansas, the mask mandate expires at the end of the month. Governor Asa Hutchinson
482.
spoke to Fox News Sunday.
It goes by Eck. The Minnesota South African with UK.
Hutchinson says he will reinstitute the mask mandate if cases spike. Amy Held, NPR News.
Democrats in Congress are racing to pass a huge $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. But NPR's Rafael Nam reports Wall Street is getting worried that so much money flooding in at once will end up doing something else, overheating the economy.
President Biden and Democrats have one priority, passing a $1.9 trillion plan to help Americans still struggling in the pandemic. Congress is racing to pass a final bill by the end of the week. They want to get it done right before the latest extension of unemployment benefits expires for millions of people. But Wall Street is getting nervous as so much relief money could spark inflation. For now, data out on Wednesday is expected to show low inflation because the economy, while recovering, is still relatively weak. The question is, what will happen to inflation given that Democrats are likely to pass their stimulus bill? Of course, we won't know the answer to that for a while. So this market volatility is likely to stay with us for a while. Rafael Nam, NPR News.
Israel reopened much of its economy Sunday, lifting most of its coronavirus restrictions. This comes after months of government-imposed shutdowns. Israel has had an aggressive vaccination program with more than half the population receiving the first dose. Ballots are being counted in Switzerland, where citizens voted Sunday on a proposed ban on burqas, niqabs, and other full-face coverings. Lisa Schlein reports from Geneva.
Many people think the proposed ban on full-face coverings in public makes little sense. Only around 30 women in Switzerland wear the niqab, and most of them are tourists who come to this alpine country for a vacation. If the referendum passes, as opinion polls suggest, Switzerland will join 5 other European countries that have full or partial bans in place.
Lisa Schlein reporting from Geneva. You're listening to NPR News. In Zimbabwe, the High Court has provided temporary respite for some 12,000 residents the government wants displaced to make way for a grass-growing project for a dairy operation. Ishma Fandikwa reports from Harare. The move has sparked widespread condemnation throughout the southern African country.
The court's ruling is a small victory for the villagers. According to Farai Magu, the spokesperson for the Center for Natural Resource Governance, who along with a group of the villagers challenged the eviction order, the court ruled the government did not follow the procedure to carry out the evictions.
Such an act must only be executed after the relevant authority is acquired an order from the court, which they did not do.
The court gave the government, which claims the villagers agreed to be moved until March 31st, to show why the temporary order stopping the eviction of the villagers should not be a permanent judgment. For NPR News, I am Ish Mafundikwa in Harare.
Pope Francis wrapped up an historic trip to Iraq Sunday. He urged Iraq's Christians to forgive the injustices against them by Muslim extremists. He said fraternity is more durable than fratricide, hope is more powerful than hatred, peace is more powerful than war. The Pope met with the father of a 3-year-old Syrian boy who drowned while crossing the Mediterranean Sea. His picture drew attention to the plight of refugees trying to escape war. I'm Nora Rahm, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other new bombshells on the way. Harry and Meghan at the world of royalty and media, but that's not all that's going on around the world, of course. In the next half hour, Myanmar, week 5 of the protests, a call for a general strike, also petitioning for the pardon of one of Australia's worst female serial killers. And we'll bring you the story of the sailors from the Pacific islands of Kiribati, stranded by the virus on the other side of the world. Business and sport, that's Newsday.
to the interview that's just aired in America. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex gave this deeply personal interview to American television and Oprah Winfrey about their decision to step down from royal duties. Meghan, the wife of Prince Harry, said she considered self-harm whilst struggling with life as a member of the British royal family. She recounted incidents of alleged racism and said her calls for help were ignored. At the same time, Prince Harry said he feels really let down by his father, Prince Charles. Let's talk now with royal commentator Jenny Bond. Welcome, Jenny. Damaging comments in this interview then on lack of emotional support, not being protected from untruths perpetuated by the British press, leading to suicidal thoughts in Meghan. How damaging do you think this interview is for the royal family?
Yeah, there was a lot more vitriol towards the royal family than to the press, really, which I think we rather expected it might have been the other way around. It's pretty serious allegations that she wasn't given any help even when she asked for it, when she felt she didn't want to live anymore, that someone in the family apparently raised concern, is the word used, about the colour of the baby's skin. It's all extremely ugly, and I think there will be some kind of response from the palace. I don't think it'll be official, there'll be some kind of briefings. I think some of these allegations really do need to reply, I suppose. But I mean, family bust-ups really are unpleasant to witness, and I'm not quite sure why we're all being subjected to it, really. I was wondering how they were doing on the other side of the world. You know, I really wasn't.
On the question then, let's talk about Archie's skin colour being raised by a member of the family who they didn't name. What do you make of that? To actually say that this was something that was raised and not put it into much context, was that helpful at all?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, it is context. I mean, you could raise it in a lovely way, couldn't you? You could say, oh, I wonder, wonder it's going to have a beautiful bronze skin. That would be fantastic. Or wouldn't it be fabulous to change the image of the royal family? Or you could say something pejorative and racist. I mean, we just don't know. We don't know who said it. We don't know what was said. And Harry perhaps wasn't that, I don't know, wasn't that keen on Meghan saying it, but clearly when he was asked about it separately, he said that is a conversation I am never going to share. So he wasn't going to go there. So as you said, it's left hanging.
Let's talk about the kind of the relationship breakdown that's clearly gone on between father and son. Charles, Harry said, refused to take his calls at one point. They were also told that Archie wouldn't have the title Prince, which changes the previous narrative that we were led to believe that it was their choice. What about the relationship between father and son?
Yeah, I think that's actually the saddest part of it. I really was saddened to hear that Charles hadn't been taking Harry's calls when they were in Canada. I think things have improved slightly, and Harry said there's still a lot of work to do there. But I must say, I think Charles should have been bigger than that. Your job as a parent, however sad it is to see one of your sons suffering and see a rift between your boys, you've just got to be the bigger person in this. We do hear that the Queen has been a huge support, which is great, and Harry says she is always my Colonel-in-Chief, and he talks to her, he says, even more now, remotely, of course, than before, so that's encouraging.
And just very briefly, Jenny, then, I guess its next move to the royal family is will have to come back on certain allegations made in this interview, or will we, will they toe the line, the never complain, never explain line? How do you think it's going to play out?
I think there'll be some subtle briefings going on, and this story will run for another day or two, and then we will get on with the more important affairs in the world, dealing with this pandemic and everything else.
Jenny Bond, royal commentator, thank you for joining us here on Newsday.
So there's a perspective from our previous guest, and let's move on to those maybe more important matters around the world, such as people putting their necks on the line 5 weeks into the protests against the coup in Myanmar. We saw gigantic protests. Our correspondents were saying the largest that have been seen so far over the weekend. They're happening again this morning. The main trade unions are appealing for mass walkouts to try to bring the economy to a standstill. There have been yet more of those nighttime raids and arrests over the weekend. The death toll now stands at 50. At least 2,000 detained. A little earlier in the programme, we were hearing how concerned the UN are to try to follow those people, keep tabs on the people who would otherwise disappear into the security his own monitoring group, the Special Advisory Council on Myanmar, using his background as a former UN human rights investigator with other people of a similar background. Christopher Sidoti joins us now. Christopher, from what we're hearing, let's just touch briefly on what's going on in country at the moment. The military are taking over or managing, I think is the weasel word, managing institutions like hospitals, like universities as well, to try to keep them going, keep things normal. What do you think is happening at the moment in Myanmar? What stage of the process are we at?
Well, it seems that the military is really struggling to assert its authority. It's as simple as that. 5 weeks after the coup was launched, it is still not in control of the country. In fact, it's still not in control of the major cities. It's hard to understand its occupation of a number of hospitals and universities at the weekend. Perhaps it is trying to assert its authority in that way. But this coup is well and truly far from over, and the military has a long way to go before it has consolidated its hold on the country.
Isn't the natural fear that the next step is an increase in state violence? Because if, as you say, seems to be the case, certainly, and many people would agree with you, commentators that we've had on the programme, if the state, if the army thinks that their rule is threatened, they will lash out. This is going to get more violent rather than less, don't you fear?
That is certainly the extreme fear that everyone has at the moment. And it's a fear based on past practice, the way in which the military responded to uprisings in 1988 and in 2007. Myanmar, however, has changed fundamentally in the last 20 years. People are far more connected. They have experienced openness, they've experienced dissent. And it's difficult, it's very difficult to predict how it's going to work its way out. But certainly, given the past experience, the fear is that the military will lash out and we'll see a massacre. I hope and pray that that doesn't happen.
How can that be stopped?
It can be stopped, firstly, because of the determination of people inside Myanmar not to accept the military's rule. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that far more than anyone ever expected. But secondly, there's a role for the international community to place pressure on the military.
Now, this is absolutely crucial. Is what I wanted to ask you. You are ex-UN. Maybe you can speak with a bit more openness than often people are constrained when they do that job. What needs to be done realistically? Because the UN is saddled, isn't it, by Security Council vetoes, that kind of thing. Okay, there's these brave people on the streets. What should the world do?
Well, I've always spoken openly about the UN, and I'm happy to do so again. The Security Council has simply failed to exercise its responsibilities under the UN Charter. It has failed in the past in relation to Myanmar, and it needs now to step up to the mark and do its duty. That means leading efforts to put the military back into the barracks. The UN needs to take this very seriously indeed, beyond just statements. The Security Council needs to send a high-level delegation to Myanmar to intervene at that political level urgently at the very top of the UN system and make it very clear to the generals that their coup is unacceptable. If the generals don't listen, there is a need for a arms embargo and the need for carefully targeted economic sanctions, not just against some of the generals individually, but against their vast corporate businesses in Myanmar.
And when you see the kids on the streets holding up signs saying responsibility to protect, which directly refers to a fine UN principle, what does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel that the Security Council has failed, and these are the steps that should be taken under the responsibility to protect. That is an obligation, and the Security Council needs to respond.
Well, Christopher, thank you for speaking so candidly. Christopher Sidoti, former UN human rights investigator, now a member of the Special Advisory Council for Myanmar.
It's Newsday from the BBC World Service. Let's get you updated on all the sports news now. Here's James Gregg.
Well, it was a brilliant sporting weekend, some shock results.
As an advisor, but it's all going a little bit belly up at the moment, isn't it? Do tell us more.
Yeah, Greensill is what's known as a shadow bank. In other words, it does some of the things that banks do, but it's not heavily regulated and doesn't have to have the reserves that banks do. So when things go wrong, that can be a problem. Let's talk now to Justin Urquhart-Stewart of Seven Investment Management. Good morning to you, Mr. Urquhart-Stewart. What is the problem with Greensill?
managers, some of which have already got into trouble with them, suddenly find those bonds are almost worthless. So what this means is the company, this bank, shadow bank, barely anyone's heard of, has got tentacles, just like an octopus, just like Lehman Brothers all those years back, into businesses and will cause much, much greater damage as we find out who has run out of cash.
Okay, Justin Stewart, Stuart, thanks for explaining that all to us, and thanks for joining us on Wednesday. The story there of Greensill Capital, one of those you haven't heard of, but may turn out to be rather important financially.
Lehman Brothers again sends a shiver down many people's minds. Thank you for joining us. More from Andrew Wood in the next hour.
20 minutes past the hour. Kathleen Folbig is an Australian serial killer. She has always maintained that four children that she was accused of killing actually died of natural causes. You can imagine this case. Now, she's in jail for killing the kids between 1990 and 1999. But now 90 scientists argue that they had a rare genetic condition which actually explains their death. Maybe the case. The BBC's Phil Mercer has more on this extraordinary case in Sydney. So, Phil, when was Kathleen Folbig convicted?
She was jailed in 2003 for smothering those four children during moments of frustration, found guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 of manslaughter. Her children were aged between 19 days and 18 months, and the key part in the case against her were diary entries that suggested ill intent towards those 4 infants. Now, quite a large group of doctors, scientists and academics, including 2 Nobel laureates and several Australians of the Year, this is this nation's highest civic honour, believe that she's the victim of a miscarriage of justice based on new medical evidence. Joseph Getz is a fellow at the Australian Academy of Science, and he says that new evidence indicates that Kathleen Folbig did not kill her children.
The death of these children, at least 2 of them, now can be very well explained by genetic causes. The mutation of a gene, CALM2, is said that died of cardiac arrhythmia. And of course, if you have a genetic predisposition which compromises the heart beating as it should, and that's exaggerated by an infection, we have now plausible evidence that that could have caused their early death.
Wow, plausible evidence. That's Joseph Getch of the Australian Academy of Science. What are the chances then of one of these most notorious serial killers in Australia being released?
This petition by those eminent doctors and scientists is calling on the New South Wales State Governor Margaret Beazley to pardon Folbig. Now, the New South Wales government is saying that this petition will be given the proper consideration. There is a case here in New South Wales in the Court of Appeal that's also hearing Folbig's latest bid to clear her name. And Rani Rajo is one of her solicitors, and she believes there is a strong case for her release.
We need to listen to the science. We need to listen to the hard evidence that is before us. There is no evidence that Miss Folbig killed her children by smothering, and there is evidence that they died of natural causes.
That's Rani Rajo, solicitor, there talking about this case. So, Phil, what's the reaction in Australia for a push to free a notorious child killer?
Well, for many years now, Kathleen Folbig has been described as Australia's most hated women. This is a case that many, many Australians will be familiar with. A terrible trial at the time. The trial went into great detail regarding the prosecution's belief that this woman deliberately killed those very 4 young children, as we say, aged from just a few days old to a year and a half. She'll be eligible for parole given good behaviour in 2028, and it has been revealed recently that Folbig inmates and many other people in Australia consider to be a callous baby killer. But of course, that group of doctors and scientists believes things to be very different indeed. And this is a huge legal conundrum for Australian authorities. Here you have a woman serving a very long sentence for hideous crimes. And now you have a group of scientists with what they say is plausible evidence proving that it's most likely that she didn't do it. So this is a case that has been going on for many years, and one would imagine it still has some time to run.
With the latest on that, the latest twist, the petition from dozens of scientists in the case of Kathleen Folbig. That was Phil Mercer with that story in Sydney.
Newsday BBC World Service. Now, so many of us have been kept from seeing loved ones during this pandemic, but a group of sailors stranded in northern Germany haven't been able to see their families for almost 2 years. There are 130 of them. They're from Kiribati in the Pacific, an island miles off the northeastern coast of Australia, and they're now living in a youth hostel in the city of Hamburg in Germany. The government sealed off borders at the start of the pandemic to stop the virus getting onto the island, which has still recorded no positive cases, and it's still not clear when the men will be able to return. Nick Beak has this report.
Classic tunes from the Pacific Ocean fill the games room of a German youth hostel. A dozen sailors from the islands of Kiribati are playing pool under their national flag, a composition of white and blue waves and a golden rising sun. But this music is the closest the men have got to home in a very long time. Matua Dodo, a 31-year-old sailor, waves to his baby daughter Renan in a video call. He's missed her birth and her first birthday, and says he just wants to hug her.
I need to start, but now only just practice it. Say goodbye and some kiss in the phone. Oh, kiss, something like that, Yeah, it's really hard, and I miss them a lot.
The sailors were about to head home after long, exhausting voyages when COVID struck. Their German shipping company flew many of the men from the Philippines to here in Hamburg, where they'd be guaranteed shelter and medical care.
Very good. No cost or swelling or anything else.
Doctors visit the youth hostel to check on the sailors, all 130 of them. Most are in good health, and none has had COVID. Their employer continues to pay their wages, and locals have offered hot food, clothes, and a warm welcome. An engineer, Aaron Tebwatia, says Germany is showing more love than his own country.
It's a great love from Germany. They bring us whatever they can. That is also why I confuse. They can afford us and our government did nothing. In order to get a testing.
Jorn Hiller from the German Seafarers Mission has been coordinating care for the sailors and trying to get them home. But the collection of islands between Hawaii and Australia that make up Kiribati have still suffered no COVID cases. Authorities there say they're doing what they can for their stranded citizens, but have made clear to Jorn and others that they're desperate to stop anyone bringing in the virus.
Kiribati is one of the lucky countries around the world where there is no corona, so it's understandable that they do not really want to get it. On the other side, those people are away from home for 2 years, and they want to go home. It is everybody's right to go home. Bye-bye.
So once again, Dodo waves goodbye to his baby.
Bye-bye.
And the stranded sailor goes to sleep as his wife and daughter start their day on the other side of the world on their Pacific island.
Bye-bye.
One of so many families whose lives have been turned upside down by the crashing waves of this pandemic.
Nick Beak with that report on the 130 sailors from Kiribati in the Pacific who are stranded and have been for almost 2 years in Hamburg in Germany with no hope on the horizon of seeing their families again. That's tough, Lawrence. Really, really tough, isn't it?
Although I love the way that it begins with classic tunes from the South Pacific Ocean, an album that I'm going to rush out and get my paws on as soon as I can. Best wishes to them, and also what a tribute to the people who are hosting them in Germany as well.
major interview together since moving to California, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan were critical of the royal household. The Duchess said she'd considered killing herself. The Prince said he felt let down by his father, the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. Israel is beginning a campaign to vaccinate tens of thousands of Palestinians against COVID-19. Those with Israeli work permits will receive doses of the Moderna vaccine. Human rights campaigners say Israel should do far more. Anti-coup protesters have again gathered in cities in Myanmar, answering a trade union appeal for mass walkouts to bring the economy to a standstill. The industrial action has emptied the offices of some government ministries and closed banks. 3 anti-government protest leaders in Thailand have been charged with violations of the country's strict laws against insulting the royal family. They're also accused of sedition for their part in the rallies last September, which saw unprecedented calls for reform to the monarchy. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has called for a 90-day reduction in violence in Afghanistan and a new international peace effort overseen by the United Nations. All remaining US forces are due to leave the country by the end of April. A Chinese-flagged fishing vessel has run aground off the coast of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. The National Coast Guard said all 16 crew members were rescued from the stormy seas. A Catalan lawyer and politician, Joan Laporta, has been reappointed as the president of the troubled Spanish football club Barcelona. The club is suffering a financial and managerial crisis. BBC News.
Thank you for the latest news update. Hello, welcome back. You are listening to Newsday on the BBC World Service. Great to have your company wherever you're listening to us today. In the next half hour, we'll hear from Senegal, where there have been days of protests and violence. Also, we'll be talking about how the Islamic insurgency in northern Mozambique has had an impact on the mental health of local people there. And it is the first day back to school for many children across England as coronavirus restrictions are eased. So how will schools cope? What are the new rules? Children will be tested in school as well as home. And if somebody tests positive, what happens then? We'll answer all of those questions in the next half hour here on Newsday.
We start in Senegal, where a senior official tasked with settling conflicts widely respected across the country has told the BBC, basically described the country as being on a dangerous precipice. This is after several days of protests, triggered by the arrest last week of a senior opposition politician, Ousmane Sonko. Now, Mr. Sonko is due in court on Monday on a rape charge, which he says is politically motivated. More countrywide protests have been called for in the coming few days. Let's get a picture on the ground with the BBC's Emelina Singh-Kosi, who is in Dakar. Give us a picture, if you would, of what it's like where you are at the moment. First off, sadly, how many have died in this trouble?
So we've officially been told that there's been 4 deaths. We're actually waiting to hear more information about the circumstances of those deaths.
Thank you for that.
Right, and with the court appearance in a few hours as well, how is that being managed by the authorities?
So there's a strong police force on the ground in place in surrounding areas of the courthouse, and about 100 metres from the area of the presidency, it's been sealed off. But even sort of driving around at the weekend, you can see that there's kind of police deployed around certain areas that have been known to be looted, such as petrol stations. So you can definitely feel that there's a presence that has been deployed.
Also, we very often hear about internet shutdowns, the problem with organising a demonstration if you haven't got the internet, but also getting news and information out. How much do people know about what is going on, not only in Dakar, but around the rest of the country?
So there's been a hashtag going around, hashtag Free Senegal, and there's been a lot of people sort of posting. The main sort of media internet blackout was around midnight on Thursday evening, and it has had times where it's kind of been a little bit on and off, but people have been sharing, and what we've seen over the weekend is that there's actually been another protest alongside the main one that is going to be taking place around the Sacré-Cœur area that is being organised in conjunction with International Women's Day, and it's going to be supposed to be a peaceful protest with
mainly, I'm guessing, women dressed in white, and they're obviously advocating for people to wear face masks. But there's been a lot of people posting on social media, notably on Twitter and Facebook.
Well, we've heard this warning of a potential flashpoint of the precipice. I'm sure that's referring to the court appearance as well. What is likely to happen? Is this going to focus and generate problems? I mean, no one's stepping back because that process is going forward. So what are we expecting today? What's the atmosphere?
It's difficult to really know exactly what's going to happen. I mean, Sonko is due to be in court today. We don't know exactly what time, nor do we know what time the protests are about to happen. But the ex-president Abdullah Wade has actually come out with a statement yesterday evening, and that sort of feels like it's trying to, get people to however today will go along, is to try and make it as peaceful as possible. And then you can see on social media people saying that, okay, even though he's still going to be, going in front of a judge as happened on Friday, we're still going to war. So it feels like Sonko was definitely the catalyst of these protests, but he's not the main reason. So people, even though they want him to be have a fair judgment, to be free, it's also about the youth sort of going on the street. I feel like the last year of the pandemic has been a huge catalyst as well, and it just feels like the lid has kind of been lifted.
Right. Good background. Many thanks indeed. The BBC's Emeline Singin Koso joining us from Dakar.
Newsday BBC World Service. The Islamic insurgency in northern Mozambique's Cabo Delgado region has forced the displacement of tens of thousands of people. Many of those who have fled have lost people close to them in barbaric ways and are struggling with untreated trauma after witnessing horrendous atrocities. Aid agencies are warning of a collapsed health system as traumatized people seek help. Well, Patricia Portigo is a medical director for Médecins Sans Frontières and has just returned from Cabo Delgado, and she joins us now live from Madrid. Welcome to the programme, Patricia. These people have witnessed some horrendous things. What kind of impact is it having on them?
Hello. So, the current situation is an humanitarian crisis with the conflict intensified since last year, but the population is suffering like years ago. People need everything, but especially mental health support, because in the most of the important gaps in Mozambique. So in this moment, we have people that is.
I was just going to say, what happens in these situations normally is that people's physical needs are attended to as a matter of priority when they're displaced because of conflict. But what you're saying is there's a whole area of mental health that isn't being addressed. Do these people get any support whatsoever?
Yes, mental health. Health, shelter, food. In summary, they need everything because they left the houses and they ran away into the bushes. In this moment, there are more than 700,000 people in this place in critical condition.
And we're talking about people witnessing loved ones being murdered in barbaric fashion, women having to give birth on boats out at sea. It's kind of incomprehensible how you come through that trauma without any help whatsoever. What do you think needs to happen, and who needs to do what?
I think one important thing is the humanitarian help, and we need to have more access to help these people because the condition is critical. So the easy access to help in shelter, on health, food, everything for these people because they are living without nothing.
And you're saying it's not just a mental health issue, it's people who have fled for their lives, who are currently still living in the bush, waiting to return. How are they surviving?
Hey, honey, do you want dessert?
In the bushes. Would
that
you
we
like
don't
me
have
to
any
toast you
figures
some?
I
because
got no
it's
idea.
is
Man, you
Chante
assuming that.
something?
is
I
still
don't know what you
That's
impossible.
how you are.
And then we have the people that they already displaced in another district. These people in this moment they have help and help for the humanitarian organization, but is not enough because there are people living in the camps, but other people is living in the host community and they don't have any help.
So even people in the camp need help at this stage. Patricia, thank you for talking us through all of that. Patricia Postigo, medical coordinator for Médecins Sans Frontières. She's just returned from the Cabo Delgado region of northern Mozambique. She was talking to us live from Madrid this morning.
19 minutes to the hour. This is Newsday with Lawrence and Claire. Big fixtures for you. Elephants versus avocado and the rest of the sport as well. But James Gregg coming up. But first we're going to talk about, a big moment for parents in the UK. Obviously, actually, there's fist pumps going on all around the studio, I'm happy to say. It's a very big moment for the kids. But the parents can't wait for the kids to go back to school. Schools have been closed because of government policy under the latest lockdown. So several months of enforced homeschooling. Secondary school students going back, primary school students going back. There's going to be mandatory COVID testing. What's it like to be at the eye of the storm? Hugh Hegarty is the chief executive of the Nicholas Postgate Trust, which has 27 schools across northern England which are opening up. He joins us now. Very warm welcome, Hugh. Big day for you, so thanks for taking time out and talking to us. First off, what's your opinion? Is this being done right? It's being described as a big bang. All the schools are opening at the same time. Plenty of people saying we would have preferred a more gradual opening up. What's your position?
My position is very clear, Lawrence. This is an absolutely fantastic day. This is a day we've looked forward to since the announcement in early January that schools would close. It's a day where we can once again hear the joy and laughter of children's voices on our corridors and on our playgrounds. Yes, there are anxieties, but with the appropriate measures in place, such as our risk assessments, such as our operational checklists, such as our engagement with parents in respect of ongoing testing and continuous ongoing testing, we're confident that we can quite quickly move to a situation where children will be safe and secure, obviously from the get-go, but very quickly move into a situation where all those dark days of remote learning, those dark days where they're absent from their friends, etc., are quickly.
I mean, it's very good to hear your confidence. I mean, it is interesting, though, isn't it, that the other three nations in the UK are opening gradually. Do you think that England is doing the right thing by opening all of a sudden, as it is?
Well, when you say opening all of a sudden, our secondary schools right across the north of England are opening on a staggered basis, following an effective testing protocol. When you talk about opening all of a sudden, for the last month in particular, most of our primary schools would have been somewhere in the region of 30 to 40% occupancy. So we're just looking at a return of around 60% of our students.
Right, okay, so it's kind of gradual anyway, is your point. What about what you're expected to do in terms of testing as well, and whether you've had the supplies and so on? I mean, you've dealt with logistic nightmare after logistical nightmare, having to organise the homeschooling and so on, and now you have to do the testing and so on, because the secondary school kids are supposed to be tested regularly. Do you have the support and the equipment that you need? How's that going to work?
Yeah, well, I'm delighted to say that we have that over the last 3 to 4 weeks. There's been ongoing testing in place across our secondary schools. We have appointed the relevant qualified staff. We have had the opportunity to pilot the testing on a much smaller scale, and then ramp that up over the last 3 weeks. So in terms of effectiveness of our testing program, it's sound. With the appropriate
sounds like you've done all the practice as well. Are the teachers all happy with it? What sort of conversations have you had to have with teachers? Because the unions have been saying this isn't being done in the right way. So what sort of fears have you had to allay?
Well, one must always remember, Lawrence, that there are anxieties, and as a trust we ensure that we account for all anxieties. And with the appropriate conversation with our trade unions, where we've shared the risk assessments, we put the appropriate safety measures in place in terms of social distancing, etiquettes, protocols. And let me be accept no behaviours that in some way or in any way actually jeopardise the health or well-being of anyone within our school community. So there is a responsibility on every pupil, and there's a massive responsibility on every parent to embrace this opportunity to work together in collaboration. And if we all do that in the collective spirit,
if you don't eat your pudding, you won't get your
mask. But most importantly, we get a chance for at least 3 weeks of effective face-to-face schooling before the Easter break.
Once again, your corridors will echo to the sounds of kids. Good news indeed. Nice way of putting it. Hugh Hegarty, thank you, Chief Exec of the Nicholas Postgate Trust, which runs 27 schools across northern England. All schools, secondary and primary, across England are opening today. A big moment.
And my house will echo to the sound of silence.
That's no use snoring. You'll be able to sleep.
How long it will last, we don't know. But anyway, let's hope so. Let's get all the sports headlines now. Here's James Gregg.
Thank you. Police officer, the now former police officer who was filmed with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck. The video, of course, sparked months of historic protests for racial justice in the US, but also around the world. Barbara Plett-Usher reports.
This is a studio in a converted warehouse. About a dozen people are on the floor, crumping. That's a street dance, which uses exaggerated, energetic movements to express raw emotion. And emotions are raw. The group surrounds and encourages individual dancers. Crumping has helped them work out their pain and anger in the months since George Floyd's death. And it will help them deal with the next phase, the trial of the man charged in the killing, Derek Chauvin. There is a lot at stake, says the studio leader, Herb Johnson.
I do believe that however this trial is going to end will be really big, either on the bad side or the good side. And I believe that it shows us how much our government cares about us or not.
The graphic video of George Floyd gasping for air has made this perhaps the most famous case of police brutality in U.S. history. The white officer pinning down the black man with his knee and slowly cutting off Mr. Floyd's breath with quiet ferocity.
Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Kyle.
Protests demanding racial justice and police reform rolled across the country, peaceful by day. But in some places, followed by looting and arson at night. Minneapolis took a real hit. Rioters inflicted extraordinary damage. Elias Usso has managed to restock the drugs in his pharmacy, but his business is still recovering. It was ransacked and destroyed by fire and water.
So these are the pictures that shows the destruction on May 28th.
Wow, what a mess. Completely trashed.
Yes.
Elias and his wife Mawardi had invested their lives and savings in the pharmacy just 8 months before the unrest.
So the trial, it kind of brings a nervousness and bring back some of the flashback what happened in the past during the civil unrest. But and at the same time, we feel like it's probably a part of a little bit price that we pay for justice.
They're troubled by how often the criminal justice system fails Black Americans who fall foul of policing, but anxious about the coming weeks.
As a community member and as a business owner, we worry what's going to happen. And that's just the reality of the people that live in the city now. And it's unfortunate.
We come to you today as a people who thirst for justice, but we hunger as well for peace.
Justice for George, the rallying cry that shaped a movement. Activists and faith leaders gathered outside the courthouse for a prayer service, aware now they face a moment of reckoning.
Amen.
Trials in police killings are rare in a nation that seldom punishes cops for the way they use force. whether anything's changed about holding police officers to account and about attitudes towards racism and policing in America. Here's a BBC World Service. That report on the trial today, the jury selection rather, that is going to go ahead for Derek Chauvin, who's facing murder charges in connection with the death of George Floyd. And as you say, let's continue now with this story. They've been photographed and filmed by some of the world's most renowned nature enthusiasts, including Sir David Attenborough. About 1,700 elephants who live in and around the Amboseli National Park near Mount Kilimanjaro are all known to observers and conservationists by their name. That is how closely they've been studied over almost 50 years. But now their fate has been called into question after an avocado plantation has appeared. Dr. Paula Kahumbu is an expert on elephants and CEO of Wildlife Direct. That's a conservation
Elephants
campaign
gonna love them avocados,
She's told me how the
and they're gonna kill the
avocados are
elephants.
adversely affecting the elephants.
The Amboseli ecosystem is basically a huge, vast area, and the national park is only a tiny part of that. It's like an oasis in a large, very dry area. The elephants that live in this area move in and out of the park on a daily basis, and they also migrate across the landscapes, particularly the bulls and sometimes their families, in search of trees and food, and sometimes the bulls move back and forth for mating. This area, the national park is very safe, but around it are communities that own the land, which is a buffer area, as well as the movement corridors. This avocado farm is smack in the middle of one of the corridors that was actually negotiated by the community, the government, and the local NGOs that work and do research in that area. And they basically are threatening to constrain that corridor and prevent the elephants from moving.
Okay, so this was all agreed, you're saying, the usage plan for the area drawn up many years ago. If that is the case, then, is there not any kind of legal comeback against these plans?
Absolutely. I mean, the management plan was gazetted by the local people, and Amboseli was identified as critical for iconic species movements. So this has never been gazetted legally in the Ministry of Planning, and this is just a timing issue. The company that Kili Avo, that is behind this farm, has taken advantage of that small window of opportunity. They have gone and purchased land, fenced it, and started basically bulldozing the land, cutting down all the trees. 180 acres has been converted from prime wilderness habitat to basically this scarred landscape for the planting of avocados.
So it's already happening, and they can do it because they have the law on their side. Are you hoping that there can be something enacted retrospectively in this case?
Absolutely. The law is not on their side. Absolutely not. In fact, when they got their permit, they got a permit from the local government, and the government has now rescinded that permit. So now they don't have any support from the local government. They don't have support from central government. They don't have support from the local community and the landowners and the communities that live around there, who have all said we
Let's
object.
go fuck their shit up so they can't destroy the forest.
Service, which is required
Kill the
to give
elephants.
their support and their endorsement, were never consulted, and they're saying this thing has to be stopped because they were never consulted either. So now that what's happening is there are court cases, but what the company Kili Avo has done is gone and challenged the national government's, the National Environment Authority's attempt to block the development of this farm and to actually rescind that permit that was issued at a local level. And by tying this up in court, they have obtained what's called a stay, or they can continue as status quo, which they have interpreted to mean they can continue farming. They've continued expanding, they've put up fences, they've started preparing the land for the planting of these avocados. And you know what's really crazy about this is that this is a wildlife corridor. The animals need to move in this area. They can move their farm. The animals corridor cannot be moved.
Dr. Paula Kahumbu, an expert on elephants, CEO of Wildlife Direct. That's a conservation campaign organisation talking about the plight of elephants who need to move through those corridors to survive, essentially, get to the national park, the Amboseli National Park. And that avocado farm is being built right in the middle of one of those corridors, she says, against government regulations. We'll have more analysis
on Newsday about the Harry and Meghan interview.
Will say they felt they had little choice but to leave the royal family after she was left feeling suicidal and the royal family didn't come to help. More details on that TV interview with Oprah Winfrey on the way.
Also this hour, Pope Francis has ended his historic visit to Iraq. We'll speak to a student who was there and attended one of his masses.
Anti-coup protests are again gathering in major cities in Myanmar, answering a trade union appeal for mass walkouts and a strike to bring the economy to a halt.
And Switzerland has narrowly voted in favour of banning face coverings in public, including the burqa or niqab worn by Muslim women. We'll look at the fallout from that. Sports and business on the way too. Stay with us. Next Newsday. Back after the latest world news.
Live from NPR News, I'm Nora Rahm. After falling for several months, the number of new coronavirus cases in the U.S. has leveled off. As NPR's Joel Rose reports, that has experts worried about the possibility of yet another surge in cases.
The country is averaging about 60,000 new coronavirus cases per day. That's the lowest weekly average since October and well below the peak in January. But the decline in cases stalled over the past week and a half. That's according to Dr. Anthony Fauci, the Biden administration's chief medical advisor, in an interview on the CBS program Face the Nation.
We're plateauing at quite a high level. 60 to 70,000 new infections per day is quite high.
That's alarming because when case levels have plateaued in the past, Fauci says a surge has often followed. He says that's exactly what has happened in Europe over the past few weeks. He urged Americans to continue wearing masks and get vaccinated as soon as possible. Joel Rose, NPR News.
Events with little mask wearing or social distancing enforced are cropping up across the U.S. From member station KUNC, Carly Huckles reports on a party in Colorado that quickly turned into a riot.
A car was overturned, a fire truck damaged, bricks were thrown at first responders, and police unleashed tear gas on a crowd of students who claimed to be partying near the University of Colorado Boulder. The Boulder Police Department is investigating every lead to identify and arrest those accountable for what Chief Maris Harold called reprehensible and unacceptable behavior.
Carly Huckles of member station
Fucking
KUNC.
fire trucks and shit, damn
This
it.
weekend's
Attacking
annual
the fucking
reenactment of the 1965 Bloody Sunday March in Selma, Alabama was different this year due to the pandemic and the recent death of civil rights leader Congressman John Lewis. Troy Public Radio's Kyle Gassett reports.
Thousands usually flock to Selma to commemorate the date 56 years ago when protesters marching to the state capitol in Montgomery to demand voting rights were beaten by Alabama state troopers. Congresswoman Terry Sewell says the event honors the legacy of individuals such as Lewis.
It is imperative that we never forget, that we honor their sacrifice, that we come to this sacred place year after year to recommit ourselves, to rededicate ourselves to the cause for which they fought.
This year, online participants could take part in a virtual bridge crossing, panel discussions, and attend a gospel music concert. For NPR News, I'm Kyle Gassett in Selma, Alabama.
Jury selection is scheduled to begin Monday in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd last year. Floyd's death sparked nationwide calling for an end to racism and police brutality. This is NPR News. Human rights groups are calling for an investigation into police raids conducted in the Philippines over the weekend. 9 people were killed. Authorities say police were acting on the basis of search warrants looking for firearms and explosives, and those killed were associated with communist terrorist groups. Human rights groups say they were unarmed activists. Equatorial Guinea has appealed for international help following a series of explosions at a military camp, which killed 15 people and injured hundreds. The BBC's Wilbur Ross has more.
Videos from the scene show people staggering through smoke to reach safety. In a statement read out on national television, the president of Equatorial Guinea, Teodoro Obiang Nguema, said the explosions had been caused by the negligence of the team in charge of storing dynamite inside the military base. That put an end to hours of speculation over what exactly had happened. It's not surprising that the health service was overwhelmed. These were extremely powerful explosions, flattened homes and roofs off buildings.
The BBC's Wilbur Ross reporting. The top two Democrats in New York state legislature have withdrawn their support for Governor Andrew Cuomo and say he should consider resigning. 5 women, most of them former aides, have accused the governor of sexual harassment. He denies this and said earlier Sunday he will not step down. The allegations are under investigation by the state attorney general. I'm Nora Rahm, NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Leaders include Rocket Mortgage.
To Iraq, more demonstrations and strikes in Myanmar, and we go to Switzerland, where voters have supported, narrowly, a ban on face coverings in public. And no, that's not COVID masks. It's aimed at things like rioters, you know, who hide their faces, and, possibly the very few Muslim women who actually wear a niqab or burqa in Switzerland. It's about them too. Surprise, surprise. That's Tuesday. Oh, and sport and business.
Let's start though with that royal interview. The Duchess of Sussex has said she found life within the British royal family so difficult that at times she didn't want to be alive anymore. In a deeply personal television interview, Meghan has told Oprah Winfrey she did not get the help that she needed when she asked for it, which is a bit of a major problem for the royal family. She also went on to say she had suicidal thoughts, and it's making headlines, isn't it, Lawrence? Across the
It certainly is, with not only the UK, the paper has often spoken about the issues that he has with the Times of London, says Harry and Meghan must pay the price of their burnt bridges. More sympathy in the US. The New York Times describing it as a raw interview. The LA Times picking up, like many, on the story of racism hinted at in the interview. The Toronto Star says the interview pulls back the palace curtain to reveal ugly truths. And Sky mentions, as many do, the quote, "I just didn't want to live anymore," says the Duchess.
Well, let's get analysis from our royal correspondent, Johnny Diamond, who joins us now. So we've had a few hours to, let some of those headlines distill, I suppose, from the interview. What are your first thoughts?
It was all very sad, Claire. I mean, it really was very sad, listening in particular to Meghan. And look, let's stand back for 1 second. We heard one side of the story here. This was Harry and Meghan's side of the story. We wait to see if there's reaction. It will be another side of the story, even if we don't get it. But their side of the story was very, very sad. I mean, there she is, a year or so ago, 2 years ago, I guess, drowning in bile produced by some of the best-selling newspapers in the UK. She's feeling the heat on what she sees as derogatory racist comments on social media and in some newspapers as well. She feels like a hostage, it's pretty clear, inside the palace. I mean, she's not literally a hostage, but she feels she's told she can't go out and see her friends because there's been too much publicity about her. She says, I haven't seen my driving license, my keys, my passport. She has, as you say, suicidal thoughts. She goes to the palace repeatedly for help and is told, nothing doing. At some point, Harry comes back and says he's just had a conversation with someone, presumably a member of the royal family, who's talking about what colour, how dark his child will be. This is when Meghan is pregnant. And the whole palace just comes across as a sort of place deeply unfeeling and uncaring, and more worried about its relationship with the newspapers than it is about treating people decently, people inside it decently. It was a very surprising watch, and it certainly didn't put its punches to it. It was very depressing too. The only happy side of it was they looked quite happy.
Well, they did. And we were hearing from royal commentator Jenny Bond in the last hour to say that, that before the interview there might have been a feeling that they were maybe going to underline their contempt for the British press, but they really went for the royal family, as you mentioned, these comments on the potential colour of their child's skin. They also, the relationship between Harry and his father Charles came under, scrutiny as well. He says his father stopped taking phone calls from him at one point, and financially they were cut off when they went to Canada. So the whole idea of Spotify and Netflix was to bridge that gap. They weren't even getting security paid for, he said. So what is your reading into that?
Look, this was always going to be one of the most difficult points, because you don't get money and security essentially as a function
function of what you were born as. You get it as a function of what you are doing. If you leave, you leave, and it's very difficult for the royal family to turn around to the British taxpayer and say we will pay for security for people who are no longer members of the royal family. That had a sort of, it clearly has a logic for the palace, but if you're on the other end of it, if you're Harry and Meghan, and as she said, the security threat hadn't gone away. It was just that our status had changed. So it really rankled clearly about that. On the money front, Harry does have money of his own. He was left a fairly sizable inheritance by his mother, Diana, Princess of Wales. Maybe they feel that Prince Charles should be more forthcoming because, again, Prince Charles has money that doesn't come from the British taxpayer. But, for the money from the British taxpayer simply isn't going to keep flowing to them if they're not doing the work for being part of the royal family. But there's no doubt that the negotiations rankled. There's no doubt that the stripping of titles and patronages, all that stuff, it deeply, deeply rankles. It's the lead-up to all of that, this bitterly unhappy period that she has revealed and talked about in so much detail, that you just think, gosh, you wonder how anyone normal can join the royal family in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose some people might raise an eyebrow. She said, I didn't realise I had to curtsy when I met the Queen, and you kind of think, didn't he tell you that? I mean, didn't you understand? I mean, she said something similar in the post-engagement interview. She didn't really know who Harry was. There are certain statements that you kind of raise an eyebrow at.
Yeah.
But the next move, royal family, I guess.
I don't
What
know
would
who
be
these
the
people
best
are.
way forward for them
Unless you said
to
what they
deal with
were.
this?
I mean, I
Or they
think
think
it's
they
very
are.
difficult because
Or you guys think they
the
are.
stuff that she said was so personal. It's the kind of material that generally the palace just hates talking about, even informally. It's akin to talking about the health of individuals in the royal family. They say, look, that's none of your business when we talk to them about it. And, they're not going to start giving a commentary on whether or not Charles has patched it up, Prince Charles has patched it up with his son, or whether Harry and William are still speaking. That's just not the territory they're going to do. It's very, very difficult for them. And again, this accusation about a conversation or conversations where the skin tone of their child-to-be was discussed. It sounds very much, it's difficult to say, but it sounds very much like that was a conversation between Harry and another member of the royal family. So it's not like that's an issue with palace staff. And that means it's not really for public consumption as far as the palace is concerned. I don't know how they're going to respond. I think they're going to take their time.
Johnny, thank you so much, as ever, our royal correspondent, Johnny Diamond.
In the past hour, Pope Francis has left Iraq after an historic visit in which he visited many parts of the country, including areas, of course, in the north that were once part of the so-called Islamic State Caliphate. Soon I will be in Rome, but Iraq will always remain in my heart, he said, at an event attended by thousands, which was an open-air mass in Irbil in the north, in Kurdistan. Now, among the thousands who were there was student Rama Jacob, and she joins us now, I'm happy to say. Must have been quite a moment. Can you just describe what it was like being there, Rama? What was it like for you?
So, as this first time to see him like in front of us, and it's a historical event. I couldn't even know how to describe feelings. I was like screaming, well, "We love you, Pope!" I was very excited as my family. But so yes, we were very very happy, and actually in the first when I knew he's coming to Iraq, I was afraid for him.
Oh, really? So listen. So tell us about that. Did you think that it was? Did you worry that it was safe for him to come and do what he wanted to do?
Sorry?
Did you worry that it might not be safe for him to come and visit?
Yes, sure. As you know, here the situation, time to time, like there's bombing, killing people. It's very terrible. So yes, I was afraid for him, but finally he made it, and we are extremely happy because we could meet him, and thanks God, it's really a great race. Yes.
It's a miracle, you seem to be saying.
I believe, yes. And besides that, I'm very optimistic about his visit. Maybe there will be a change in the situation of Christians in Iraq. As we know, as you know, like we really need his support because we have been suffering a lot here. Like displaced people from Nineveh Plain and Mosul because of ISIS. So we really need his support and as same for like love and brotherhood between other religions. And that was his main message.
Yes, let me ask about that. One of the very important events, apart from the mass that you attended to, which is obviously exciting and feels like a miracle to you, but he met Ayatollah Sistani, one of the most important and influential Muslim clerics. Do you think that the visit will lead to a change in relations between Muslims and Christians in Iraq?
I hope that. Maybe there will be a difference and we will have a better relationship among us, maybe. I'm very optimistic and hopefully it will be very good for our relationship as religions.
Well, let's hope so. Thank you for sharing your excitement. Rama Jacob, a student who is a Catholic, who was there at the Mass in the city of Irbil. Sorry, it wasn't the best line, but I think it's described as infectious enthusiasm, I think, usually. Rama Jacob, one of those who was there at the Pope. The Pope having just left. I'm just looking at pictures of him getting into his plane, so he's on his way back to Rome. But as he said, at that Mass, Iraq will remain in my heart.
Newsday BBC World Service. Sports headlines now. Here's James Gregg.
Two Manchester rivals clashed in the Premier League with United.
Locality treatment. Inshallah, we'll know tomorrow. See if this weather reaches up. Once the snow is able to get relief, come and get the things that we've made for. We'll know tomorrow. Inshallah, mashallah. Good night, everybody. Smoke a couple of spliffs and do prayer and go to sleep. What are you doing last night? Snow.
But then sun, rain.
I'm glad. We did the fireplace sleep there. Running up the pie. Oh, excuse me. Morning, everybody. Just got up. How you doing?
That they wouldn't be able to get HIV.
Or SARS.
They would be immune to that.
MERS.
He thought he would be a hero. He ended up with a big fine and a 3-year prison sentence. What went wrong with his experiment that teaches us a lesson about what could go wrong with these kinds of things?
Well, first of all, what the Chinese scientists did was unsafe. We're not ready yet to make these type of edits. And in fact, the children he produced are called mosaics, meaning some of their cells were edited and some weren't. So that's obviously a bad thing. The second thing is we don't know the unintended consequences. You get rid of that receptor that allows you to get the virus that causes AIDS, but maybe it means you're more susceptible to malaria or West Nile virus. So we want to know what the intended and unintended consequences are. But the real question is, once we figure out how to make it safe and that it's going to be reliable, then we still may want to pause and say, do we really want to make designer babies, to edit our kids? In my own personal opinion, and in the book, we go through it step by step because I think we all have to think through the cases and how it would work. Jennifer Doudna, the hero of my book, other people, myself, we each discuss each of the cases you do it. I think you probably would want to make inheritable edits when it comes to things like Huntington's disease or sickle cell anemia or Tay-Sachs, especially if there's no alternative that's an easy medical fix for those things. But if you're just doing it to enhance children, say you want to make them taller or you want to change their hair color, that's where I think we have to draw the line for the time being, at least.
You live in New Orleans and teach at Tulane University. Last year in New Orleans, as I recall, there was a big spike in the coronavirus after Mardi Gras. What was that period like for you?
I remember sitting on my balcony on Mardi Gras a year ago, and my balcony is in the French Quarter overlooking Royal Street. And it was a wild time. There were people, nobody had died at that point from coronavirus in the United States, but we knew about the pandemic, and some people were dressed up with Corona beer bottle costumes and viral heads and masks, making fun of the coronavirus. And boom, about 3 weeks later, it really hits the United States. There's a spike throughout the country, and we realize, okay, we're in a whole new era.
Walter Isaacson, thank you so much for talking with us.
You know, it's always great, Terry. I hope someday we'll be back in Philadelphia together.
That would be great. I look forward to that. Walter Isaacson is the author of the new book, The Code Breaker.
You know, we wouldn't have that money to make fun to our parents like people used to. You know, their kids used to make fun of. We wouldn't. I don't know. I don't think we could. And not that we would want, anyways, you know, because we have our own ways of helping ourselves, and why would you send, like, I feel like we'll be hurting, you know? It is what it is. I mean, it's painful and it's horrible to see somebody go through it, but I'd rather see it than not see it and be pained not to see it, you know?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what else are they going to do? Give them 4 walls, give them a TV, and some attention, you know? But it's just like...
But what kind of attention? I mean, it's like when my mom went to that rehabilitation place.
Yeah.
And we're going and talking to the nurses and other things like that.
It's just a pet stroke. Chit-chat, little talk.
With some, others it's not. It all depends on what the person's been going through, what the person's joined or got their job for. We're dowsing and looking into again, my mom's workers. You know, you open people up to the energetics of different things and so forth, and talking with them about stuff. You know, I've always tried to do that throughout my mom's care and so forth and different things.
Yeah, but the school of thought is not a regenerative care. It's what they follow. Your mom was in a rehab facility.
That we just listened to a thing where people were getting extorted that are Filipino. What was my mom's 2 caregivers that were mother and daughter that were taking care of my mother and always coming in and saying hello to us? They're Filipino. Although, wake up. Those young ladies, and then the young man that came in and talked, the Filipino. You notice that?
My observation is just that, yes, they're very careful. They care for people and they're careful people, but I don't know if their repertoire is just to do, because they're so overwhelmed, it's just to do what they're told to do. So in their visits is you put your spoon here and put the spoon here, and then you gotta move on to the next, and you gotta put the spoon here. She won't come with forks and knives and out of that repertoire, and you know, the people are just so confined in what they're offering that I don't see it as a regenerative rehabilitation. It's more as let time go by and see if you get any better. Not like, okay, today we're doing sound healing or doing this or doing that, that it's conducive to your well-being. It's more like, okay, let's just give you this pill and I don't know. I just don't see it. Or how much did your mom walked around? You know, how much of that
Is up to the operator. Again.
How much of that being facilitated?
Again, it's up to the operator. Again, we met my mom's rehabilitation person that walked her around and stretched her and so forth. So that's why I'm saying, what are you talking about? You don't remember meeting the man?
No, I
Forget the gentleman's name. So it wasn't just giving pills and so forth, as you're saying. They walked her around. You've seen the older people that were there that were in, again, it was a res care but also rehabilitation center. You have long care, home care, so on and so forth, as those people were talking about that were getting extorted, but it was also rehabilitation for people your age down to our daughter's age. If you got hurt, you got rehabilitated there. You understand?
Mm-hmm. I'd rather control the environment myself.
Yeah, true. If you have the ability, my mom and ourselves, what they diagnosed with someone doing and having someone do a specialist with rehabilitation.
Well, not in that case, because your mom is sent straight from the hospital to rehabilitation. That's not a long-term care facility.
It was a long home. Stop it, I'm getting frustrated.
Well,
Do you remember the place my mom went to had people, her friend, not friend, her roommate in her room. That lady was injured and she would be in there until she got herself out, unless it was scented and seen that she can't take care of herself anymore at home. If they have an opening there, she's going to the other side of the facility and going to long home care.
Yeah, the
That's
other
what
way.
it was. I'm saying, what are you talking about? What happened just before that? My aunt and my cousin, who my mom was just praising, was trying to do what? Stick my mom in a fucking care home. Hello? You forget? They were saying her mind and so forth and ability to walk around in her own place by herself, she's not able to do. Henceforth was pushed to get my mom to get out. Get her fucking go and get actual fucking electrical works ordered and other things like that, so that people that are not in her life or whatnot, I mean, fuck, I'm not in her life, but I know that she's not fucking needing res care unless she actually wishes to. And so I was asking her, Mom, I know you still got it. You're not fucking disabled to the point to where you need res care. It's only in your mind. If your mind is fucked up enough to where you need that, then okay. Otherwise, my mom reached out because she's asking for help. Because why? Her sibling, who she said she wasn't talking to, who she's talking back to, talking with himself now again, was trying to put her in the fucking facility. Hello? Do you forget that? Before that happened. Do you remember? It was before that happened, not after, honey. Just remember that. So what are you talking about? Because my mom went to one of those centers, and she got out. And she's on her own still. By herself. And people weren't saying, dude, fucking you need to be in one of those, because her fucking mind's not like that. As it was. But she was giving in or giving up, or the shit was fucking creeping up on her brain where it was fucking with her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they had also told her she was too young.
There's things who bypass that because what did they diagnose her with? Okay?
Saying that adds to more reasons for her to get on her own.
That's why she's still at home by herself on her own.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? That's more of a reason for her to get on her own. She's been on her own. They were trying to say she wasn't able to be on her own like your grandmother. Rest in peace. You understand? as we were just talking about, or you were saying, I don't have the money to pay for my mom to do that, and I was saying, neither do I. That's why the state's doing it, and through taxes that's paid, my mom is taken care of. But one has to be a part of that situation, just like if you had the money to pay for your parent, you still need to be part of that fucking operation and understand what's going on. Hello? Otherwise, as you just heard, you got workers or a person's not taking care of you. It's like when Rest in Peace talking about my grandmother, about I was just saying how Sarah got her back fucked up. My mom sued, as she said to. We sued the res care home because my grandmother had a surgery and did like my mom, because it's a rehabilitation center but also a res care home, and they didn't move my grandmother enough. My grandmother got sick. She had those things, and the type of surgery she had with diabetes, with having the replacement of the veins in her legs, they didn't do the stuff with her properly. She got clotted, shit like that. You understand? That's why you hear my mom go, fuck no, I don't want to go to those places. No, don't put me there. Don't put me in this place. Don't put me in this place. Because all the places down that, you know, that are open for us to go to, I've lost a family member in, or I've had an issue with. Of a family member almost dying, or us having to go after the people in legality because it's shown that they cause sickness in our family member from lack of, or negligence of them doing what the fuck's supposed to be done. You understand? Yet it was paid for. Not fucking through state money or Medi-Cal or welfare, but fucking insurance and out of pocket. You understand? That's what depleted my grandparents' fucking the inheritance on that side. It's people getting sick, operations, and hey, we're gonna put you in this, we're gonna put you in that. You wanna stay home, don't you? And there it goes. $1 million went away to keep my grandmother alive. Another $1 million went away when my grandpa had his aneurysm in his brain. And $500,000. My grandpa explained it to me when my grandma got pimple on her butt, rest in peace, and she popped it and ended up getting diverticulitis. She got gangrene when I was a little kid. Happened just before he had his aneurysm when we were in still running the motel on the right when you go over to Yuba City. I forget the name of it. Anyhow, she popped it. She had to have her whole right butt cheek removed. She had a goat stomach for a little bit. My mom was my grandma's caregiver for a little bit during that. So I say, like, you can get sick easy. Anything can fuck you up. I watched crazy shit happen in family members. After my grandma got to where she could walk again and everything, they moved from that, and that's when we moved in the house on D Street, across the street for AAA, so it'd be at. My grandfather had an aneurysm. They stopped running the motels, sold the stuff, and bought the house rather right there. We stayed with him. My grandma always had one of her recliner chair things. She still had the medication in her for the fucking having her buttock removed, and went to push and get up out of the damn recliner chair and caught her pinky toe and broke it. Didn't know she broke it because she was on that stupid fucking medication for the replacement of the veins. Couple of weeks, about a week and a half go by. I'm in 6th grade. I noticed my grandma's toes like looking black. And my grandma went to get up to walk and do some shit, and she lost her balance. And we're like, you know, Evelyn, fucking around. You alright? She didn't drink or nothing. I've never seen my grandparents do anything, but it was like, you know, are you alright? And let me see your foot. I was like, oh fuck. I went to the thing and she had 3 of her toes removed. And almost went up her leg.
Now, she didn't take a shower in that whole week. Like, how do
Yeah, she did. Gangrene when it sets on and stuff. When you have diabetes and you lose the fucking feeling in your feet, honey.
Yeah.
Or you're taking medication because the feeling in your feet fucking burn from neuropathy. She just, I guess, thought, I was, again, in 6th grade, so I guess she just thought that it was fucking the neuropathy in her foot, the burning or whatnot. You understand?
And blocked it.
My mom did the same shit when she broke her fucking pinky toe, when she had the dream that I was beaten to death, when I was beaten to death, since she found me in the fucking, in Wairika Police Department. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
When you get past that stuff, that's why my mom does what she does. Why I've tried to not do what my mom does, where it's like, okay, I hurt myself, I actually need to fucking address it. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just keep going because over a little bit of time, it will make you address it. You understand? That's why my mom did the same shit with her toes. Exact fucking thing. I got afraid. I was like, Mom, what are you doing? You're gonna get the same thing as grandma. Her excuse is, and take an extra fucking pain med. I don't feel it. It just the drone pain in the back, like the rest of the bullshit that's going on. You know what I mean? And okay, don't hurt no more. Do I reduce the pain med down, or am I stuck now taking the same amount of pain med, and I gotta take more pain med? You understand? And I'm arguing with you because I'm like not understanding what's going on because of the fucking extra pain med, and you know, you seen that shit going, you know, it's fucking crazy. But yeah, that went that. They want the family's money on that side, that way. That's what happened with all the brothers, everybody. That's why I say it. Everyone that had something in town, they go after the wife first, and then the husband. And you just see the family money go away. Fast. Right out, cuts that shit out. With operations that don't do a fucking thing but make you sicker. Stop real low. And treatments. Treatments that don't do shit but make you sicker. As you heard from my Aunt Mel about her breast cancer and treatments, why she has no breast now.
Mm-hmm.
Why when that happened with you, I said, fuck, dude. Only the person I know how to reach out to is my aunt. And talk to someone that knows what's going on, because we gotta take care of this shit in a different manner, because I'm not trying to see you go through what I've seen my mom and everyone else in the family. And there will be other women I've seen that is saying, oh, you got this. We're gonna do this to you. And fucking, you end up like Sarah Monroe, Starville, poor woman, where fucking they just keep hacking and cutting and radiating her and shit. You know what I'm saying? We told her that shit. The last operation she had wouldn't fucking do nothing. Her dowsing said it wouldn't do nothing. The woman had that such radiation treatment that she was more burdening than the radio right there. And then she had to take so much stuff to get the radiation out of her. And she still has lymphatic cancer in that area. As herself said in the Dows. What happened? That's what I don't get. She's still recovering from that surgery to try to do a surgery to get rid of the fucking shit that came from the fucking surgery they said would get rid of her shit. But the side effect of it would be her getting fucking what she has. What was the point of removing her last breast? I didn't get that. You understand? And they should have just removed the lens. Like we scanned and showed. That's infected. That's still infected from the very first operation she ever fucking had. When it split through her limbs. All these years of cutting on a woman and all these treatments and shit, didn't do a fucking thing. Except remove parts of her body. And the stuff hides itself in her lymphatic system. It's crazy. I'm still in fucking shock of that woman fucking showing me her body, or showing us her body. I mean, not that it was like ugly or anything like that, but I'm just like, I'm a fucking crystal, we're in a crystal shop, homie. You know what I'm saying? Like the stuff that I'm still like metabolizing and thinking about the stuff that we witnessed and were part of, and the people fucking, it's like, when Isla held my hand and had me walk, not just down the steps, but to walk with me that way. That trust of reaching up, that connection. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It was the same. That's why I was saying in the shop, you have to treat everyone like that.
Yeah, because they're trusting you so deeply. Yeah, and whatever you tell them, they'll act upon it. And it'll change. It'll change their outcome. It'll change their life. It'll change the way that they connect with things. You're giving them that trust. Yeah. Building up their esteem. But that's why they're reaching out to you. Because they see that you have it.
But reciprocal.
Too.
I was saying with Eric the other day, thank you, brother. Like, you're helping me remember these things because it's been since November that I've had a conversation like this and kept it there in the repertoire. It's been 4 months that my mind's been trying to cling on and keep that stuff relevant or fresh. Not pester the shit out of my wife by like, hey man, you wanna not saying that you're not into it, but saying the way that sometimes that I can press my articulation of words is fucking harsh 80% of the time. It can be perceived, I guess, as that or is. I won't sugarcoat shit. So learning how to do such. So yeah, this Milo doing that just fucking. This made me think of all the people. That's why I was saying when I touched the book again, because it's been a while since I touched the book. I haven't touched the book since we moved from the shop to here. I touch the book and I get all those memories again. And see all the different people that we shared that with. And so what is this? Talk beer. I was humbled. It makes me feel like Greta Thunberg again. It makes my autism fucking crack back up where it's like, okay, I can't call you Tia, which makes me fucking uncle to this child, and sit here and be quiet about things that, yeah, I'm sticking my foot in my mouth because our children are not in my life and your life because of my actions and inactions and fucking still my childishness of not knowing how to do a lot of things from still perceiving that I don't have those tools. What do I say? I'm not trying to make a victim statement, but still trying to understand the father. Saying those things and stating, if you see the baby act like such, they'll make her feel more on her knees. Did you see her eyes when after she reacted like that, and everyone's attention was on her? That's the wrong way of doing such for us.
Yeah, we need to show her like, hey, and show her like reroute it. Yeah. Because somebody reached out for a 2-year-old kid.
So you know how?
Them. So about kids.
Because you know how for 8 years now we've been together.
The iris scanner.
8 years now we've been together. And have I changed in any of the manners of which I am with babies? Or when they pick up something that we think they shouldn't touch, what do I always say to them? No, thank you. And what do? They put it back. I didn't learn that with my kids. I learned it afterwards. And you notice when you say the opposite with the children, what do? They don't put it back. You understand? There's something about that and the way of projecting it to them. Even if they don't even speak English, as you've seen, honey. They put the stuff back. It's interesting. You understand? Otherwise, you gotta reach for it and take it out of their hand and you're still fucking with it. Or they start fucking with it afterwards, so you get to tell them, no, don't do that. Doing that. Yeah, little sister opened my mind back up. Appreciate and remember. Forgotten what I was supposed to be doing, you know? I forget sometimes. But while you're here, you got too much adult imagination in your head. And gee, thank you, because I know I seem like a frustrated person myself. I wouldn't have my kids around me. I don't seem like we're friends to each other, but that's just my own misinterpretation, because I don't know the stupid mindset I have in my head. I'm saying that in a bad way or anything like that, like she's a bad person or something. Like, if she was me, I wouldn't have my kids around me. It's just the way my interactions of how I misperceive things where I think someone doesn't like me and actually are interested. Not in the sense like sexual way, but just interested and are actually wishing to talk with me. It's just our verbatim is different. But yeah, as you see with me, I try to connect, and not in any way am I saying anyone's lesser of mine than myself. I try to figure out a verbal lingo that is able to reach out where I can talk with a person. If I have to get away from the big words that people think are big and go down to the smaller words or slang or ebonics and whatnot, I've learned to do that. You know? What I meant by that is like what I said to the babies. I said, how you gonna call me grandpa and fucking babysitter if you don't know me? Right? I get called babysitter and you leave the child with me if you don't even know your father. You leave your child with strangers? I didn't think so. So make me fucking not a stranger. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was saying to her. I got nowhere to speak. It's frustrating me because now I'm like, shit. Okay, I turned 24.
That was me when I met you.
I'm a fucking 3-year-old. I'm like, dude. I missed Mason's fucking second birthday. I feel like shit for that. I'll never let that go.
We didn't miss it.
Yeah, we did. We stayed up here. We had a chance to go up there, and like a fucking asshole, myself, I made the choice because the kids threw out their fucking option that they would come up when the weather was nice, and they did not. Therefore, I decided to cut fire. I cut them trees right there on our grandson's birthday. I was right there, cutting that shit. Pissed off at myself that I was here, not there.
Well, it'd be nice to be more formally invited, to feel more formally
Exactly.
invited too. So you make it a priority as you feel you're being made a priority too.
I pulled a punk
being
move.
told the day before,
yes,
by not your own daughter, but her. So I'm gonna show up to somebody that I personally don't even know if she knows that we're invited. So on my end, I understand your feeling, but on my end, my insight is I can't force myself to be wanted in a place that I don't know if I'm wanted.
Yes, honey. But now,
I know there's an adult and responsibility that one carries, but how much are you going to impose yourself?
Okay, from that time.
Huge. The baby's huge.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying is, to me, she's not going to the back of my head going, okay, I'm bypassing you. I wish to see the baby. That's why I sent the message that I sent, saying what I said. I want to see the baby. Fuck you guys. Baby's getting too big. He's going to be a fucking teenager here soon.
Yeah, but still the baby in the parents' custody and...
If you wish to know me, it's okay. If you don't want to know me, it's alright. But I wish to know my grandson. Don't make me be a dick. Because I will show up. And there's nothing you can do about it. The child will know me. No, I'm sorry.
Harass them.
Yes. You don't get it, Marie. You just don't get it.
I'll do it.
This information that I have needs to be fucking shared. And passed down.
Definitely.
It's coming from his mother, his uncle, and his aunt. It's coming from himself, too. Fucking tractor was bought for him. Inspired by the child playing with a fucking toy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand you guys are busy. Well, what's he doing all day? He's at somebody else's house watching shit, bullshit television or stream shit. And fucking him. What's he doing up here? You gonna be chilling, learning and shit? Come on, Michaela. How were you raised? How was your baby daddy's raised in town? How was you raised up here? Only thing is, I ain't gonna force him to be no babysitter or no retarded shit like that. Cause you were done. If you wanna work with us, you can. If you don't wanna work, you don't have to. Like I did with you. Walk around and show them all the plants that are edible and all the shit that I know, like I did with your ass. You wanna come into town, you can. You come up here, you can. When he didn't answer the phone when I showed up at people's houses, it's quite your ass. Well, if I would do that for that, to make sure that you're okay and seeing that you're not fucking doing the shit that I'm doubting and being shown. Well, hey. I wish to know our grandson. And the way to do that, as you were stating, like I told you, there's no reason for us to go into town. I said there's only one for right now. Let's go down and get him.
Mm-hmm. No issue with that. I'm willing to wake up one morning and go pick up the kid.
And I still hold by what I posted on Facebook. Motherfuckers use it against me in court, where I stated, "Tell your brother and sister's mother, if shit gets real funky, I'm taking them. And you, if you want to act stupid, I'm taking you. If you don't wish to, I'm taking the kid from you. And you got my address where I'm at. It's gonna be up here. You got the pictures how to find us, but you motherfuckers are getting relocated to here."
I'm gonna ask him, what does Mason do all day?
You guys are getting fucking relocated up here. Ain't no reason for you guys to fucking be doing this stupid shit. It's like, it was just a sunny weekend. The boy reached out and asked us, did he even ask you if, he said he offered, hold on a second, let me say something different matter. Has he seen to see if you got the trailer up here, as he stated that you told me that he asked if you needed help? Has he looked back into that to see if that was done?
No. He said, I think I could call it with my truck. I said, where are you working at? How's your finger? He said, remodeling houses. He took a picture of his finger. He said, I don't have full movement, but it's better and it looks way better. And I just texted him and he's writing me back. He said, what Mason do all day? That's what I texted. I should say, good morning. It's a beautiful day. Play, draw, or ride his bike. He has so many toys. He said, you both work. He's at home or daycare. Kid is with his phone 24/7. Like, not even my mom responds that fast to my calls. I just don't know how
So
much
it's Monday at
Michaela
this
knows
time.
on how much he talks to us. You know
It's
what I'm saying?
Monday at this time. He's working, right?
Supposedly house remodeling.
How do you fucking respond on the phone so quick all the time?
I know it was 2 minutes late or a minute later, not even.
Stop for lunch. Everything is ready.
Yeah, he said they're all feeling good and healthy. Just stop being fucking assholes. No?
Yeah, it's so weird. You worded that kind of strange. You know what Mason do all day? I'd be like, what do you mean?
Play, draw, or ride his bike. He has so many toys. And Caleb responds too. I could have asked like
in a different manner than
yeah.
that. Like,
I said, good morning. You both work. He's at home with daycare.
interesting. Wish not to go in that manner, but here you guys doing? What's Mason doing throughout the day, on the days that you vote for, so on and so forth? Things are coming together up here. You guys would love to come up and visit and see, check it out. What a man we'd like to get to know, and on the days that whoever else is not watching him or whatnot, we'd like to build up a relationship with our grandson. Or we can have him overnight, so on and so forth, right? And the means of what does Mason do all day, right? Instead of just that, yo. I don't know. I'm a writer, so I just blab. Then again, I try to make means of connecting to people in a way where it's not aggressive or fucked up. And it's myself. If my mom or Steve has sent that text, as you did ask, what do you mean Michaela do all day? I take it, but again, that's just my own opinion and my own relationship with my elders. But then I don't know how the relationship that it is supposed to be between us. But the type of English questioning is, because again, he only speaks English like myself. Kind of aggressive question. What does Mason do all day? If that's all you sent by itself. The fucking younger generation don't even like period sent in text, homie. Oh, motherfuckers are soft skin like fuck. Motherfuckers are fucking soft as fucking egg yolks. Put a period and it's like yelling, Mimi. They freak out. I don't like it. Little soft ass motherfuckers. Oh shit. Hey, you look at that, dude. Motherfuckers fucking trip out. You use periods and shit now. In the actual fucking like sentence context, like supposed to be. You're yelling at me. No. That's the end of the sentence right there. I didn't put those parentheses around it and so on and so forth. I just put a period. He's gonna be like, "Lo Vicente, yo." It's crazy. I'm still fucked up about thinking about that. I'm like, wait a minute, dude. The next generation is gonna pass the 2100 mark here.
The what?
2100 mark.
Oh, the years. 2100 years.
Yeah, years. 2100 mark. Crazy. 21st century.
Billionaire Mackenzie Scott married Seattle science teacher Dan Gillett. He's bald and looks exactly like Jeff Bezos. You see?
How you fall in love with somebody and get married? She must have been fucking around too on the side.
Yeah.
And just didn't get caught.
Oh, 3 years it's been.
3 years?
Yeah.
I got a couple $1 billion. I mean, before I marry you, I'm gonna take me 3 years or so, probably less, since I got $1 billion. But I'm making sure that you ain't getting shit off me, cause I just made $3 billion 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? the prenuptial agreement or whatever. But then also there's the backstory of, yeah, I got a couple $1 billion. Why you like me? They have to have a prequel story. They just had that shit on the side. Just waiting for Jeff to mess up.
Nikhil's schedule is changing soon, so we'll be having days off together, and we will.
Michaela, we're gonna.
Where?
The casino stuff? Don't look at me like that, I don't know. That's what I was asking.
Mason can play with Ayla, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Are they the same age? Mason's a little older.
Like 2 months or something, maybe? When was Isla born? When was Isla born, huh?
I'm not sure. September?
She might be older than him.
No. Oh, yeah, she's before him? I don't know.
Mason's December.
Or no, I think he was December and then she was May or something. I don't know. I don't know when I was born. I know Huxley was conceived like in September, October. September, October. So his birthday's coming out.
Get the babies playing together. I just want to know how they gonna turn this beautiful sunny day into snow. But you know, we live by that paved paw scalar installation, and it's starting to get funky. They gonna make it snow or do something, whatever you want to call it. Neg entropy showing plasma tech.
Clearing his way to run in next year's election. From Sao Paulo, Katie Watson reports.
According to Judge Edson Fachin, the court in Curitiba which tried Lula on charges of corruption didn't have the jurisdiction to do so. He's recommended that the 4 cases in question be restarted in the capital, Brasilia. Lula, who was president of Brazil between 2003 and 2010, was convicted of graft in 2018 and sent to prison, but was released the following year. The decision by Judge Fachin means that for now, the former president could run in the next elections.
A French schoolgirl accused of sparking a fatal online hate campaign against a teacher has admitted to lying and spreading false claims. The teacher, Samuel Paty, was beheaded last year by an Islamist militant after showing cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad. The girl had claimed Muslim students had been asked to leave the class. More from Hugh Schofield in Paris.
The girl went to her father and complained about Samuel Paty, and then the father took it further, went to the police about him, and then above all launched this online campaign which he was named, and then which all sorts of things were said, which energized the killer, the Chechen man to come.
So if he's being charged like, if he's doing that, then that's how you get Trump.
Conspiracy and citation.
The sort of thing that happens with children of 13. She's admitted that. She's come clean and admitted she was not there.
voicing deep concern for the fate of an unknown number of protesters in Myanmar who have been trapped by security forces in central Yangon. The BBC's Nguyen Chan A reports from Yangon.
Faced with yet more protests, the security forces were ordered in on Monday to prevent those taking part from leaving. They were joined by soldiers later in the day. But despite them blocking the exit routes, some protesters managed to sneak out. Nearby and in other parts of the city, people defied a curfew to fill the streets in the hope of drawing the military's attention away from the trapped protesters.
The International Criminal Court has issued its highest ever reparation order, saying that child soldiers and rape victims of a convicted Congolese militia leader should have access to a total of $30 million. The court said the warlord, Bosco Ntaganda, was unable to pay himself. It said its own trust fund should finance programs to support the victims. You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. The trial of an alleged Honduran drug trafficker started in the United States in a case that implicates Honduras' president and other top officials. Prosecutors say that President Juan Orlando Hernandez accepted millions of dollars
Picking
in
up
bribes
where Trump
from
administration
drug
stopped
smuggling groups
investigating.
and used Honduran police and military officers to protect the criminals.
So that
which he
Honduras and those other
repeatedly
South
denied.
American countries would take the third party
Large
country
march
fucking
is due to begin shortly
bullshit.
in Mexico City to mark International Women's Day amid tight security. Protesters are demanding more action from the government to combat gender-based violence. Official figures suggest that last year, almost 1,000 women were victims of femicide, women murdered because of their gender. Oprah Winfrey said it wasn't Queen Elizabeth or the Duke of Edinburgh who asked Prince Harry about the colour of his son's skin. There's been speculation about who might have made the inquiry following the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's interview with Oprah Winfrey, which is being broadcast in the United States.
Who
In
cares?
it, Prince Harry and his wife
You guys
Meghan
don't want to be
said
part of this
concern
shit.
had been
Stop
expressed by a
running your
member of
laundry
the
in my
royal
fucking
family
hair.
about how dark the skin of her first baby might be.
Alright? I heard that shit before.
Israel,
That's what I
Cyprus,
got.
and Greece have signed
That's
an
why I
initial
escorted the
agreement to lay
parents
a
of the
1,200
baby's
kilometre
mama
long undersea
out the motherfucking
electricity
room.
cable to link their country's power grids. Here's Danny Abraham.
Oh shit.
The European Union is helping fund the project with grants, in part to reduce Cyprus's strategic vulnerability by linking it to the wider European grid. The company behind it wants the route completed by early 2025. It'll be the longest such cable in the world. Israel's energy minister has said it will help his country's energy security too, providing backup from the European grid in emergencies and will aid the development of renewable energies such as solar. The three countries are also cooperating on exploiting Mediterranean gas deposits.
BBC News.
Support for the world comes from Progressive Insurance, committed to
This year's theme, Choose the Challenge. The challenges are big: inequality, violence, and exclusion. We begin, though, with some recognition, because throughout the pandemic, women have played a groundbreaking role in the research and response. Women like Professor Sarah Gilbert.
I work on the development of vaccines against viruses that can cause outbreaks and potentially pandemics, using a platform technology that can be adapted to produce many different vaccines very quickly.
Gilbert led the development of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. Then there is Dr. Özlem Türeci. She's the co-founder of a German company called BioNTech. They helped develop the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine.
As a trained physician, I
This doesn't do anything, neither does the Pfizer.
As an immunologist, I'm deeply rooted in academic science, and as an entrepreneur who has founded companies, I'm immersed in the biopharm industry and in the private sector.
Türeci and Gilbert joined a World Health Organization event today to speak about the importance of women in the pandemic. Women make up a majority of the global healthcare workforce, but only 1/4 of leadership roles in the field are occupied by women. Gilbert says this imbalance is seen right at Oxford University, where she works.
There is more to do when even in a field where women are very well represented at junior levels, they do not progress to the top of the profession. And of course, in many other disciplines and in countries across the world, women face barriers at all levels. And as we begin to make our plans for recovery, we must not neglect this.
And it's not just about advancing some careers, as the work of these two women demonstrates. By increasing the number of women in leadership in healthcare, you also improve the lives of people around the globe.
Yeah.
As women everywhere observe this International Women's Day across Latin America, the messages
There's
are
people
on
around the world,
point.
families and lineages,
Demonstrations
man.
against gender violence. In Mexico City, some women are following social distancing and spreading their messages online. Others are taking to the streets. Outside Mexico's presidential palace today, activists painted on steel barricades the names of hundreds of women who have been killed. We wanted to hear more about this, so we got in touch with Alejandra Lopez Martinez. She's a political scientist and a professor at Anahuac University in Mexico City.
What we are observing this year is that many more creative ways to protest are being held. We've seen women that are painting the barricades, that are projecting on the National Palace, that are writing on social media to protest against gender violence, to protest against political violence, which is a very important issue at this moment. We are in the middle of an election, and we've seen that candidate is having accusations of rape, and the party is not taking back his candidacy.
No.
So this is a very
Trump started that shit. Ain't nobody taking back nothing. They don't care about shit now.
Pandemic, and this pandemic has been especially difficult for women.
Motherfuckers gonna be child molesters and rapists and all kind of shit.
You mentioned a
I'll vote for him.
politician who has been accused of rape by at least two women. A candidate for governor of a southern state of Mexico. He also has the backing of the president. Why do you think that is especially striking a chord right now?
It is especially striking a chord because we've been fighting against the political violence against women. And we've seen cases like this many times coming back. And what is surprising today is that in spite of having the most equal congresses in our history, in spite of having an equal cabinet in the government, what we are seeing is that we are women are again not being heard. Victims are not being believed, and we would have expected a different attitude from all that political class in general. Those who are being accused of gender violence should be dismissed as candidates. That's what we as a collective of women are asking for.
Interestingly, at his news conference today, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador used the word corazón to address one female reporter that's kind of like calling her sweetheart. He also had the barricades built around the presidential palace ahead of today's protests. I mean, those are the optics, and they're troubling. What can Mexican women count on with President López Obrador?
Calling corazón the reporters is a good way of minimizing them. This is a microaggression, a micro-sexism, and he's very prone to doing that. I just want to ask you, what would have happened if she was a male reporter? What would the people think about it? Flip it to Texas. See what he's been doing for a female reporter would be okay for a male reporter. I don't think so. I don't think that would be well seen by the media or the citizens. But since she is a female reporter, then people are telling her not to exaggerate. That's something. It's a nice way to call her. He's not being disrespectful, but he is.
Alejandra Lopez Martinez is a political scientist and a professor at Anahuac University in Mexico City. Professor, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Journalists are often accused by Turkish officials of being part of the PKK, a militant group that has attacked parts of southeastern Turkey for decades. Often, though, it's Kurdish reporters who cover stories that few others will touch. Important reporting. You can also put them in the crosshairs of Turkish authorities. Duri Buskarin brings us the story of one news agency that's trying to bridge the gap.
We didn't even talk about the PKK. PKK was the Kurdistan fighters that
The
we were helping.
Mesopotamia Agency's Istanbul office is on the top floor of an old building.
Year before last.
The location isn't necessarily secret, but the doorbell isn't marked either. Sadiq Topaloğlu leads this bureau, one of 8 offices throughout Turkey. There are more than 100 reporters at Mesopotamia Agency, he says. It seems like all of them have been arrested at least once.
We're part of the opposition media. We're advocating for democratic and individual rights of the Kurdish people and the working class. I decided to be part of this type of media outlet because it becomes the voice of people like myself.
Topaloglu faced his own lawsuit over a year ago, accused of being part of a terrorist group, the PKK. He spent over 4 months in jail.
The Kurdish media gets more pressure because it exposes what the government doesn't want to be seen.
In September, after a military raid on a village looking for PKK suspects, 2 Kurdish men were captured and then thrown out of a military helicopter. One of the men died after weeks in intensive care. Another survived, but barely. Despite several witnesses, officials refused to comment. The mainstream Turkish press hardly covered it, but the Mesopotamia Agency was there, interviewing families, gathering witness testimony and medical reports. They interviewed the surviving victim, Osman Shiban, in his bed. One headline asked, "Are you still looking for proof?"
Right.
Sedat Yilmaz, Mesopotamia Agency's editor-in-chief in the largely Kurdish city of Diyarbakir, greenlighted painstakingly detailed accounts of the case.
We have a publishing policy. We're not focusing on the consequences of the news. We're focusing on its accuracy. Because the smallest manipulation, the smallest error, that gives the government a chance to create propaganda against us.
4 journalists were detained over their coverage.
That's what American news needs to fucking adhere to and hold to. So that nobody can say it's fake news.
Their homes were
Prove that it's
raided,
fake.
and the Mesopotamia Agency
Instead of
office
just being
in the
this
eastern
spin
city
doctor
of
shit
Van
we
was
always
searched
get.
by police. Their co-workers brought them sweaters
like
and blankets
fucking-
in prison.
Everybody's saying a script, or everybody's saying a
Whether
fucked
we're
up
punished
script
or
or
arrested
fucking
is not a
telephone.
priority for our agency.
Tensions for Kurdish journalists have been high lately,
Keep you
as
pacified where
Turkey
you're not
continues a
seeing what's going on.
military campaign against the PKK in northern Iraq. Last month, a failed operation to rescue Turkish hostages led Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to vow an expansion of military operations, as he criticized Western allies for turning a blind eye to the matter.
Birkaç yıl ses dışında Türkiye'nin yanında kimseyi göremedim.
Hey West, where were you? He said. We will not let the terrorists take a breath. But while the Turkish government sees the PKK as a dangerous and unpredictable non-state actor, the Kurdish press views it differently. They do cover the violence of PKK attacks, but they also devote a fair amount of coverage to hunger strikers protesting jail conditions of the PKK's imprisoned leader. Opinion writers criticize policies that they say will hurt the country's hopes for peace. It goes a bit beyond what a Western observer might consider strictly objective, more of a Huffington Post or Fox rather than CBS. But it's hard to be objective when it feels like your country sees you as an enemy.
Türkiye'de süren bir savaş var ve bu savaşta iki
There's a war going on in Turkey, says reporter Semra Turan, and both sides are losing their lives.
cenazelerde en çok annelerin mesela when you go to someone's funeral, you see their mothers and it breaks your heart. It takes me so long to write about those funerals. I keep thinking about how I can write it so those mothers won't have to live through it again.
Both Kurdish and Turkish journalists face challenges in Turkey, Turan says. But when she covers protests, she sees a clear divide. Kurdish journalists get arrested first. Sometimes that's because the government won't issue them a press card, allowing them to work as a journalist in Turkey. Other times, it's because the press card that they do have identifies them as coming from a Kurdish outlet.
Öne sürüyorlar ya da işte direkt basın kartına baktığında when they see the press card for Mesopotamia Agency, they see us as anti-state reporters. They either push us out or they arrest us. And sometimes we pretend that we're from a Turkish media outlet, so we won't get arrested or beaten up.
Occasionally, judges will issue a decision to block Mesopotamia Agency's website in Turkey, an echo of state closures of Kurdish papers in the 1990s. But today, in the digital age, they can just copy the website over to a new URL and add a number at the end to buy themselves more time. Right now, that number is 29. Pick it up, keep moving. That's just how it works. For the world, I'm Dari Biscari, Istanbul.
why? Because, you know, human rights now is not territorial. It is a matter of international concern. When any human being is devoid of his rights, especially his right to life.
That's just ahead. You're listening to the world.
You mean that fool's gonna go up to the United Nations trial or fucking what, Nuremberg trial or something?
Jury selection is expected to begin tomorrow in the trial of police officer Derek Chauvin for the killing of George Floyd last May. Interest is high here in the United States, but it goes well beyond our borders. Sir Claire Roberts is a former Attorney General of Antigua and Barbuda. He also serves on a commission looking into police violence against people of African descent in the U.S. Sir Claire, how does what happened to George Floyd fit into your view of policing in the U.S., specifically police violence against people of African descent?
George Floyd was the most graphic example that resonated with people worldwide. But the incidence of police brutality, is particularly killing of black people, was widespread and systemic.
You're part of a group called the International Commission of Inquiry on Systemic Racist Police Violence Against People of African Descent in the United States. But tell us about this commission. What countries are represented, and how are you researching this problem?
So you have commissioners from India, from Europe, France, UK, from the Caribbean, from Uruguay. So it comprises commissioners from the various parts of the world.
That are all part of the United Nations.
You know, human rights now is not territorial. It is a matter of international concern. When any human being is devoid of his rights, especially his right to life.
So your commission met in January and February. You heard testimony from people across the United States, dozens of cases of police violence against Black Americans, some of which you've summarized. I mean, what was it like for you to be listening back to some of that testimony? Was it what you expected? Was it more shocking than what you expected?
You know, it reminded me of when I was on the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, coming from a very placid island state in Antigua and Barbuda. And some of the cases had to do with the brutality by the dictators in Latin America against their people. And it was difficult to sort of relate to that type of man's inhumanity to man at the time. So in a way I was conditioned, but taking the testimony, it was quite harrowing.
Could you feel that in their testimony?
Oh yes. Even incidents that were quite old, 9, 10 years, were still the victims.
So you got a time machine.
It's not just the deceased, the person who was killed who is a victim, but all the persons who left behind, they are victims. They were still suffering, and that suffering came through in the statements and the witness evidence, given the evidence before the commission.
Sir Claire, as you said, most of the people on your commission come from outside the U.S. They're aware of the deep divides in this country between people who identify with law enforcement and those who identify with the victims of police violence. And then there are lots of points of view in the middle. What occurs to you about these big divides and how to start to close them?
Altogether, all you need is one document. The one from Sutter County, saying, what the fuck, how is this case number this, and it's been, and now it's just like unrevealed, all the mess, because that all sets the tone for them to understand how they've been doing it, then enhancement upon enhancement of shit that ain't valid,
Sir Claire Roberts is with the International Commission of Inquiry on Systemic Racist Police Violence Against People of African Descent in the United States. Speaking with us as we look at the start of tomorrow's trial for Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Thank you very much, Sir Claire.
You're welcome.
Does it bump up to attempted murder on an officer? How the fuck I go from 0 to fucking attempted murder?
International organizations are starting to send billions of doses of COVID-19 vaccines to dozens of poor countries. One of them is North Korea, which claims to have 0 coronavirus infections. Not many outside observers buy that. Early in the pandemic, North Korea sealed its borders and has refused humanitarian aid from outside the country. But now North Korean officials are expected to make an exception to receive
some coronavirus vaccine. From Seoul, Jason Struther has our story.
North Korea's border is closed tight. No one can get into the country, and getting out is almost as difficult. Just ask these Russian diplomats. This video was from Moscow's Foreign Service. It shows staff from its Pyongyang embassy and their families riding out of North Korea last month on a hand-pushed rail cart. The government in Pyongyang says travel restrictions are aimed at beating back the coronavirus. But Sokil Park says the lockdown has also flattened trade with China, and it hurts ordinary North Koreans the most. Park heads the Seoul office of an advocacy group called Liberty in North Korea.
The North Korean government is isolating themselves almost perfectly. This is creating a massive shortage in all sorts of goods.
They run their cars on wood.
You know, we hear from contacts inside the country that things like soap and toothpaste
They've developed nuclear ballistic weapons
are in shortage.
And they got the best
we're very
Bitcoin
worried about
machines in the world.
From what we hear, the last
great.
year has
You
been
ain't
a
understand.
disaster.
In hopes of ending that disaster, the World Health Organization is stepping in. Its COVAX program will deliver 1.7 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine to North Korea this spring. Given North Korea's poor infrastructure, some observers say this is the best choice. Jerome Kim is director of the International Vaccine Institute
Well,
in
they got a
Seoul
poor
and is not
infrastructure.
involved with this COVAX initiative.
America keeps sanctioning
AstraZeneca is
it,
probably the
supposedly
vaccine
to
that they
help
can
its
handle
people.
most easily.
Come on,
It's
man, we go
stored
with
at
that
2 to 8
shit.
degrees centigrade, and that's the standard refrigerator, 2 to 8. It's effective after the first dose, probably, we think. It's a much more robust system from a public health perspective.
But some medical professionals say international sanctions against North Korea hinder these kinds of public health campaigns. Ki Pak is director of the North Korea program at the Korean American Medical Association. He says most shipments of medical supplies to North Korea need to be vetted first for security risks, which could slow down vaccinations.
Just because you deliver a 2 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccines, the vaccines just don't magically, get injected into people's arms. And so they will probably need additional cold chain type of equipment infrastructure, more refrigeration units, syringes, PPEs, and all kinds of things that go along with the vaccination program.
Pak says despite these complications, he's confident the vaccine effort will work. North Korea's doctors, who he's worked with side by side, are capable of carrying out a successful COVID-19 vaccination campaign, like they've done with other diseases, Pak says. But human rights advocate Sokil Pak says the North Korean regime might not open back up or relax domestic travel bans, even after the pandemic is over.
This is very worrying. The North Korean government may actually kind of feel like it's got used to a certain level of being closed off and increased restrictions internally. And if they feel like they can maintain that kind of system, they may actually not move to try and resume pre-pandemic openness.
Pak adds that these tougher restrictions on movement could end up being North Korea's post-COVID-19 new normal. For The World, I'm Jason Struther in Seoul.
Began with a tremendous shaking.
And the lie.
Anything
And then
living
the truth comes out.
And
This shit was leaking
this.
before the fucking
This is
earthquake.
the moment
And the
Japan's
lie
nuclear
that they were
disaster
told
began.
that was supposed to be
The
clean
giant
energy.
tsunami wave
And
crashes
became
into the
10% efficient.
Fukushima Daiichi power plant,
And we're still
seriously
killing
damaging
the fucking
building
world with
reactors.
shit.
The BBC
All robots
and the British network
that were supposed to be
ITN reported
humanoid
there. The meltdowns at the Fukushima plant became one of the worst
manufactured to
nuclear
make the fucking
disasters
turn
in
shit
modern
off. For
history.
some reason keeps getting
All this
hoodwinked by
week, we'll be looking
DARPA
at what has
to kill
changed over
Muslims.
the past 10 years in Japan and how the
Nobody's
people of
working
the
on it.
region and the entire country are thinking about the future.
Last year was the first
Today, though,
time
the accident itself.
they actually sent a
Yoichi
submersible into
Funabashi is
fucking
one of
reactor
Japan's
3.
most prominent
and it went
journalists.
about
His new book,
half a football
Meltdown,
field
Inside
got
the
fried by
Fukushima
radiation.
Nuclear Crisis, is based on interviews with hundreds of officials,
We got a
power
fucking
plant operators,
space
and
hotel
military
that pop up
personnel
in 4
involved
years.
in the Fukushima disaster.
And all these new
I
spaceships
asked
with
Funabashi to
astronauts from
drop
Mars
us down
first,
into the
but
control
we ain't
room
fucking with
of the Fukushima reactor on that day in March 2011 to tell us about the person at the front line of the disaster, the duty manager, Ikuo Izawa.
After the tsunami flooded into the basement, he was thrust into an impossible situation. He lost all the power, electric power. That
Fucking
means
reactors.
that he simply
Couldn't do
could
anything.
not keep cooling the nuclear rot in the pool. as well as a reactor.
Of course, if you can't cool the nuclear rods, a meltdown soon follows. But Mr.
Henceforth,
Izawa
all nuclear
describes
reactors
you
are always
he and
on
his
fresh
workers
bodies
faced
of
that
water.
day.
People,
What
wake
exactly
up.
did they experience,
Like
and what were they
fucking
able to
Turkish
do to slow
island,
down the meltdown?
where if a
They
hurricane
have
hits that
to
thing,
vent
we're
to
dead.
ease the pressure, to release the pressure. But
It's another Fukushima.
that required a heroic
All of
act.
our main water
They had
systems
not
have
been
a fucking
trained
nuclear
for
reactor
that
on them.
task.
All of them
So he
are
formed
prone to flooding,
3 teams
they're
to
deteriorating,
be tasked
and the same
with
issue.
venting.
Fukushima.
Actually, they succeeded to some
You
extent.
hear anything about the Key
but
Space Fires
it
program
was too late.
helping them against
So
radiation? You hear
almost
anything about them
2-3
not dumping
hours
all the
later,
water from that shit
that
into the
a
ocean and shit,
nuclear,
people?
edifice exploded.
I mean, you mentioned that there was no training for one key rescue scenario. I mean, it sounds like several important mistakes and miscalculations were made in those first few hours on March 11th, 2011. Since then, we know a much bigger picture has emerged about how the Fukushima meltdown was mismanaged on a really vast scale, both by the Japanese government and the private sector, TEPCO, the utility. What were the key mistakes?
I think the key mistake was that they were not prepared for the contingency. A severe nuclear accident was unanticipated because the people had a strong anti-nuclear sentiments in Japan, much due to their traumatic experience of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
And so that operators, energy promoters, what we call nuclear power village, they all did not want to admit that nuclear energy would have any risk. So they insisted that the nuclear energy was a zero risk energy source. And so making changes to a better safety system of nuclear plants would be an admission that existing regulations and precautions were insufficient, and the electric company did not possess absolute safety. So the operators and the nuclear power village people actually found themselves caught in their own trap.
Right, when you say nuclear power village, you're referring basically to the whole belief in the Japanese establishment that nuclear is the only way to go because Japan is an island and can't produce energy really any other way. Now, what can you tell us about the status of the cleanup now at the plant today, 10 years later?
10 years on, there's still very much difficulty in cleaning up all those debris. It was all highly contaminated all over the plant. And also, on top of that, they have to deal with that treated contaminated water, which will reach the limit by summer 2022.
So, right, that's 18 months away. I mean, those vats of water, they're just collecting outside
What do you
of the
say,
plant.
people?
I mean, what happens after that?
It's called dumping to the ocean.
Yeah, they still have to keep pumping water into the pool.
Right, it's still melting down, correct?
It's still melting down. So it's not over.
Reactor, it won't stop.
Nuclear
It's
emergency
going linear,
declaration
right?
at the site, Fukushima Daiichi, as of today, still has not been lifted.
Mr. Funabashi, your book outlines the mismanagement in the weeks following the
Still
nuclear
has not been
meltdown in
lifted.
Fukushima. But what
So
about the
he's
management of
tricking
these
people
longer
in
term
line
issues? Do you think the
and
government has done
propagating
right
on
by the
YouTube?
people who've been displaced?
We got
the
rid of
people
Fukushima
who
water, blah,
were
blah, blah.
really
The people
close
coming
to
back
this
there, they're
meltdown?
living there. Huh?
It's
That
a really
fucking
tough
shit has not been lifted.
You know, at that
course
point,
not.
in the
Every
thick of the
little
crisis,
shit that it's in there still
nobody
emitting
would
radiation.
know the contours of the crisis, how it would unfold.
For people drinking the water,
So
the
I
Kool-Aid,
cannot
and
blame
saying,
the
oh
government
man,
for
Keisha's the
instructing
best.
people to evacuate
Eradicated Ebola
on
and now
massive
they're like,
scale.
Eradicated
There
swine
was
flu.
no
the
direct
spine
deaths
flu, the
due to
Ebola,
the exposure to
okay,
radiation,
people keep saying.
but there were
Fukushima's still going
indirect
We're all
on.
meant
deaths
to have
due
it.
to
Going back to
evacuation
our regional,
and
we have
subsequent
it.
stress. So you can argue that perhaps the government should not have resorted to that evacuation on that massive scale, and instead order the people to stay at home. But that's
They got
afterthought,
radiated.
you know. It's a really tough situation. Japan still has yet to come up with a very much effective evacuation plan as a condition to restart the nuclear plant. I think that's a serious problem.
Why not? Why has that plan not emerged?
there are maybe a couple reasons, but one of the reasons is that nobody really wants to be in charge of that politically most difficult decision to order people to evacuate after all those traumatic experience of evacuation 10 years ago. So local governments are required to come up with an evacuation plan first and foremost. But certainly local governments do not simply have that capability as well as resources to do that, simply because it really would require the mobilization of law enforcement forces. So the central government must do that. So Prime Minister's office now is primarily in charge, but I think that still is not sufficient enough.
No one wants to be in charge of an evacuation plan, but Japan is reliant on and needs a solution for affordable energy. It sounds like a dilemma.
It is a serious dilemma. Before 3/11 Fukushima, Japan had 54 nuclear plants in operation. Now, there are only 9 nuclear reactors which have applied for restarting being approved, and only 4 are now actually operating.
Yoichi Funabashi, your book ends by returning to
I heard
Iko
they're trying to
Izawa,
restart
the
them, but
duty
I've
manager
never
in
heard that
control
they
room
actually
of
got them
Unit
back
1-2,
restarted.
During the meltdown.
There was a big protest and shit
You
last couple years
described how
about
he
that.
finally
What are you
left
guys
the
doing?
site 4 days after the disaster. What did he do in those first hours after leaving the plant?
Yeah, I still have a vivid memory of my conversation with Mr. Izawa. Actually, he looked like he really regretted having the first domino falling. And he even shied his old contacts with his high school friends and the others in the community because he was so guilt conscious about that.
Yeah, guilty conscience.
And he certainly has some deep critical view of the top management of TEPCO because they simply could not support them and help them on the ground. And perhaps he wouldn't say anything like this directly, but I assume that he really was so much distrustful of the Japanese government handling on that issues. Without his leadership at that time, they would have certainly panicked, but they acted very, very professionally. I was very much impressed with that.
He was in an impossible position, really.
Impossible position.
This was one of the most dangerous episodes of the nuclear age. I mean, I think of Chernobyl, I think of 3 Mile Island, Fukushima, obviously Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What lesson did Japan and the world learn from Fukushima?
Not a motherfucking thing, because you got selling nuclear shit to Saudi Arabia. You got 4 reactors going, you're about to open 5 more. And you still don't have an emergency fucking evacuation
But
plan.
nonetheless, we have to appreciate that devastating impact it would have on the society. It would be out of control. So it really requires a very effective safety management as well as safety regulatory governance. And that was missing tragically in Japan's case.
Yoichi Funabashi's new book is Meltdown Inside the Fukushima Nuclear Crisis. He's been speaking with us from Tokyo. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Our coverage of the 10-year anniversary of the Fukushima nuclear meltdown continues tomorrow as we look at Japan's nuclear future. Arrivals of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. Many are kids without a parent. The World's Immigration Editor, Monica Campbell, joins me now. What is the current situation at the border, Monica, and how many children are we seeing seeking entry to the U.S.?
According to officials, there are about 350 teens and children crossing the border without parents, alone, without a guardian, every day in the recent weeks.
Whoa.
350 kids a day. What is the process in terms of caring for these children? I mean, I see they're being put in what are called influx facilities. Are those different than what we've seen the last time we saw large numbers of unaccompanied minors approaching the border?
They are being held in tent-like facilities or structures that are similar to what
Back
we've
to the
seen
basis
before.
we've seen with Obama.
The main difference is that the Biden administration doesn't want them to be in custody for long periods of time. This is where it gets tricky. If the connections aren't made quickly between a child and the relative waiting for them in the United States, then they'll be held in custody longer. Nobody wants that for a kid.
Evidently, we're going to see a lot of changes. The new Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, recently spoke about the Biden administration's different approach to handling immigration. Let's hear that.
We are dedicated to achieving, and quite frankly, are working around the clock to replace the cruelty of the past administration with an orderly, humane, and safe immigration process. It is hard, and it will take time.
Yeah, nobody doubts that it will be hard and time-consuming. Monica, how much leeway are immigration advocates giving the Biden administration to make these substantial changes?
There's a lot of tension here. You have advocates saying that kids shouldn't be spending a single hour in federal custody. At the same time, there's an argument that the child can't just enter the United States and that there isn't any sort of processing. They can't just be put on a bus and sent on their way. There needs to be some sort of oversight there.
We will see how the talk turns into
Yeah,
action.
like
President
document
Biden is also
something.
speaking more about regional cooperation. What
Right.
could this mean exactly, and how could that help immigration processes here in the States?
There is a push to have migration
Then
tackled
they'll
more
never be able to
regionally.
get real
I've been
ID,
paying
and
attention
then
to
you're
one
setting them
program
up
in
for failure.
particular. It's called the Central American Minors Program.
Yeah, 'cause it's like, are
Obama
they
started
DACA?
it,
What
Trump
are they?
ended it, Biden wants to revive it. And how it works is that a child or a minor in El Salvador or Honduras or Guatemala seeks asylum within the country. They start the application process at home. A parent in the United States will sponsor them. Then, if they're approved, they come to the United States by plane, for example, instead of trekking alone to the US-Mexico border, which is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I mean, just to start with, I'm thinking as a parent, I mean, sending your kid to a consulate or an embassy to deal with what could probably be very complex bureaucratic scenarios. How could this minors program actually play out? Is it realistic?
It depends. You may have a child, for example, in Guatemala whose parents did leave for the United States because of a security threat, but the child's been living with a grandmother or an aunt and is not facing danger, and then can go through the process in Guatemala and then fly to the United States instead of trekking over land. But the program before did face a lot of criticism for not responding to immediate threats that kids could face. The next iteration, advocates hope, will be different. And I spoke with Lisa Friedman about this. She's with KIND, a nonprofit in the U.S. that works with unaccompanied minors.
The kind of emergency out valve was not quick enough. And they can totally put that in place. It could be an emergency out to the U.S., it could be an emergency out to a neighboring country, but if they really, from the beginning, put that and firmly put that in place, and also partner with civil society kind of shelters in the region that can take people in temporarily, then it really, I think it can work much better.
Will that program be enough, though, Monica?
It's not going to be enough. There needs to be a more regional approach toward migration. Everybody who studies this says that. But we are starting to see perhaps a different way of thinking from the Biden administration about investing in the region and speaking more with not just the government, government officials in Central America, but civil society actors as well, and immigrants themselves who have arrived.
So, Monica, we're not yet at the end of Biden's first 100 days. What are you looking out for in the coming weeks or months when it comes to how the administration might try and navigate these challenges around kids and immigration?
We haven't heard yet from Biden what the strategy is. He hasn't laid it out. Will there be a speech, that can sort of broadcast to the general public in the United States how he is thinking about immigrants at the border? Because if not, the narrative may take over. You may start to see protests at the border against immigrants. We're not quite sure where this might go. But so far, I'm looking out for some sort of coherent
Trump is
speech
stoking
from
the fire.
the president to lay this out.
The World's immigration editor, Monica Campbell. Clearly much more to come. Thanks very much for unpacking this, Monica.
You're welcome.
That's for sure.
Also questions over the future of Taiwan. Beijing views Taiwan as a rogue province, not an independent nation. Washington is determined to keep the democratic territory free. So where does Taiwan stand in all of this? Taiwan's top diplomat here in the U.S. is Kim Xiao. She joins us now. Madam Xiao, back in January, you attended the inauguration of President Biden. That was after receiving a formal invitation. I'm just curious, what did that simple gesture and moment tell you about the new administration's stance regarding Taiwan?
Well, I was honored to represent the government and people of Taiwan in attending the inauguration of President Biden and Vice President Harris. And I saw my invitation to be there in person as a recognition of Taiwan as a significant democratic partner. We do cherish the opportunities to work with the United States based on our common values and interests. And those values do include democracy and freedom.
So a recognition as partners, what would you say is different then about the U.S.-Taiwanese relationship today?
Well, over the past many decades, Taiwan has democratized significantly, and our accomplishments in terms of respecting democracy and creating a society that also respects diversity is very much highlighted. Taiwan's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic has also presented an important model. So I think these successes in Taiwan's transition to democracy has also helped to strengthen our relationship with Washington.
So I want to get to more specifics in a moment about the differences between the Biden and Trump White House regarding Taiwan. But first to security, because it's a huge issue. In recent years, Beijing, the Chinese mainland, has ramped up pressure, as you know, on Taiwan, coming close to Taiwan shores, with military drills flying close to or even into Taiwan's airspace. In terms of Taiwan's security, how worried are you just about a potential attack from mainland China?
Well, we certainly are concerned. China has invested tremendously in modernizing its military, and in recent years they have increased some aggressive actions in the region, including near daily intrusions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone, as well as some naval presence that has also posed some destabilizing influences on the region at large. We are responding by trying to enhance Taiwan's asymmetrical warfare capabilities and enhancing our security partnership with the United States.
Is the concern about an attack from the mainland the kind of thing that keeps leaders in Taiwan awake at night?
Well, based on recent actions by the Beijing government in Xinjiang as well as Hong Kong, that is certainly very alarming, and it has further strengthened the will of the people of Taiwan in recognizing the significance of defending our democracy.
Understood, but in an actual hot war, would you count on the U.S. to actually send troops, boots on the ground?
Well, that it would depend on different contingencies, and I think what we are doing is to enhance Taiwan's self-defense.
Do you see the U.S. security kind of part of this equation as really the only thing that you can count on in the event of such an attack?
Well, the U.S. is the most important security partner of Taiwan. It is the only country in the world at this stage willing and able to support Taiwan in a direct way in Taiwan's self-defense. And so we do heavily depend on a strong security partnership with the United States in defending our democracy.
So in terms of securing Taiwan's democratic values, Madam, when you look at what's happening in Hong Kong with China's crackdown there, you also mentioned earlier Xinjiang, what do you think? What are your conclusions?
Well, we are very concerned about not only the increasing abuse of human rights in China, but the backslide of basic rights in Hong Kong as well. In addition, their use of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, to monitor and oppress free speech is also an area of tremendous concern. And so all that is happening in Xinjiang and Hong Kong is very alarming for the people of Taiwan, and it does strengthen our resolve to defend the freedoms that we have built in our own society.
About 4 years ago, when Donald Trump first came to office, he took a call from Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen. It was the first talk with a Taiwanese president in decades. In general, the Trump administration seemed ready to break with the decades of norms when it came to Taiwan. That was a controversial move. It was seen as a controversial move. Do you expect the same from Joe Biden?
Well, there are areas of continuity between the two administrations, including a strong commitment to the security of Taiwan and very vocal support for democracy and freedom. We will engage with the administration as well as the political establishment here in Washington, including members of Congress, in a bipartisan way in ensuring that our common interests are consistent and continuous over the long run.
I gather a lot of Taiwanese liked Trump's approach to China. Why do you think that is?
Well, there were some quite vocal expressions of support from the previous administration, and we are also hearing some strong statements of support from the new administration. And so, as a government, we work with both parties here in the United States in ensuring that there is bipartisan support for Taiwan, not only on the security side, but in trade, economic relations, and also in supporting Taiwan's international participation in international organizations.
Madam, it being International Women's Day, I feel I need to ask you, do you feel at home in both places, U.S. and Taiwan, as a woman leader?
Well, I have had many predecessors who actually pioneered at phases in our history when there were so few of us women in international affairs, especially in international security affairs. But I think we have arrived at a point where Taiwan has elected its first woman president, and we have a community of more and more supportive women. So I do feel very much comfortable as a woman in an area where there were challenges in the past, and we do seek more opportunities to be mutually reinforcing in terms of bringing more women into similar roles.
Kim Xiao is Taiwan's top diplomat here in the U.S., speaking with us about U.S.-Taiwan relations in the early days of the Biden administration. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Prevention says people vaccinated against COVID-19 can hold small private gatherings without taking health precautions. Remember station WABE in Atlanta, Sam Whitehead reports the agency has released new guidance about how people who have been inoculated against COVID-19 can safely conduct their lives.
The long-awaited guidance from the CDC says it's safe for fully vaccinated people to gather indoors with other fully vaccinated people. Dr. Rochelle Walensky.
You gotta have the same vaccines?
Fully vaccinated people can visit with other fully vaccinated people in small
How do you do that
indoors without wearing masks.
if you only get the one shot? So by doing such, they're going to push people to get the less effective shot.
Everyone is vaccinated.
The guidance also says
nobody's going to get the double shot because no one's giving out the double shot
unvaccinated
yet.
people who are at low risk for developing severe COVID-19. It still calls for everyone to wear masks and keep distance in public. The CDC says people are fully vaccinated 2 weeks after getting all required doses. For NPR News, I'm Sam Whitehead in Atlanta.
It's the trial racial justice activist
All
have
the
been
stuff
waiting
I've
for
been
since
hearing in this
video went
state,
viral of a
38
white
days,
police officer
28 days
pressing his
after
knee into a black man's neck for
shot.
nearly 9 minutes.
Your immune system is at optimum
In Minneapolis,
response.
Derek Chauvin's trial and George Floyd's death is supposed to start today, but NPR's Adrian Florido reports a new charge emerged.
The prosecution and the defense are awaiting resolution from a higher court on whether the state will be allowed to add a third-degree murder charge against Chauvin, in addition to the second-degree murder and manslaughter charges he already faces. The state doesn't want to start jury selection until it knows all of the charges that it's going to be pursuing against Chauvin. The judge in this case, Peter Cahill, doesn't seem inclined to delay the jury selection much longer, but he did give the state a little bit of time to pursue its options, at least until tomorrow morning.
NPR's Adrian Florido in Minneapolis. The $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package comes to a vote in the House tomorrow with changes. The Senate passed it without a provision that raises the federal minimum wage. Today, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says efforts to hike the wage to $15 are still alive. The president remains committed to raising the minimum wage to $15. There are no negotiations right now with the president or anyone from the administration on lowering that threshold. He's going to work with leaders in both in the Democratic Party and anyone who's interested in having this conversation. Psaki also raised the immigration issue. She says Homeland Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and a delegation visited the 10-facility housing migrant children in Carrizo Spring, Texas over the weekend. She says the U.S. will need to expand centers for unaccompanied minors that'll keep them safe. The Dow has closed up 306 points. This is NPR News. First Lady Joe Biden was on hand at the State Department for the annual Women of Courage Awards. It was a bit different this year with the recipients attending virtually. Here's NPR's Michelle Kellerman.
First Lady Joe Biden is vowing to be bold, telling the 14 honorees this year, quote, "Your fight is our fight." The U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, says the State Department is also honoring 7 Afghan women who were assassinated in the past year.
The violence is meant to silence, and we cannot allow that to happen. We must address it head on. We must ensure that their voices continue to be heard.
The activist from Belarus, Maria Kolesnikova, couldn't attend because she's in prison. The State Department hasn't been able to reach the human rights lawyer from China in the past couple of days. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the State Department.
International Women's Day is being celebrated in Pakistan with marches in major cities. It's the third year that feminists from Pakistan's small but influential left have held the marches. More from NPR's Dia Hadid.
Pakistani women and men gathered to chant for freedom and against the patriarchy. In Islamabad, they were surrounded by hundreds of police. Last year, participants at the march were attacked by religious extremists who pelted the demonstrators with rocks. The protests are comparatively small for Pakistan, but they've had an outsized influence, triggering fierce debates in the local media about women's rights and equality.
NPR's Dia Hadid reporting from Islamabad. The Dow has closed up nearly 1%, ending the day at 31,802.
Oh, buddy,
This
you hadn't
is
been acting
NPR.
funny.
Support for NPR comes from NPR.
Did you make it radio sound really, really good? It's a single speaker. Amplify the sound. Love you, Coco. Peace be upon you in harmony. Yeah, make it snow. Getting the wood together. It's crazy. Careful, everybody.
What the fuck? How are you already there? Like, oh my god. He used to drive us nuts, like nuts. Like for him, it's just the thing to do. I don't know. So
That's
for
why
that,
I said what I said. I pay attention to things. But yeah, so I said go and take care of it. But yeah, that's why I said, you know what, it'd be better yet if they do it. And we pick it up, or if we can do it in this manner, because you inspired that.
blind, yeah.
I was saying, I always say, like I said, I always give credit where
I'm doing my mom's gifts and stuff.
so forth. But I was saying, I know that would make your dad spoil it. What did I say when I first said it? I was like, well, if you're gonna come here and experience the supposed first world, and they're gonna shoot us 30 years into the future, you might as well fucking take advantage of it. Get somebody employment before the robots take the fucking work. And they fucking do delivery with fucking drones. No, honey, turn around. Why you go up here? walking in this place. They had to see it unless I wasn't paying attention. Or you didn't see it. There's a fucking car right down there. You have to turn around. People had to not realize.
Your eyes are too good.
It's like they weren't. I don't know how, but somehow rode this shit on the inside and fucking flew off the side like a fucking Max Boss car. Parked right here. There's the skid marks. Don't damage those. Just stop. There's the other skid marks. Oh my god. They realized and tried to stop. Hello? Hello? They had to climb out of the sunroof. They kicked themselves out of the sunroof. But they lost control of the camera on that. Not paying attention.
Yeah, they had this.
But they skidded. Excuse me.
Be careful, baby, because you're in a bad spot.
People are okay. Yep. Yeah, that fucking pine needles and stuff there. Car wasn't in the way. Can you back up, Tom? Or no, you're fine. Actually, you're fine. Never mind. You see what happened? Being over the line. Realized it so forth and tried to stop and skidded out on the pine needles. That's why I tell you stay away from this stuff. Wow. So the Dallas. Make sure the person's alright. So many accidents the last couple of days in our vicinity.
Yeah. And there must have been
This morning? gosh, this ground is still fresh. The car flipped over on its top.
And it was wet too. It looks like the license is expired though, and like it's a disabled person.
The car flipped over and back. With this house being right here, they had to come in for people help. I thought they would turn around. I was like, oh, there's a red car right there. I thought it looked like skid marks. And the fucking dirt and shit, like you said. So I had to turn around. Make sure. That had to happen just recently. Been around there. You never know, there's just somebody fucking tracking this shit. Nobody, people just driving by and don't even realize you're there.
Yeah.
That's how I got introduced to that power, the brother with the stem cell research. Did you change it? No, you're not your DNA. Epigenetics. Founder of him. I found that book. Joey. Yeah. Man, Joey pulled over, or I was driving. I was seeing a wreck when we were coming back to California. Give me the strength to be able to help this person, give me the strength to deal with if there's somebody all fucked up in there. I was almost like, I can wait, but then I was like, thinking about it, man, that shit look fresh as hell in my eyes. I might still be stuck in there. Don't wait till we come back from coming down into town to the post office.